Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil journey where stories unfold and dreams take flight. Tonight, let our tales transport you to magical and peaceful places where the stars whisper and the moonlight dances. Snuggle in, let the gentle narration carry you away, and embrace the relaxation that paves the path to sweet dreams. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. May this peaceful pause lead you to a wonderful start to your new day. Story 1. Once upon a dreamlike night, when the moon hung heavy and luminous in the velvet sky, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, there lived a curious little girl named Willow. The air was perfumed with the scent of blooming night jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets that only the night could tell. Willow, with her heart full of wonder and a mind brimming with questions about the world around her, found solace in these whispers. Her eyes, wide and bright like polished marbles, reflected the twinkling stars that dotted the heavens like tiny lanterns, inspiring dreams that danced in the corridors of her imagination. Willow's home was a quaint cottage nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, its walls adorned with ivy and wildflowers that bloomed in a riot of colors. Her grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched into the lines of her face, often spoke of the forest's magic, a place where the veil between reality and dreams was thin. Willow's evenings were filled with tales of adventure and wisdom, her grandmother's voice a gentle melody that lingered in the air long after the stories ended. One evening, as Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, the warm, flickering light danced across the walls, casting shadows that seemed to come alive, forming shapes of creatures and places she had only read about in books. The aroma of burning pine filled the room, mingling with the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender sachets, evoking memories of bedtime stories told in gentle, soothing tones. It was then that she noticed something peculiar about her favorite stuffed bear, Mr. Snuggles. The bear's button eyes, usually dull and unassuming, now sparkled with a faint, otherworldly glow, as if they held the secrets of the universe within their depths. Intrigued, Willow gently touched the button, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and to her amazement, a tiny door appeared on the bear's belly, a portal to the unknown. Without a moment's hesitation, her heart pounding with excitement, Willow peeked inside, and what she saw left her breathless. Beyond the tiny door lay a vast, enchanted realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The air was filled with the sound of a distant, melodious hum, as if the very land was singing a lullaby. Towering trees with leaves that shimmered like gemstones reached up to the sky, their trunks twisted and ancient, exuding a wisdom only time could bestow. Rivers flowed with liquid starlight, casting a soft glow on the banks where creatures, straight out of her wildest dreams, roamed freely, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Willow knew she had to explore this magical world, but she couldn't do it alone. So she turned to her trusted friends, the wise old owl named Hooty, whose feathers were the color of autumn leaves and whose eyes held the wisdom of ages, and the adventurous mouse named Squeakers, whose whiskers twitched with excitement and whose courage belied his small stature. They were her companions in adventure, her guides in a world where the impossible seemed possible. As they embarked on their journey, Willow realized that beyond her curiosity lay a newfound determination. She had always been a dreamer, but now she felt a responsibility to uncover the mysteries of this world and protect its fragile beauty. Hooty noticed her resolve and offered gentle wisdom. Remember, Willow, the heart sees what the eyes cannot. Trust in your instincts. Their journey led them through lush forests where the rustling leaves whispered tales of old, and across meadows where the air was alive with the scent of wildflowers. They encountered wondrous sights and peculiar inhabitants, each with their own quirks and stories to share. As they traveled, the path beneath their feet changed from soft moss to sparkling pebbles, each surface telling a story of its own. In one particularly enchanting forest glade, the shimmer of the starlit river wove through the trees, and the sound of water cascading over stones played a gentle symphony in the background. Here, they met a whimsical butterfly named Flutter. Her gossamer wings, delicate yet strong, could change color with every flutter, reflecting the emotions of those around her like a living tapestry. Her laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and she spoke in riddles that made Willow ponder the mysteries of the heart. Flutter shared tales of the realm's history, of times when the land was untouched by shadows, and reminded Willow of the beauty in embracing one's true self. Another was a gentle giant named Treebeard, an ancient tree spirit whose roots ran deep, connecting him to the very heart of the enchanted realm. His voice was a deep rumble, like a distant thunder, and his stories were long and winding, filled with the history of the land. Treebeard spoke of balance, of the harmony between light and shadow, and the importance of preserving the delicate equilibrium that sustained the realm. As they ventured deeper into the realm, they reached a serene meadow where the grass swayed rhythmically with the breeze like an emerald ocean. Here they met an ethereal being named Liora, who played a harp fashioned from moonlight. Lyra's music was enchanting, stirring emotions buried deep within Willow. She felt a sense of belonging, as though this world was an extension of her own heart. Liora shared, "Music is the soul's language, binding us to the universe. Listen closely, and you'll hear the world's heartbeat." Their journey was not without its challenges. A selfish sorcerer, envious of the realm's beauty, had cast a dark spell that threatened to shroud the land in eternal gloom. The vibrant hues of the realm began to dim, and the creatures grew silent, their eyes clouded with fear. The only way to break the spell was to find the sacred wellspring, a mystical spring whose waters held the power of renewal and hope. It was said that the spring lay hidden in the heart of a labyrinthine forest, guarded by the echoes of forgotten dreams. With the help of their newfound friends and their own unwavering determination, Willow and her companions braved treacherous paths that twisted and turned like the branches of an ancient oak. They solved riddles that tested their wisdom, each answer a key unlocking another piece of the puzzle. They faced their deepest fears, shadows that danced in the corners of their minds, and learned to turn them into stepping stones instead of stumbling blocks. At one point, they encountered a shadowy figure named Echo, who mirrored their fears and doubts. Instead of retreating, Willow approached Echo with compassion, understanding that confronting her fears was a part of her growth. Echo, softened by her kindness, revealed a hidden path leading closer to the wellspring, whispering, "Embrace your shadows, for they are part of your light." As they journeyed on, they discovered an abandoned village hidden within the forest, its buildings overgrown with ivy and flowers reclaiming the stone. Here they met an elderly woman named Seraphine, a keeper of forgotten tales. Her eyes, though clouded with age, sparkled with the knowledge of bygone eras. She shared stories of the village's past, of its vibrant community, and the harmony they once shared with the land. Seraphine's tales ignited a spark of hope within Willow, reinforcing her resolve to restore the realm. Finally, after a perilous journey through the dense, whispering forest, they reached the sacred wellspring, hidden deep within a crystal cavern that sparkled with 1,000 colors. The cavern walls glowed softly, reflecting the light of the spring in a dazzling display. As Willow dipped her hands into the sparkling waters, she felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that banished all doubt. A warm glow emanated from within her, dispelling the sorcerer's dark magic and restoring the realm to its former glory. The land sighed in relief, colors bursting forth in a vibrant celebration of life. In that moment, Willow realized that the true magic had been within her all along. The magic of hope, wonder, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. She felt a shift within her, a blooming confidence that she could face whatever challenges lay ahead. As the sun rose over the enchanted realm, casting golden rays that kissed the treetops, Willow and her friends emerged from the tiny door on Mr. Snuggles, their eyes shining with the knowledge that even the most ordinary of things can hold extraordinary secrets. The world seemed different now, filled with endless possibilities and adventures waiting to be discovered. And from that day forward, Willow carried the lessons she had learned close to her heart, ready to embark on new adventures and discover the wonders that awaited around every corner, knowing that the magic of the realm was a part of her forever. Upon returning to her cottage, Willow shared her journey with her grandmother, her voice animated with the thrill of discovery. Her grandmother listened, eyes twinkling with a knowing light, recognizing the growth in her beloved granddaughter. "You see, my dear," she said, her voice a soft murmur, The world is full of hidden marvels, if only we have the courage to look beyond the surface. From that night on, Willow's explorations of the forest took on a new dimension. Every rustle of leaves, every whisper of the wind, was a reminder of the realm's magic that lay just beyond her reach, yet intertwined with her heart. Her adventures in the enchanted realm had taught her that the boundaries between reality and dreams were not as rigid as they seemed, and she knew she would never stop seeking the wonders that lay in the spaces between. Story 2. In the heart of a quiet, quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, unassuming antique shop. The shop was tucked neatly at the end of a cobbled lane, where the scent of lavender and rosemary from nearby gardens mingled with the crisp pine-scented breeze. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with silver hair that shimmered like moonlight, was known simply as Granny Hazel. Her eyes twinkled with the secrets of 1,000 stories, and her smile was as warm as the sunlight filtering through autumn leaves. Granny Hazel's shop, though small, was a treasure trove of history. Each item, whether a dusty tome or a delicate porcelain figurine, seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The wooden floorboards creaked underfoot, echoing the passage of countless visitors who had wandered in, drawn by the allure of forgotten tales. The walls were lined with shelves, each brimming with curiosities that whispered stories of the past, begging to be discovered. One crisp, golden afternoon, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara was known for her boundless curiosity and her love for stories about far-off lands and mythical creatures. Her auburn hair bounced in lively curls as she stepped inside, the bell above the door chiming a delicate, welcoming note. She was a regular at Granny Hazel's shop, often spending hours lost among the relics of bygone eras, her imagination painting vivid tales in her mind. "Good day, Clara," Granny Hazel greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you here today?" Clara's eyes darted around the room, taking in the myriad of trinkets and treasures. The light from the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow that danced across the shelves. "I'm looking for something special," she replied, her voice brimming with eagerness. "Something that holds a story all its own." Granny Hazel nodded knowingly and beckoned Clara to follow her to a dusty corner of the shop. There, nestled among old books and shimmering baubles, was a peculiar-looking mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and flowers, and its surface was slightly clouded as if it held the mists of forgotten dreams. "This mirror," Granny Hazel explained, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings, "is no ordinary one. It reveals not the world as it is, but as it could be. It shows the dreams and wishes that dwell in the heart." Clara's eyes widened with wonder. She reached out and touched the cool, smooth surface of the mirror. Instantly, the clouds within it parted, revealing a vision of a lush, enchanted forest. Butterflies of every hue fluttered among the trees, and a gentle stream wound its way through the landscape, sparkling in the sunlight like a ribbon of diamonds. "Oh, Granny Hazel!" Clara exclaimed. "It's beautiful!" Granny Hazel smiled, her eyes twinkling. "It is indeed. But remember, dear Clara, the mirror only shows what could be. To find what is truly within, one must embark on a journey." With a heart full of excitement, Clara decided to set off on this journey. She wrapped the mirror carefully in a soft cloth and tucked it into her satchel. As she stepped out of the shop, Granny Hazel waved her off with a gentle reminder: "Trust in your heart and the friends you make along the way." The path Clara chose led her through fields of wildflowers and under the canopy of the whispering woods. The air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze was like a soft lullaby guiding her on. The vibrant colors of the flowers seemed to swirl around her, creating a tapestry of nature's finest artwork. As she traveled deeper into the forest, Clara encountered a wise old owl perched atop a gnarled oak tree. His feathers were as soft and dappled as the shadows on the forest floor, and his eyes glimmered with ancient wisdom. The forest around them was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of life that played in perfect harmony. Who are you?" the owl inquired, his voice deep and melodic. "I'm Clara," she replied, "and I'm on a journey to discover what lies within the mirror." The owl nodded sagely. "Then you must seek the Grove of Echoes," he advised. There you shall find what you seek, but you must listen closely to the whispers of the trees." Thanking the owl, Clara continued on her way, her heart light with hope and anticipation. The path wound its way through the forest, where shafts of sunlight pierced through the leafy canopy, painting the ground in patches of gold and emerald. Each step she took seemed to resonate with a deeper understanding of the world around her. As the forest deepened, Clara came across a small stream, its waters bubbling over smooth stones. The melody of the stream was soft and inviting, and Clara paused to drink in the scene. She knelt by the water's edge, the coolness of the water refreshing her spirit. As she gazed into the clear pool, she saw her reflection, and for the first time, truly saw herself, not just the girl on a quest, but a part of this living, breathing world. After a time, Clara arrived at the Grove of Echoes. It was a serene, magical place where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering like emeralds. The air was filled with a gentle, rhythmic murmuring, the voices of the trees sharing their ancient tales. She could feel the peace of the grove enveloping her, a gentle embrace from the earth itself. Clara sat down on a moss-covered stone, her heart open to the whispers surrounding her. As she listened, the trees spoke of kindness, of dreams pursued with gentle tenacity, and of the strength found in friendship and wisdom. Each story was a thread woven into the tapestry of her own journey, connecting her to the world and its infinite possibilities. With each story, Clara felt a warmth blossoming within her, a sense of peace and understanding taking root. She realized that the mirror's visions, while beautiful, were just reflections of the potential within her. The journey she embarked on was not about the destination, but about the discoveries she made along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara knew it was time to return. She thanked the trees for their wisdom and retraced her steps back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The forest seemed to come alive in the twilight, a world of shadows and light that danced in time with her footsteps. On her way back, Clara encountered a small clearing she hadn't noticed before. In its center stood a stone well, its surface covered in ivy and wildflowers. Curiosity piqued, Clara approached the well and peered into its depths. The water below was still and clear, reflecting the twilight sky like a mirror. As she gazed into it, memories of her journey flashed before her eyes. Each step, each story, each lesson learned. Clara realized that the well, much like the mirror, held the stories of the past, the present, and the potential future. It was a reminder that her journey was just one thread in the vast tapestry of life, woven together with the stories of others who had come before her and those who would follow after. Feeling a deep sense of connection, Clara whispered a wish into the well, a promise to cherish the lessons she'd learned and to continue seeking the beauty within herself and the world around her. Upon her return to the village, Clara visited Granny Hazel once more. She placed the mirror gently on the counter and smiled. "Thank you, Granny Hazel, for guiding me to the journey within." Granny Hazel beamed, her eyes sparkling with pride. "It is you who found the path, dear Clara, and the wisdom to walk it. Remember, the heart is the true mirror, reflecting all the beauty we carry inside." With a heart full of newfound understanding and the warmth of friendship, Clara left the shop, the evening air wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. She knew that, whatever dreams she pursued, she would always carry the lessons of her journey close to her heart. As Clara walked home, the village seemed to hum with a quiet contentment. The stars began to twinkle above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, lighting her way. She paused for a moment, looking up at the night sky, and felt a profound connection to the universe around her. The stars seemed to whisper secrets of the cosmos, tales of dreams yet unimagined, and Clara felt herself a small yet significant part of this grand story. Before reaching her doorstep, Clara took a detour past the village square, where the fountain whispered in the moonlight. She sat on a nearby bench, allowing the cool night air to caress her skin. As she closed her eyes, the sound of the fountain mingled with the distant hoot of an owl, creating a lullaby that reminded her of the forest's song. In that moment, Clara understood the interconnectedness of her journey. The mirror, the owl, the grove, and the well were all facets of the same truth. They had guided her toward the realization that every step she takes is part of a larger story, one that is written not just in the pages of books, but in the heartbeats of those who dare to dream. And so, as the night folded gently around the village, the stars watched over Clara and her dreams, as she drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep, knowing that the journey had only just begun. Story 3. Once upon a time, in a forest where the whispers of the wind were filled with secrets of old, there lay a hidden world unseen by human eyes. This was a realm where the trees stood as wise sentinels, their roots entwined like ancient hands, cradling the earth beneath. The canopy above was a patchwork quilt of greens and golds, filtering the sunlight into a gentle dappled glow that danced across the forest floor. The air was alive with the sweet perfume of wild honeysuckle and the earthy aroma of moss-covered logs, a fragrance that seemed to sing the very soul of the forest. In this serene sanctuary lived a community of creatures, each contributing to the delicate balance of their shared home. Among them was a gentle squirrel named Thistle, with fur as soft as the down on a milkweed pod and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning leaves. Thistle's days were filled with the careful gathering of acorns, always mindful of leaving enough for others, for he understood the importance of harmony in their woodland society. His small paws were nimble, his movements graceful as he leapt from branch to branch, a living testament to the forest's vibrant dance. Nearby, in a glen where the wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, there dwelled a family of rabbits. The matriarch of the warren, a wise and gentle doe named Bramble, was known for her stories that wove history and fable into lessons of life. Her voice was as soothing as the rustle of the tall grasses in the evening breeze, and her words carried the wisdom passed down through generations. She had a coat the color of autumn leaves, her eyes a warm, knowing brown that seemed to hold the light of 1,000 sunsets. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest wore its fiery cloak of reds and oranges, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. The sky, usually so vast and blue, had taken on a peculiar shimmer, as if the very air was alive with magic. It was as if the seasons themselves were whispering secrets, hints of a change that was both wondrous and strange. The air tingled with anticipation, a crackling energy that danced upon the breeze like sparks from a flame. Thistle, ever curious, watched as the leaves began to twirl in the air, forming intricate patterns that seemed to speak in a language only nature could understand. He scampered to the glen, where Bramble was already gathering the young rabbits for their morning tale. The young ones, with fur still soft and ears perked high, waited with bated breath for the stories that would paint their imaginations with the colors of the past. "Look, Bramble," Thistle exclaimed, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The forest is dancing with magic today." Bramble raised her gaze to the sky, her old eyes reflecting the shimmering light. "Ah, my dear Thistle, it is the song of the seasons," she said, her voice a melody of understanding. "Once in a great while, the spirit of the forest sings to remind us of the balance we must keep, the harmony we must nurture." The young rabbits gathered closer, their ears perked with interest. "What does it mean, Bramble?" asked a small, wide-eyed bunny named Clover, her voice a soft whisper in the hushed glen. "It means, little ones," Bramble replied, "that we must listen and learn. Nature is speaking to us, reminding us of the bonds that tie us together, not just with each other, but with the earth beneath our feet and the sky above our heads." Her words wrapped around them like a warm, comforting shawl, weaving a tapestry of connection and belonging. As if to emphasize her words, a gentle breeze swept through the glen, carrying with it the scent of pine and the crisp promise of winter. The creatures of the forest paused, sensing the sacredness of the moment. They could feel the pulse of the earth, a heartbeat that synchronized with their own, a reminder of their place in the grand mosaic of life. Thistle, feeling a surge of inspiration, proposed a gathering. "Let us come together," he said, his voice ringing with conviction. "Each of us bringing what we can. We will celebrate the song of the seasons, honoring the gifts of the forest, and pledging to protect this balance." The idea was met with eager agreement, and soon the glen was a bustling hive of activity. Birds sang sweetly as they flitted to and fro, gathering twigs and berries. The foxes and deer brought herbs and flowers, their scents mingling in the air like a fragrant tapestry. The sounds of the forest melded into a symphony, each note a testament to the unity and diversity of their world. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the creatures gathered in a circle, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the forest. Thistle and Bramble stood together at the center, surrounded by the warmth and light of countless small fires, their flames twinkling like stars in the growing darkness. The air was filled with the gentle hum of anticipation, a quiet excitement that threaded through the gathering like silver through a tapestry. Bramble began the ceremony with a tale of creation, her voice weaving through the night like a silken thread. She spoke of a time when the world was new, when the first breath of wind stirred the leaves, and the first drop of rain kissed the earth. Her story was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a gentle nudge to live with respect and gratitude. The young ones listened wide-eyed, their minds painting vivid pictures of the world as it once was, their hearts swelling with the timeless truth of her words. As her tale concluded, Thistle stepped forward, his heart swelling with the spirit of the moment. "Let us carry this wisdom with us," he said, "and let it guide us as we walk through the seasons of our lives. May we always remember the magic of the forest and the harmony we must uphold." As the ceremony continued, a newcomer arrived, a wise old owl named Eldon, with feathers that shimmered silver under the moonlight, had flown in from the farthest edge of the forest. Eldon was known among the creatures as a keeper of ancient knowledge, his eyes reflecting the depths of the night sky. He perched quietly on a low branch, observing with a solemn gaze. "I have seen many seasons," Eldon began, his voice deep and resonant, "and I have learned that the forest is as fragile as it is beautiful. It is our duty to protect it, not just for ourselves, but for those who will come after us." His words resonated in the hearts of the gathered creatures, adding a layer of solemnity to the celebration. The creatures listened intently, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. Eldon's presence was a reminder of the wisdom that came with age and experience, and his message echoed the same truth that Bramble and Thistle had already spoken. With these words, the creatures joined in song, their voices rising and falling like the gentle waves of a peaceful sea. The melody was a lullaby to the forest, a promise to cherish and protect the world they called home. It was a song of unity, of hope, a hymn that resonated in the hearts of all who sang it, binding them together in a tapestry of sound and spirit. As the fires burned low and the stars blinked softly overhead, the creatures slowly made their way back to their nests and burrows. The air was filled with a sense of peace and fulfillment, the kind that comes from knowing one's place in the grand tapestry of life. The forest, a living entity of its own, seemed to sigh contentedly, the soft rustle of leaves like a whispered promise of dreams yet to come. And so, beneath the ancient trees that stood like guardians of old, the forest settled into a deep and restful slumber. The magic of the Song of the Seasons lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the beauty that comes from living in harmony with the world around us. The stars overhead, ancient eyes watching over the world below, twinkled in silent applause. In the stillness of the night, the forest whispered its gratitude, and the creatures, wrapped in the comfort of their dreams, knew that they were part of something timeless and profound. Their dreams were colored with the hues of the day's events, a vivid tapestry of memory and promise. As the dawn broke, bathing the forest in a soft golden light, Thistle awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that the magic of the Song of the Seasons was not a one-time event, but a continuous reminder to live with intention and care. The creatures of the forest, each in their own way, carried forward the spirit of that night, ensuring the harmony of their world. In the days that followed, Thistle found himself deepening his connections with the forest's inhabitants. His heart warmed with each small act of kindness, whether it was helping a young bird return to its nest or sharing stories with the foxes about distant lands. He realized that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in the bonds they shared. As he moved through the forest, he often thought of Eldon's words, contemplating the responsibility they all held to protect their home. He began to notice more details, the way the sunlight created patterns on the forest floor, the way raindrops clung to leaves like jewels after a storm, These were the threads that wove the fabric of their world, a tapestry that required care and attention. One afternoon, as Thistle rested on a mossy log, he met a curious young hedgehog named Pippin. Pippin was small and eager, with a nose that twitched with curiosity at every new scent. They quickly became friends, and Thistle found joy in teaching Pippin the ways of the forest, sharing the lessons he had learned from Bramble and Eldon. "What is the most important thing to know about the forest?" Pippin asked one day, his eyes wide with curiosity. Thistle thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant tapestry of life around them. "To understand that we are all connected," he replied softly. "Every creature, every leaf, every drop of rain is part of the same story. We must treat each other with kindness and respect, for in doing so we honor the magic of the forest." As the seasons passed, Pippin grew under Thistle's guidance, his once small and timid steps becoming confident and assured. The forest flourished in harmony, the creatures living with a renewed sense of purpose and unity. And thus, the hidden lives of the natural creatures continued, each day a new chapter in their shared story, written in the language of leaves and wind, of rain and sunshine, of friendship and wisdom. Each dawn brought new lessons, new adventures, and as they journeyed through the seasons, they carried with them the echoes of the song, a reminder of their place in the grand circle of life. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the balance was kept, and all was well. The forest, a guardian of secrets and truths, stood as a testament to the power of harmony, a sanctuary for all who called it home. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the whisper of leaves and the murmur of streams sang an eternal lullaby, the air was always filled with the sweet scent of pine and the crisp freshness of morning dew. Here, the boundaries between the mundane and the magical wove a tapestry of life where every creature and plant played its part in a symphony of balance and harmony. The forest was a living entity, its essence captured in the vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds that echoed through the trees. On this particular morning, the sun's rays filtered through the dense canopy, casting a mosaic of dappling light that danced across the forest floor. The earthy scent of fallen leaves mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers, creating a sensory symphony that enveloped Thistle, a tiny squirrel with a gift most unusual. Thistle was not an ordinary squirrel. He had the gift of understanding the language of the forest, a gift passed down from his great-grandmother, who was said to have been a confidant of the forest spirits. As Thistle stretched his limbs, feeling the soft rustle of his bushy tail and the warmth of sunlight filtering through the dense canopy above, he felt a deep connection to the world around him. The oak tree that cradled his nest was ancient, its bark rough and gnarled, each crevice filled with stories of seasons past. Thistle scampered down the trunk, his tiny feet making hardly a sound on the leaf-strewn path below. Today he had an important task: to gather the first acorns of the season, a tradition that marked the beginning of autumn. As Thistle made his way through the forest, the golden leaves crunched softly underfoot, and the cool breeze carried with it the earthy scent of moss and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Everywhere, the forest was alive with the gentle rustlings and calls of its inhabitants. Birds chirped melodiously, insects buzzed in intricate patterns, and the leaves whispered secrets to those who listened. In the heart of the forest lay a hidden glade, a place untouched by time, where the magic of the verdant wood was most potent. This glade was known as the Circle of Seasons, for it was here that the forest spirits gathered to ensure the balance of nature was maintained. Each season, a different spirit presided over the glade, guiding the forest through the cycle of life. As Thistle approached the Circle of Seasons, he noticed a peculiar stillness in the air, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. In the center of the glade stood a majestic tree, its branches heavy with leaves of every hue, emerald greens, fiery reds, and brilliant golds. This was the guardian tree, the heart of the forest's magic and the home of the season spirits. Today, the spirit of autumn, a gentle being named Aurelia, was expected to awaken from her slumber. Aurelia was known for her wisdom and kindness, her presence a calming balm that soothed the forest as it prepared for the long sleep of winter. Thistle had always admired Aurelia. her voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind, and her eyes as deep and wise as the oldest trees. As Thistle entered the glade, he saw Aurelia begin to stir. Her form shimmered with the colors of autumn, and as she opened her eyes, the forest seemed to sigh with relief, the tension in the air dissipating. Aurelia smiled warmly at Thistle, her voice gentle and melodic as she spoke. "Greetings, little one," she said, her voice like a soft breeze through the leaves. "The forest has been waiting for you." Thistle bowed his head respectfully, his heart swelling with pride that the spirit had acknowledged him. "Good morning, Lady Aurelia," he replied, his voice barely a whisper in the vastness of the forest. "I have come to gather acorns and to learn from you, as my great-grandmother once did." Aurelia nodded, her eyes twinkling with warmth and wisdom. The gathering of acorns is a noble task, for it is through such acts that the forest sustains itself. But there is something more I would like to teach you today. Thistle's ears perked up with curiosity. "What is it, Lady Aurelia?" "The forest is a delicate balance," Aurelia began, her voice weaving a tapestry of understanding. "Every creature, every plant, has its role to play, but sometimes the balance is threatened, and it is up to us to restore it." As she spoke, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the guardian tree, and Thistle felt a tingling sensation run through his fur. He watched in awe as Aurelia extended her hand, and from the branches above, a cascade of acorns tumbled to the ground, each one a perfect little treasure. "These acorns are more than just food," Aurelia explained. "They are seeds of life, and they hold the magic of the forest within them. It is our duty to ensure they are planted, to give life to the next generation of trees." Thistle nodded, understanding the importance of his task. He gathered the acorns with care, feeling the smooth shells against his tiny paws, and promised himself that he would plant them with the reverence they deserved. Before leaving the glade, Aurelia gestured for Thistle to follow her to a secluded part of the glade that even he had not seen before. This was a place where fallen leaves formed a natural mosaic on the forest floor, and the air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. "There is a story here, Thistle," Aurelia said, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. "A story of the first guardian tree and how it came to be. In a time long ago, when the world was young, the spirits of the forest decided to create a tree that would stand as the very heart of verdant wood. It would hold the memories and magic of the forest, a living testament to the harmony we strive to maintain." As Thistle listened, Aurelia continued, "But the tree could not be created by magic alone. It required a seed of pure intent, planted by a creature who understood the true essence of balance and harmony. And so it was that a humble squirrel, much like yourself, stepped forward. With a heart full of hope and reverence, the squirrel planted the seed, and from it grew the mighty guardian tree." Thistle felt a warmth in his chest, as if the legacy of that ancient squirrel resonated within him. "I will honor this story, Lady Aurelia," he promised, his voice firm with determination. "I will carry on this legacy." As Thistle prepared to leave the glade, Aurelia placed a gentle hand on his head, a blessing passed down through the generations. "Remember, Thistle," she said softly, "wisdom is not just in knowing what to do, but in understanding why we do it." With those words echoing in his heart, Thistle left the circle of seasons, his mind filled with the knowledge and responsibility bestowed upon him. As he made his way back through the forest, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, the weight of the acorns in his arms, a comforting reminder of his role in the great cycle of life. The sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the verdant wood. The forest, now at peace, sang a lullaby of rustling leaves and gentle breezes, a promise of balance and harmony for seasons to come. Thistle found a perfect spot to plant the acorns, the soil rich and welcoming, and as he tucked each one into its new home, he whispered a silent prayer of gratitude to the spirits of the forest. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the moon bathed the forest in its silvery light, Thistle lay in his nest, a warm contentment settling over him. He knew that the forest would thrive, just as it always had, guided by the wisdom of the spirits and the caring hands of those who called it home. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and life continued in its harmonious dance, each creature and plant playing its part in the eternal symphony of nature. As the weeks passed, Thistle often revisited the places where he had planted the acorns, eager to see the first signs of life emerging from the soil. One morning, as the dawn's light painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Thistle noticed a tiny green sprout peeking through the earth. His heart leaped with joy at this sight, a testament to the promise of new beginnings. The forest spirits watched over these tender shoots, their ethereal presence felt in every gentle breeze and every drop of rain that nourished the young saplings. Thistle, too, felt a deep connection to these growing trees, as if they were an extension of himself and the legacy of the ancient squirrel who had once planted the first guardian tree. One day, as Thistle sat beneath the towering branches of his oak tree, he was joined by a fellow squirrel named Bramble. Bramble was an adventurous soul, known for exploring the farthest reaches of the forest and sharing tales of his journeys with those willing to listen. "Thistle," Bramble began, his eyes alight with excitement, "I've heard whispers from the northern winds about a place where the forest's magic is woven into the very fabric of the land. They say it is a realm where the stars dance above the treetops and the rivers run with liquid light." Intrigued, Thistle listened intently as Bramble continued. "It is said that those who venture there find not only the beauty of the forest, but also new insights into their own hearts. Perhaps, Thistle, it is a journey meant for you, a chance to deepen your connection with the verdant wood." The idea of such an adventure stirred something within Thistle, a yearning to explore the mysteries of the forest and discover the depths of his own spirit. Yet, he hesitated, knowing the responsibilities he held in tending to the young trees and honoring the teachings of Aurelia. Sensing Thistle's internal conflict, Bramble placed a reassuring paw on his shoulder. "The forest thrives on balance, my friend," he said gently. "In seeking new experiences, you may find fresh perspectives that will enrich your understanding of the verdant wood, and who knows what new stories you will bring back to share with us all." Encouraged by Bramble's words, Thistle decided to embark on the journey. He set off one crisp morning, the forest's familiar sights and sounds bidding him farewell. As he traveled, the landscape shifted subtly, the trees growing taller and more ancient, their trunks wrapped in soft moss that glowed faintly in the moonlight. Eventually, Thistle arrived at the place Bramble had spoken of, a clearing where the stars seemed to gather in a luminous embrace overhead, their light casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. Streams of shimmering water meandered through the glade, their surface reflecting the celestial dance above. In this enchanted realm, Thistle found a profound peace, a stillness that allowed him to listen more deeply to the whispers of the forest. As he sat by the stream, he contemplated the journey that had brought him here, the lessons learned, and the wisdom gained. With newfound clarity, Thistle realized that the true magic of the verdant wood lay not only in its beauty, but in the connections it fostered, between creatures and spirits, between past and present, and within the heart of every being who called it home. He understood that his role was not just as a caretaker of the forest, but as a bridge between its wonders and the stories that would inspire future generations. When Thistle finally returned to the heart of the verdant wood, he was greeted warmly by his fellow creatures, his eyes alight with the knowledge and experiences he had gathered. The young trees he had planted had grown taller in his absence, their leaves rustling a welcome as he approached. Thistle shared his tales with Bramble and the other inhabitants of the forest, his words weaving a tapestry of adventure and discovery. And as the seasons turned, the forest continued its eternal dance, guided by the wisdom of the spirits and the hearts of those who cherished its magic. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, the boundaries between reality and magic remained ever blurred, a testament to the harmonious symphony of life that played on, resonating with each story, each breath, and each heartbeat, intertwined with its timeless essence. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight, Thistle found himself drawn to the guardian tree. Its majestic branches seemed to reach for the stars, and the leaves rustled softly, as if whispering a secret invitation. Thistle felt the pull, a gentle nudge from the forest spirits, guiding him to the base of the tree. There, nestled among the roots, was an ancient scroll, its parchment weathered yet resilient. The scroll was adorned with symbols and markings that spoke of old magic and forgotten tales. Thistle's heart beat with anticipation as he carefully unrolled it, the moonlight illuminating the faded script. The scroll told the story of the verdant wood's origins, of how the forest came into being long before the world as Thistle knew it. It spoke of the first creatures who walked the earth, of their bonds with the spirits, and of the promise they made to protect the harmony of the land. As Thistle read, he felt a profound sense of belonging, a realization that his journey was but a continuation of a legacy that spanned generations. He understood that the verdant wood was not just a home. It was a living testament to the enduring bond between nature and the spirits, a bond that he was now a part of. With a heart full of gratitude, Thistle carefully returned the scroll to its resting place, vowing to honor its wisdom and share its stories with those who would listen. The forest in turn seemed to embrace him, its gentle rustling a promise of support and guidance in the days to come. As Thistle made his way back to his nest, he felt a renewed sense of purpose, the weight of his responsibilities lightened by the knowledge that he was never alone. The forest was his family, its magic a guiding light that would forever illuminate his path. And so, in the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, life continued in its harmonious dance, each creature and plant playing its part in the eternal symphony of nature. Thistle, guided by the wisdom of the spirits and the stories of the past, knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be, a guardian of the magic that flowed through the land, and a storyteller of the tales that would inspire generations to come. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets in the wind and the mossy ground felt like a soft carpet beneath one's feet, there thrived a community of creatures living in perfect harmony with their surroundings. This forest, known to the creatures as Verdantia, was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic danced and shimmered like sunlight on morning dew. Each creature, from the tiniest ant to the grandest stag, played a vital role in maintaining the forest's delicate balance. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns resembling the cycles of the moon. Thistle had lived in Verdantia for more seasons than any other, and the forest had become his family, his life, and his legacy. Thistle's home was nestled beside a tranquil pond, its surface mirroring the canopy's lush tapestry. Dragonflies flitted across the water, their wings catching the light in iridescent flashes, while frogs harmonized in a croaky chorus at dusk. On certain nights, when the moon was full, Thistle would retreat into his shell, feeling the vibrations of ancient songs emanating from the earth. These moments connected him to the soul of Verdantia, deepening his understanding of the forest's timeless rhythms and secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves gently floated to the forest floor, Thistle awoke to the murmurs of the wind carrying an unusual message. The breeze whispered of a disturbance in the harmony that threatened the very essence of Verdantia. With a sense of urgency, Thistle gathered his friends. Luna, the gentle deer, whose eyes sparkled like the night sky, Bramble, the squirrel, quick and curious, and Zephyr, the bird, whose songs could soothe even the fiercest storm. Luna, usually serene and composed, had been feeling a subtle shift in the forest's melody, like a single discordant note in an otherwise perfect symphony. Her hooves gently trod the fallen leaves, a subtle rhythm that mirrored her unease. Bramble, ever the explorer, had noticed the squirrels chattering more anxiously than usual, their tails twitching restlessly. His agile movements were less playful than before, driven by a need to understand. Zephyr, meanwhile, had sensed a heaviness in the air during his morning flights, as if the very sky was holding its breath. His wings beat faster, urging him to find the source of the unease. The four friends met at the heart of the forest, where a silver stream gurgled joyfully over smooth stones, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Thistle, with his wise eyes and patient voice, explained the whispers he had heard. "The balance is shifting," he said. "The forest is calling for our help." As they pondered this, Luna pricked her ears at the distant sound of an unfamiliar rustling. "Perhaps we should visit the old oak," she suggested. "Its roots have seen countless seasons and may offer us guidance." Agreeing, they set off toward the old oak, the ancient guardian of Verdantia. Its trunk was massive, and its branches stretched wide like welcoming arms. As they approached, the oak's leaves rustled, shimmering with an ethereal glow, as if it understood their purpose. The bark of the old oak was a tapestry of time, etched with the stories of countless generations. On their journey, they passed through a meadow where wildflowers danced in the breeze, their colors a vibrant palette of nature's artistry. The creatures of Verdantia paused in their daily routines to watch the group pass, their eyes filled with hope and trust. Each step felt like a promise to the land they cherished, a vow to protect its beauty and mystery. As they traveled, they encountered an elderly hedgehog named Thorn, whose quills were as silver as moonlight. Thorn was known for his extensive knowledge of herbal remedies and the ancient tales of Verdantia. He paused from his task of gathering wild chamomile to offer them a few words of wisdom. "The forest speaks to those who listen," he said, his voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the wind. "Trust in its guidance, and it will lead you true." With Thorn's words echoing in their hearts, the group continued their journey, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. Thistle spoke softly to the old oak, feeling the wisdom of ages within its bark. "Old friend," he began, "we seek your counsel. The forest calls to us, and we fear there is an imbalance." The old oak's voice, deep and resonant, echoed through their minds like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. "Indeed, young ones," it replied, "a change in the winds has disturbed the natural order. It is the work of the tempest stones, hidden deep within the Cave of Echoes. They have been disturbed, and their magic must be calmed." Zephyr flitted up to the old oak's branches, his wings brushing against the leaves. "How can we restore their balance?" he chirped, his voice filled with determination. "By working together," the old oak advised, "and by bringing each of your unique gifts to the task. Only then can the forest's harmony be restored." With newfound purpose, the friends embarked on their journey deeper into the forest, where the shadows played tricks with the light and the air grew cooler. The path to the Cave of Echoes was a tapestry of vibrant hues and soft whispers, the forest itself guiding them with a gentle hand. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of past adventures, tales of courage and unity that bolstered their spirits. Luna, inspired by these stories, felt a surge of resolve, her heart swelling with a protective love for her home. Bramble's mind raced with ideas, his curiosity igniting a spark of ingenuity that would prove invaluable. Zephyr, buoyed by his friend's confidence, sang a song of hope, his voice weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they neared the cave, the air crackled with a strange energy, like the charge before a storm. The entrance to the Cave of Echoes was a gaping maw in the side of a moss-covered cliff, its depths veiled in mystery and the faint sound of a distant, ethereal hum. Shadows danced along the walls, creating a tapestry of light and dark that seemed to breathe with the pulse of the stones. Before entering, they paused at a small grove where the forest sage, a wise old owl named Orin, resided. Orin was known for his deep understanding of the forest's enchantments and the histories that shaped Verdantia. His feathers, a mosaic of soft browns and grays, glimmered softly as he blinked at the approaching friends with his large, golden eyes. "You embark on a noble quest," Orin hooted softly, his voice a melody of wisdom and warmth. "The Cave of Echoes is a place of great power and mystery. Remember, the stones reflect the heart of those who seek to calm them. Approach with humility and sincerity, and their magic will listen." The friends nodded, feeling the weight of Orin's words settle in their hearts. With renewed determination, they stepped into the cave, each carrying Orin's wisdom like a shield against the unknown. Inside, the cave was a cathedral of stone, with stalactites hanging like the fangs of a sleeping dragon, and stalagmites rising like ancient sentinels. The tempest stones, a cluster of glowing crystals, pulsed with a restless energy at the heart of the cavern. Luna, with her gentle spirit, approached the stones first, her presence calming the air. "We must soothe them," she whispered, as a mother calms her child. Her breath mingled with the cave's cool air, creating a misty aura around her. Bramble, with his nimble paws, gathered fallen leaves and twigs, arranging them around the stones in a pattern he had learned from the elder squirrels, a symbol of peace and unity. Each twig and leaf was placed with intention, a testament to his growing understanding of the forest's language. Zephyr, with his melodious voice, began to sing a lullaby that echoed through the cave, a song older than the forest itself. His notes danced like the echoes of a gentle breeze, weaving through the stone columns. Finally, Thistle placed his weathered shell against the stones, feeling their energy flow through him. With the wisdom of countless seasons, he whispered words of balance and harmony, words handed down by the turtles of Verdantia for generations. Slowly, the restless energy of the Tempest stones began to settle, their glow shifting from a frantic pulse to a gentle, steady light. The cave, once filled with tension, now resonated with a serene peace, as if the very essence of the forest was breathing a sigh of relief. With their task complete, the friends made their way back to the heart of the forest. The sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and rose, and the forest sang a song of gratitude, a melody of rustling leaves and whispering winds. As they journeyed back, they decided to take a different path, one that led past an old willow tree known for its wisdom. It was said the willow could read the future in the patterns of its leaves. As they passed, the willow's branches swayed gracefully, and its leaves seemed to whisper a prophecy of hope and renewal. The friends paused, feeling a sense of destiny intertwined with their actions, as though the forest itself was acknowledging their efforts. Back at the silver stream, the friends gathered once more, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had restored the balance. As they settled down, the stars began to twinkle overhead, each one a tiny beacon of hope and wonder. Thistle, feeling the warmth of friendship all around him, spoke softly, "We have done well, my friends. The forest is at peace once more, and so are we." And as the forest cradled them in its gentle embrace, the creatures of Verdantia slept soundly, knowing that their world would continue to thrive, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of nature's harmony. As they drifted into slumber, the ancient songs of Verdantia whispered through the leaves, a soft promise that the forest, in all its magic and mystery, would forever be their sanctuary. The wind carried these melodies through the night, a reminder of the bond between the creatures and their beloved home, a bond unbroken and eternal. 6. In a quaint little village, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a serene, whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was known for its cobblestone paths and cottages adorned with ivy, where every home seemed to breathe stories of old. Finn had a curious mind and a heart as open as the azure sky above him. His days were filled with wonder, exploring the nooks and crannies of the world around him, always eager to discover something new. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Finn stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface smooth and warm to the touch, adorned with delicate engravings of stars and moons. Finn felt a strange tingle in his fingertips as he lifted the box, a sensation that was both comforting and exhilarating. Taking the box home, Finn placed it on a table near the hearth, where the flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow around the room. He gazed at it with wonder, pondering its purpose and origin. That evening, as the village was enveloped in the gentle hush of twilight, Finn's curiosity got the better of him. He opened the box, expecting perhaps a trinket or a forgotten keepsake. To his amazement, the box contained a small, shimmering orb, no larger than a marble. As Finn peered into its depths, he saw swirling colors and flickers of light that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. The orb whispered to him, not with words, but with feelings and images, painting visions of distant lands and fantastical creatures. The next morning, guided by the orb's gentle nudges, Finn embarked on a journey, his heart filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation. He was joined by his dear friend, Lila, a spirited girl with laughter like a bubbling brook and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Together they followed the orb's subtle guidance, venturing into the heart of the whispering forest. As they walked, the forest enveloped them in its embrace, the rustling leaves and soft bird calls creating a symphony of nature's lullaby. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, painting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, invigorating and comforting all at once. Along their journey, they encountered a wise old tortoise named Old Jasper, who moved with the deliberate grace of one who has seen many seasons come and go. Jasper shared stories of the forest's history and the magic that lingered in its roots and branches. His voice was a soothing balm, full of warmth and gentle wisdom. "Remember," Jasper advised with a twinkle in his eye, "true magic lies not in power, but in understanding." Finn and Lila continued their journey, their spirits buoyed by Jasper's words. They came upon a clearing where a babbling brook meandered through a meadow of wildflowers, the air alive with the hum of bees and the flutter of butterflies. It was here that they met Nola, a kind-hearted fairy with wings like stained glass and a laugh that chimed like silver bells. Nola joined them, her presence lightening their steps and brightening their hearts. As dusk began to fall, the orb led them to the base of a towering mountain. The path ahead was steep and rocky, a challenge that seemed insurmountable. But Finn, Lila, and Nola, undeterred, pooled their strengths and wisdom. "I believe the mountain is not meant to be conquered by force," Nola suggested, her voice thoughtful. "Perhaps we must understand its story." With that, the trio sat quietly, listening to the mountain's whispers carried on the evening breeze. They heard tales of ancient times, of how the mountain had stood as a guardian of the land, its presence a testament to endurance and patience. Inspired by these stories, Finn gently placed the orb on the ground, and it began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that illuminated a hidden path winding around the mountain. Together, they followed this new path, their footsteps light and their hearts united in purpose. As they reached the summit, they were greeted by a breathtaking panorama. The world stretched out before them, a tapestry of forests, rivers, and valleys bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. It was a sight that filled them with awe and gratitude. In that moment, Finn understood the orb's true magic. It was not about wielding power or commanding elements, but about seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart open to its infinite stories. The journey had transformed him, not through feats of strength, but through the gentle embrace of friendship and the wisdom found in listening. With the orb's purpose revealed, Finn, Lila, and Nola returned to their village, their spirits aglow with the magic of their adventure. They shared their tale with the villagers, who gathered around the hearth's warm embrace, their eyes wide with wonder and hearts touched by the beauty of the story. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, the gentle promise of dreams woven into the fabric of the night. Finn's journey had come full circle, leaving behind not just memories, but a reminder that true magic lies in the connections we forge and the stories we share. With a heart full of gratitude and a soul enriched by his journey, Finn placed the orb back into its wooden box, knowing that its magic would always be a part of him. As he drifted off to sleep, he felt the warmth of the hearth and the comfort of the stories that would carry him gently into the realm of dreams. The end. Story 7. Once upon a starlit eve, a whisper danced through the whispering pines of the Everwood forest. The night air carried the scent of damp moss and wood smoke, hinting at the wonders that dwelled within this timeless realm. Deep in a hollowed oak, an old gnome named Bramble stirred from his slumber. His wispy beard shimmered like moonbeams as he stretched his gnarled limbs. It was time. Bramble was the keeper of an ancient ritual, one that had been passed down through countless generations. For on this night, the veil between worlds thinned, allowing the hidden folk of the forest to commune with the very essence of nature itself. Collecting his carved staff, Bramble emerged into the moonlit glade. Fireflies swirled in a lantern-like dance, their radiant glow illuminating the mossy ground. With a wave of his staff, Bramble summoned the forest dwellers to gather. One by one, they appeared. Pixies with wings of spun glass, dryads with bark-like skin and eyes that shimmered like sunlight on leaves, and sprightly woodland sprites. Even the shyest creatures answered the call, their curiosity piqued by the magic in the air. As the forest kingdom assembled, Bramble raised his staff high. Friends, another cycle has turned, and once more we must renew the sacred bond that ties us to this blessed wood. A hush fell over the glade as the old gnome began to weave his spell. His voice was low and melodic, blending with the night song of crickets and the hushed patter of an unseen stream. Powers older than the ancient oaks stirred, responding to Bramble's words. Slowly, tendrils of vibrant green energy began to emanate from the forest floor. They danced and swirled, painting the air with shimmering ribbons of verdant light. One by one, the hidden folk joined the ritual, adding their own essence to the weave. The pixies trilled melodies of new growth and rebirth. The dryads whispered the secrets of bark and leaf. The sprites brought the laughter of sunlight filtering through the canopy. Even the most humble of creatures, a scurrying vole, an iridescent beetle, contributed their small sparks of life to the gleaming tapestry. As the magic swelled, the barrier between worlds dissolved like morning mist. The spirits of tree and stream, of moss and meadow, made themselves known in a kaleidoscope of elemental energies. Bramble's staff pulsed in time with the primordial heartbeat of the forest. He could feel the ebb and flow of the seasons, the cycle of life and renewal that bound all living things in a grand, eternal dance. Just when it seemed the magic could swell no brighter, a final elemental force joined the symphony, a rumble of thunder as dark clouds gathered. Rain began to fall, not in dreary droplets, but in shimmering diamonds that glittered with captured moonlight. The downpour seemed to breathe life into the spectacle. The strands of energy pulsed and surged, drinking deep of the sky's blessed gift. For a breathless moment, the entire glade was awash in a radiant emerald aura, its splendor matched only by the joy that filled every heart present. Then, like a gentle sigh, the magic dispersed, sending warm ripples of renewal through the forest. Trees seemed to stand taller, their boughs hung heavy with the promise of a bountiful summer. Wildflowers bloomed in kaleidoscopic profusion, their vibrant hues reflecting the rejuvenated essence of the wood. As the last motes of energy faded, the hidden folk looked upon each other with faces alight. They had witnessed the eternal cycle made manifest once more, the delicate balance that sustained their cherished home for another turning of the seasons. Bramble lowered his staff, a contented smile playing across his weazened features. "The rites are complete," he proclaimed in a hushed voice. "Take heart, good friends, for our beloved forest will flourish anew." With those words, the magical creatures departed, scattering like jewels flung from an open hand. Dryads retreated to their arboreal sanctums, while pixies and sprites took to the air in dizzying, joyous loops. Only Bramble remained, watching as the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy. A new day had dawned, and with it, a resurgence of the life force that flowed through every root and vine, every fern and flower. The old gnome sighed deeply, feeling the potent energies course through his being. His role was complete for another year. Tucking his staff beneath one arm, he made his way back toward the sheltering boughs of the ancient oak. As he walked, Bramble's mind turned to the future, to the one who would eventually take up his mantle as keeper of the rites. He would choose wisely, for that student would carry the knowledge and sacred duty into the generations yet to come. For in this timeless wood, even as seasons cycled and years turned to decades, the harmony between all living things must be preserved. It was a lesson as enduring as the ancient oaks themselves, one that the hidden folk would keep safely enfolded in their hearts, like a seed waiting to blossom anew. Story 8. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stood tall, and their leaves whispered secrets to those who would listen, there existed a quaint village named Bramblebrook. The cottages, each adorned with moss-covered roofs and chimneys that puffed gentle plumes of lavender-scented smoke, cradled the village in a snug embrace. At dusk, the lanterns lining the cobblestone streets would twinkle to life, casting a golden glow that seemed to dance with the fireflies. In this village, there lived a young girl named Liora. Liora had eyes the color of the sky just before twilight, and a heart as warm as the sun-kissed stones by the river. She was known for her curiosity and her knack for seeing what others often overlooked. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Peregrine, who had feathers like a starry night and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the world in shades of pink and purple, a peculiar thing happened in Bramblebrook. The village bell, which faithfully chimed each hour, suddenly stopped. No sound echoed across the village square, and silence settled like a gentle blanket over the cobblestones. The villagers, puzzled but not alarmed, gathered around the bell tower, their faces lit by the glow of the moon. Liora, with Peregrine perched on her shoulder, joined the circle. The bell, a grand old thing made of bronze and etched with runes that shimmered in the moonlight, hung still and silent. "Why has it stopped?" murmured Mrs. Thistle, the baker, her hands dusted with flour. "Perhaps it's tired," suggested Mr. Pippin, the cobbler, scratching his head beneath his cap. Liora, her mind ticking like a well-wound clock, stepped closer to the bell. She looked up at Peregrine, who ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "It seems there's a mystery afoot," Liora said softly, her voice a warm breeze in the cool night air. With the villagers watching, Liora and Peregrine decided to investigate. They climbed the spiral staircase inside the bell tower, the steps creaking gently underfoot. As they reached the top, the view of Bramblebrook spread out beneath them like a patchwork quilt, comforting and familiar. The bell hung in the center of the tower, grand and imposing. Liora approached it carefully, reaching out to touch its cool surface. As her fingers brushed the metal, she felt a faint tremor, like the purring of a distant cat. "Peregrine, do you feel that?" Liora asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Peregrine tilted his head, his sharp eyes glistening. "Indeed, I do. It's as if the bell is trying to speak." Liora pondered this for a moment. "Perhaps it needs help," she mused, thinking of the gentle way one might soothe a frightened animal. The two friends spent the night in the bell tower, listening to the whispers of the wind and the soft hoots of night creatures. As dawn broke, painting the sky with strokes of gold and peach, Liora had an idea. "We need to listen," she said simply, looking at Peregrine. And listen they did. Throughout the day, they observed the bell closely, noting the way the light danced upon its surface, the way it swayed ever so slightly in the breeze. By evening, an idea began to form in Leora's mind, as clear as the first star appearing in the twilight. She climbed onto a small stool, her heart steady and sure. "Maybe the bell isn't broken," Liora announced to the gathered villagers below. "Perhaps it has forgotten its song." The villagers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Liora continued, her voice gentle but firm. "Sometimes when things are quiet, it's because they're waiting to be heard in a new way." With Peregrine's help, Liora carefully adjusted the clapper of the bell, aligning it with the ancient runes that adorned its surface. She hummed softly, a melody taught by her grandmother, one that spoke of the wind and the stars and all things enduring. As her song filled the air, the bell trembled, and then, with a deep, resonant note, it began to chime. The sound was richer and more melodious than ever before, a harmony that danced on the breeze and wrapped around the villagers like a warm shawl. The villagers cheered, their hearts lightened by the music. Mrs. Thistle wiped a tear from her eye, while Mr. Pippin tipped his cap with a grin. The bell had found its voice once more, and with it, a new song for Bramblebrook. Liora and Peregrine looked at each other, their faces alight with joy and understanding. They had solved the mystery not with force or haste, but with patience and care. That night, as the village settled into peaceful slumber, Liora lay in her bed, the soft rustle of the whispering woods a soothing lullaby. She thought of the bell, and of how sometimes all one needed was to listen closely to hear the magic that lay within. And so, Bramblebrook continued to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle chimes of the bell, under the watchful eyes of a girl and her wise feathered friend. The mystery had been solved, and with it, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most wondrous things happen when you take the time to truly listen. The villagers slept soundly, wrapped in dreams spun from the melodies of the bell, their hearts as warm and cozy as the village they called home. And in the stillness of the night, the whispering woods sang their ancient song, a lullaby for all who dwelled within its embrace. Story 9. In the heart of a lush emerald forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young woman named Liora. Liora was as much a part of the forest as the ancient oaks and the babbling brooks, but lately she felt an uneasy stirring within her soul. Change was afoot, and it both intrigued and frightened her. Liora had always cherished her simple life, tending to her garden of wildflowers and herbs, and communing with the woodland creatures. Yet a restlessness had taken root, a yearning for something more that she couldn't quite define. Each evening, as she sat by the flickering firelight in her cozy cottage, she pondered the source of her unease. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves blazed in shades of amber and gold, Liora set out on a walk to clear her mind. She wandered deeper into the forest than she had ever dared before, her feet guided by an unseen force. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting the forest floor in a dappled dance. As she walked, Liora stumbled upon an ancient gnarled oak tree, its bark twisted with age and wisdom. Nestled within its roots was a shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Drawn to its ethereal beauty, Liora knelt beside it and peered into its depths. Instead of her reflection, she saw a vision of herself, but older, wiser, aglow with an inner light she had never known. Startled, Liora pulled back, but a gentle voice whispered through the rustling leaves. "Fear not, dear one," it said, soothing as a lullaby. "This is a glimpse of your true self, the person you are destined to become." Confused but entranced, Liora leaned back in to watch the vision unfold. In the reflection, she saw herself engaging in acts of kindness, her hands healing those in need, her voice uplifted in song, spreading joy and peace. She realized this was the change she had sensed, a transformation not of her surroundings, but of her spirit. As the vision faded, Liora felt a warmth enveloping her, like the embrace of an old friend. She knew she could not ignore this calling. With a resolute heart, she rose and made her way back home, the path through the forest now alive with possibility. In the days that followed, Liora sought the counsel of her dear friend, Bryn, a wise old owl who had watched over the forest for many moons. Perched high in his oak, Bryn listened intently as Liora poured out her heart, sharing the vision and her fears of change. "Transformation is a part of life, dear Liora," Bryn cooed softly. "It is the thread that weaves the tapestry of our existence. Embrace it, and you will discover the strength and beauty that lies within." Encouraged by Bryn's words, Liora began her journey of self-discovery. She spent her days learning the ancient arts of healing and song, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle creatures who inhabited it. Each step she took brought her closer to the vision she had seen, her spirit blossoming like the wildflowers in her garden. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Liora found herself once again by the ancient oak and its enchanted pool. This time, she gazed into the water with a heart full of acceptance and gratitude. The vision returned, clearer and brighter than before. Liora saw herself embracing her newfound gifts, spreading light and love throughout the land. She understood now that this was not an end, but a beginning, a journey of continuous growth and discovery. With a serene smile, Liora rose from the pool, her heart at peace. The forest around her seemed to hum with approval, the trees swaying gently in the evening breeze. She knew she was not alone on this path. The forest, her friends, and the magic within her would guide her steps. As she made her way back home, the glow of the firelight welcoming her from afar, Liora felt a profound sense of belonging. She had learned that true transformation comes from within, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the limitless potential of her own soul. And so, under the starlit canopy of the forest, Liora's journey continued, a tale of growth, friendship, and the magical power of embracing one's true self. And in the warmth of her cottage, nestled by the crackling fire, she drifted into dreams, knowing that with each new day, her heart would continue to expand, like the timeless beauty of the forest itself. Story 10. In a tranquil vale, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay the village of Moonshadow Hollow. The villagers, a harmonious blend of humans and magical beings, lived in quaint cottages with thatched roofs and winding cobblestone paths that glimmered under the soft light of the moon. The air was perpetually tinged with the scent of blooming lilacs and the distant song of a babbling brook that wound its way through the heart of the village. Moonshadow Hollow was a place where magic mingled with the mundane, where fireflies danced like twinkling stars, and the laughter of villagers echoed through the air like a gentle lullaby. It was a place of peace and simplicity, where life was as predictable as the steady rhythm of the seasons. Yet, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and a blanket of twilight settled over the village, a peculiar thing occurred. The villagers gathered in the town square for the weekly storytelling session, but as the storyteller began, the flickering lanterns that lined the square mysteriously extinguished one by one. The villagers gasped in surprise as they found themselves enveloped in darkness, save for the silvery glow of the moon above. The villagers murmured in confusion, and it was then that a soft voice broke through the chatter. It belonged to Finn, a young boy with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as kind as the gentle breeze. "Don't worry, everyone," Finn said reassuringly. "We'll find out what's causing this." Beside Finn stood his dearest friend, a sprightly pixie named Liora. Her wings shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and her presence was as comforting as a warm hug on a chilly night. "We should investigate," Liora suggested, her voice as light as a feather. "Perhaps it's just a trick of the wind or a playful spirit." With a nod of agreement, the pair set off, their path illuminated by the moon's soft glow. They wandered through the village, guided by the faintest whispers of the night. It wasn't long before they arrived at the edge of the enchanted forest, a place where magic thrived and the trees themselves seemed to hum with life. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the scent of pine and moss enveloped them like a comforting blanket. Suddenly, a gentle rustling caught their attention. From behind a curtain of ferns emerged a wise old owl named Eldwin, whose feathers were as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as deep as the night sky. "Eldwin!" Finn exclaimed, relieved to see their trusted friend. "The lanterns in the village have gone out, and we can't seem to figure out why." Eldwin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with wisdom. "Ah, young ones," he said in a voice that was both ancient and kind. "There is no cause for alarm. I suspect the moon has simply wished to share its light a little more generously tonight." The companions pondered Eldwin's words, and Lyra's eyes widened in realization. "Perhaps the moonlight has drawn the fireflies away from the lanterns," she suggested. "They might be entranced by its glow." Finn nodded thoughtfully, his mind piecing together the mystery. "If that's the case, we can gently guide them back to the village." With Eldwin's guidance, Finn and Liora gathered delicate blossoms of moonflowers, whose petals seemed to capture the very essence of moonlight. With each step, they scattered the petals, creating a trail of shimmering light that led back to the village. As they walked, the fireflies began to notice the luminous path. One by one they followed, their tiny bodies flickering like stars come alive. When Finn and Liora reached the village square, the fireflies had returned, filling the air with their gentle glow and reigniting the lanterns with their twinkling light. The villagers who had gathered once more erupted into a chorus of delighted cheers. Finn and Liora beamed with joy, their hearts full of warmth from the unity and happiness that their efforts had inspired. Eldwin, perched nearby, watched the scene with a knowing smile. "Sometimes," he said quietly to Finn and Liora, "all it takes is a little understanding and a gentle touch to restore the balance." The night continued with the storytelling session, the lanterns casting a comforting glow over the smiling faces of the villagers. As the gentle voice of the storyteller wove tales of wonder and magic, Finn and Liora exchanged a look of contentment, knowing that they had helped preserve the harmony of their beloved Moonshadow Hollow. And so, the village returned to its tranquil rhythm, with the fireflies and the villagers sharing the light and warmth of their enchanted home. The mystery had been solved, not through force or conflict, but through kindness, observation, and the simple magic of friendship. And as the night deepened, the peaceful sounds of the village lulled everyone into a restful sleep, dreaming of moonlit adventures and the gentle mysteries of life. Story 11. In the distant reaches of the galaxy, where the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across velvet, there was a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, casting an ethereal glow over lush emerald forests and crystalline lakes. It was here that our story begins, with two unlikely companions from worlds far apart. The first was a gentle creature named Thalia, a native of the vibrant planet Luminara. Thalia was a luminarian, a being of light, whose skin glowed softly like moonlit pearls, and whose eyes held the wisdom of ancient comets. She moved with a grace that seemed to weave the very air with strands of light, and her heart was as warm as the sunrises that greeted her world each day. The second was a visitor from the planet Arcturus, a place of icy peaks and winds that sang 1,000 tunes. His name was Kale, a rugged Arcturan with skin that shimmered like frost-kissed steel and eyes that mirrored the deep, serene blues of his homeland's frozen lakes. Kale was not accustomed to the warmth and brilliance of Luminara, but his spirit was as resilient as the mountains he called home. Their paths crossed on a day when the skies of Luminara were especially vibrant, a festival of colors that danced in the stratosphere. Thalia had ventured to the edge of her village, drawn by the celestial display, when she stumbled upon Kale, who had landed his shimmering, ice-crusted vessel on the soft, mossy ground. Startled, Thalia's first instinct was to retreat, her light dimming slightly in surprise. Kale, equally surprised, raised a hand in a gesture of peace, his breath visible in the warm air. They stood there for a moment, two beings from different worlds, caught in the delicate balance of curiosity and caution. "Greetings," Kale finally spoke, his voice a deep, soothing melody. "I am Kale from Arcturos. I mean no harm." Thalia's glow brightened once more, curiosity overcoming her initial hesitation. "Welcome, Kale of Arcturos. I am Thalia. What brings you to our world?" Kale hesitated, glancing at the sky where his ship was nestled. "I am an explorer, seeking understanding and knowledge of the stars and those who dwell beneath them. Yet it seems I am lost." Thalia smiled, her radiance a comforting balm. "Then perhaps I can guide you, for Luminara is a place of wonders, and no one should wander alone." Thus began their journey together, a Luminarian and an Arcturan, traversing forests that whispered with ancient secrets and valleys that sang with the melodies of life. As they traveled, they encountered challenges, rivers too swift to cross, paths obscured by thick golden fogs, but each trial only served to strengthen the bond between them. One evening, as the two companions rested beneath the sprawling branches of a starbloom tree, its blossoms glowing softly in the twilight, they found themselves deep in conversation. Kale spoke of the icy beauty of his home, of snowflakes that danced like spirits in the wind, while Thalia shared tales of Luminara's endless sunlight and the creatures that thrived in its warmth. It was during one such conversation that a misunderstanding arose. Thalia, in her eagerness to share, mentioned the warmth of friendship as the greatest gift of her world. Kale, used to the solitude of his icy realm, misinterpreted her words as a subtle critique of his own isolated life. Hurt, Kale withdrew, his demeanor as cold as his homeland. Thalia, sensing the shift, was puzzled and saddened. She pondered the cause of his discomfort, her heart heavy with the weight of unspoken words. Determined to mend the rift, Thalia approached Kale as the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "Kale," she began softly, her voice a gentle murmur in the night, "I fear I have caused you pain with my words. It was not my intent." Kale looked up, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "I have misunderstood, Thalia. In Arcturos, we value silence and solitude as much as companionship. I see now that your words were meant with kindness, not judgment." With understanding blossoming between them, Thalia reached out, her light enveloping Kale in a comforting embrace. Friendship, like the stars, is vast and varied. It takes many forms, each as beautiful as the next. From that moment on, their journey continued with a newfound depth of understanding. They faced their challenges with united strength, whether it was deciphering the cryptic patterns of the celestial maps or protecting one another from the sudden tempests that occasionally swept across the land. As their adventure drew to a close, Kale and Thalia stood on a hill overlooking the Luminarian village, the sky above a tapestry of stars. Kale's ship was repaired, ready to take him back to Arcturos, but his heart was forever changed by the warmth of Thalia's friendship. "Thank you, Thalia," Kale said, his voice filled with emotion, "for showing me the beauty of your world and the strength of companionship." Thalia smiled, her glow as bright as the morning sun. "And thank you, Kale, for teaching me the power of listening and understanding. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts have found a common language." With a final embrace, Kale boarded his ship, the vessel rising smoothly into the sky, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. Thalia watched until the ship was but a twinkle among the stars, her heart full and her spirit light. And so, across the vastness of space, two souls from different worlds discovered the true meaning of friendship. A bond forged not in similarity, but in the understanding and celebration of their differences. Under the canopy of the universe, they learned that true companionship is a journey of the heart, one that transcends the stars themselves. As the night unfolded over Luminara, Talia returned to her village, her light shining brighter than ever, content in the knowledge that she had gained a friend who, though distant in miles, was forever close in spirit. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Ashwood, where cobblestone paths wove through cottages like threads in a tapestry, there existed a secret known only to a few. The village, nestled amidst rolling hills and bordered by an ancient forest, was home to creatures and wonders unseen by ordinary eyes. The forest, known as Eldergrove, was whispered to hold a hidden world, a place where time meandered like a gentle stream and mysteries awaited those who dared to seek them out. In this village lived a young girl named Liora, whose heart was as curious as a sparrow's song. She had a knack for finding beauty in the overlooked, a dew-laden spiderweb, the rustle of leaves whispering secrets, or the way sunlight danced on the surface of the village pond. Yet, of all the wonders in Ashwood, none captivated her more than the stories of Eldergrove's hidden world. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and gold, Liora set out on a journey into Eldergrove. Her small leather satchel swung at her side, filled with essentials for an explorer: a loaf of crusty bread, a flask of sweet elderflower water, and a notebook for sketching discoveries. She wore her favorite cloak, woven from the softest wool, dyed a rich emerald that mirrored the forest's depths. The path into Eldergrove was framed by towering oaks, their leaves whispering overhead. As Liora ventured deeper, the forest seemed to come alive. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle symphony of birdsong accompanied her steps. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor, which was carpeted with a mosaic of fallen leaves. For hours, Liora wandered, her senses alive to the forest's magic. She marveled at the intricate patterns of moss on ancient stones and the way squirrels darted among the branches, their bushy tails flicking like paintbrushes against the sky. Yet as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows, a soft chiming caught her attention. It was a sound unlike any she had heard before, a melody that seemed to beckon her deeper into the woods. Guided by the ethereal music, Liora stumbled upon a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the heavens. Nestled in its roots was a small, ornate box, covered in delicate carvings of leaves and vines. The box seemed to shimmer with an inner light, as if infused with the very essence of the forest. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Liora knelt beside the box, her fingers tracing its intricate designs. As she lifted the lid, the chiming grew louder, enveloping her in a warmth that felt like a gentle embrace. Inside lay a small, silver key, its surface etched with the same patterns as the box. With the key in hand, Liora felt a tingling sensation, as if the forest itself had whispered a secret into her heart. The clearing, once still and silent, now hummed with life. Tiny lights flickered around her, wisps of light dancing like fireflies in the dusk. And then she saw them, the inhabitants of Eldergrove's hidden world, emerging from the shadows. They were creatures of wonder, tiny fairies with wings like stained glass, gentle woodland spirits, and animals that shimmered with an otherworldly glow. The fairies flitted around Liora, their laughter like tinkling bells, while the spirits moved with a grace that seemed to defy the laws of nature. At first, Liora felt a pang of fear, but it was quickly replaced by awe and a sense of belonging. Here, in this enchanted place, she was not a stranger but a welcomed guest. The creatures gathered around her, and one of the fairies, a delicate being with hair the color of moonlight, approached her. "Welcome, Liora," the fairy said, her voice as soft as a breeze. "You have found the key to Eldergrove, a treasure that chooses its own bearer. It has granted you the gift to see our world, hidden from those who do not believe." Liora's heart swelled with wonder and gratitude. She had always believed in the magic of the world, in the stories told by her grandmother by the fireside, and now those stories had come to life before her eyes. She spent the evening in their company, learning of their ways and sharing tales of her own. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the fairy presented Liora with a task. "There is a mystery within Eldergrove. one that has troubled us for many moons. The great oak, the heart of our world, is ill. Its leaves wither and its branches grow weak. We believe that the solution lies in the forest's heart, a place of great power. But only a human with the key can find it. Liora listened intently, her resolve firm. She promised to help, for she understood the importance of preserving the balance of their hidden world. The next morning, with the silver key as her guide, Liora embarked on her quest. The path to the forest's heart was not marked by any trail, but she was guided by the whispers of the trees and the gentle tug of the key in her hand. Along the way she encountered challenges: a swift river with icy waters, a dense thicket that seemed impassable. But each time, her new friends appeared to aid her. The fairies flew above the river, creating a bridge of light, and the woodland spirits parted the thicket with a touch. Finally, she reached a glade where the air shimmered with magic. At its center was a stone altar, upon which rested a glowing crystal, pulsating with the heartbeat of the forest. Liora knew this was the forest's heart, the source of life for Eldergrove. With care, she placed the silver key in a small indentation on the altar. As it clicked into place, a radiant light enveloped her, filling the glade with warmth and vitality. The trees around her straightened, their leaves turning a vibrant green, and the air thrummed with renewed energy. Liora returned to the great oak, its transformation evident. The leaves were lush, and the branches stretched skyward, vibrant with life once more. The creatures of Eldergrove gathered to celebrate, their joy a palpable force that echoed through the forest. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over the festivities, Liora realized that her journey had changed her. She had discovered a hidden world, and in doing so, had found her own strength and purpose. The friendship she shared with the magical beings of Eldergrove was a bond she would cherish forever. When at last it was time to return to her village, the fairy who had first greeted her presented Liora with a gift, a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a reminder of her adventure and the world she had saved. With a heart full of memories and gratitude, Liora made her way back through Eldergrove, the forest now a part of her soul. She emerged from the woods as the first light of dawn kissed the village rooftops, her spirit aglow with the knowledge that magic was real, and friendship was the strongest magic of all. And so, Liora lived on, telling tales of her adventure to those who would listen, her stories a beacon of hope and wonder. Her heart, forever connected to Eldergrove, beat with the rhythm of the hidden world she had saved, a world where dreams were woven into the fabric of the forest, and the bonds of friendship could overcome any challenge. Thus, in the village of Ashwood, under the watchful gaze of Eldergrove's ancient trees, Liora's story became legend, a tale of magic and friendship that warmed the hearts of all who heard it. And as the years passed, the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, a testament to the power of belief and the enduring strength of a kind heart. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the sun sprinkled golden leaves with a warm, dappled light, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This was a place where time seemed to drift like the gentle flow of the river that wound lazily through the forest. The villagers lived in snug, thatched cottages, their chimneys puffing soft trails of smoke that mingled with the morning mist. On the edge of the village, nestled between two ancient oaks, stood the cottage of an elderly woman known to all as Granny Willow. Her eyes were as bright as the stars, and her heart was as warm as the sunlit hearth. Granny Willow was known for her wisdom and her knack for solving puzzles that left others scratching their heads. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the ground, a peculiar problem arose in Willowbrook. The villagers awoke to find that the colors of the leaves had vanished overnight. Where there had been vibrant reds and fiery oranges, there were now only muted shades of gray. The villagers gathered in the square, whispering their worries, each one casting anxious glances toward the forest. "I reckon it must be some kind of magic," said Bert, the blacksmith, his voice a deep rumble. "Aye, magic indeed," agreed Maud, the baker, dusting flour from her hands. "But what kind, and why?" Granny Willow listened quietly, her knitting needles clicking softly as she pondered the mystery. She decided it was time to seek the counsel of the wise creatures that inhabited the whispering woods. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden rays upon the frosted earth, Granny Willow set off into the forest. Her path was lit by patches of sunlight filtering through the canopy, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. It wasn't long before she reached a clearing where, perched upon a moss-covered stone, sat an owl with feathers as white as the first snow. "Good day to you, Grandmother Owl," Granny Willow greeted, her voice gentle and respectful. "And to you, dear Willow," replied the owl, her eyes as wise and deep as the forest itself. "What brings you to my neck of the woods?" Granny Willow explained the strange disappearance of the leaf colors, and Grandmother Owl listened, nodding slowly. "This is indeed curious," she hooted softly. "I have heard whispers of a mischievous spirit, one who delights in playing tricks upon the unsuspecting." "Do you know where I might find this spirit?" Granny Willow asked, her curiosity piqued. "The spirit of seasons dwells near the crystal brook," Grandmother Owl replied. "She is playful, yet kind-hearted. Approach her with kindness, and you may find the answers you seek." Thanking Grandmother Owl, Granny Willow continued her journey deeper into the forest. The path was soft beneath her feet, carpeted with pine needles and the occasional crunch of fallen twigs. She soon reached the crystal brook, its waters singing a sweet melody as they danced over smooth stones. There, seated upon a rock at the water's edge, was the spirit of seasons. Her hair flowed like a cascade of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 twinkling stars. She looked up as Granny Willow approached and smiled. "I have been expecting you, wise one," the spirit said, her voice as light as the breeze. "Then you know why I am here," Granny Willow replied with a gentle smile. The spirit nodded, her expression turning thoughtful. "I meant no harm, only a bit of fun. I borrowed the colors to paint the dawn sky, but I see now that the village misses their autumn splendor." Granny Willow chuckled softly. "Perhaps you might return the colors, and in exchange I can share with you a story from the village, a tale as vibrant as the leaves themselves." The spirit's eyes twinkled with delight. "A fair trade," she agreed, clapping her hands. Instantly a cascade of colors flowed from her fingertips, swirling through the air like a playful breeze, until the trees once again wore their autumn hues. True to her word, Granny Willow sat beside the spirit of seasons and shared a tale of adventure and laughter from the village of Willowbrook. The spirit listened with rapt attention, her laughter echoing like chimes in the forest. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Granny Willow made her way back to the village. The trees were ablaze with color, and the villagers greeted her with smiles and cheers, their hearts lightened by the return of autumn's glory. And so it was that the mystery of the missing colors was solved, not through force or anger, but through friendship and the gentle art of storytelling. As the village settled down for the night, a sense of peace enveloped Willowbrook, carrying its villagers into dreams as warm and comforting as a blanket beside a crackling fireplace. And Granny Willow, in her cozy cottage, sat by her hearth, knitting needles clicking softly, her heart filled with the simple joy of another mystery solved, another story shared. Story 14. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves danced to the melodies of the gentle wind, there lay a small, quaint village known as Liltwood. It was a place where the sun's rays filtered softly through a canopy of emerald leaves, where streams sang their way over pebbles, and where the air was perpetually infused with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the sweet aroma of pine. The villagers of Liltwood were known for their kindness, their gentle laughter echoing through the trees, and their fireside tales that spoke of the forest's ancient magic. Nestled at the edge of the village, in a cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, lived a young girl named Liora. Liora, with her curious eyes the color of stormy seas and hair that cascaded in auburn waves down her back, was known for her unyielding spirit and her insatiable curiosity about the world beyond the village's borders. More than anything, she loved exploring the woods, finding solace in the rustle of leaves and the whispers of the wind that seemed to carry secrets from times long past. One fine autumn afternoon, when the air was crisp and the forest was dressed in hues of gold and crimson, Liora set out on one of her many adventures. With a wicker basket in hand, she wandered deeper than she had ever dared before, her footsteps quiet against the carpet of fallen leaves. Her heart thrummed with the thrill of discovery as she marveled at the forest's beauty, the trees standing tall like guardians of an ancient realm. As she meandered through the labyrinth of trees, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glen bathed in a gentle, shimmering light. It was as if the very air shimmered with a silvery glow, casting an ethereal haze over everything it touched. At the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens, and nestled in its roots lay a stone pedestal upon which rested a curious object, a delicate silver locket, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a soft luminescence. Lyra's heart skipped a beat as she approached the pedestal, her curiosity piqued by the locket's mysterious allure. As she reached out to touch it, a gentle breeze swept through the glen, carrying with it a soft, melodious voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the forest. "Child of the woods, do you seek the truth of your heart's desire?" the voice sang, wrapping around her like a warm embrace. Lyra hesitated, her fingers hovering over the locket. "I seek to understand the magic of the world," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. The voice chuckled softly, a sound reminiscent of tinkling chimes. "Then take the locket and let it guide you. But remember, young one, the path to understanding is wrought with challenges and choices. It is your heart that will light the way." With a deep breath, Lyra picked up the locket, feeling its cool surface pulse gently in her palm. As she fastened it around her neck, a sense of warmth spread through her, as if the locket had recognized her as its keeper. For a moment, the world seemed to shift around her, the forest shimmering with a vibrancy she had never noticed before. Colors grew more vivid, sounds more harmonious, and the air seemed to hum with a hidden energy. As Lyra turned to leave the glen, she caught sight of something extraordinary, a small, shimmering portal at the base of the oak tree, its surface rippling like water in moonlight. Her heart raced with excitement and a tinge of apprehension as she stepped closer, drawn to the portal's otherworldly glow. With a deep breath, Lyra stepped through, feeling a gentle tug at her very being as the world around her blurred and shifted. When her vision cleared, she found herself standing in a place unlike any she had ever seen, a hidden world within the forest, vibrant and teeming with life. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling colors, the air filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the distant sound of laughter. Around her, creatures of all shapes and sizes went about their lives. Tiny, luminescent fairies flitted among the flowers, while gentle deer with antlers like branches grazed on emerald grass. In the distance, a river of liquid light wound its way through the landscape, its surface sparkling like a cascade of stars. Lyra's heart soared with wonder as she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alight with the magic that surrounded her. Yet as she explored, she sensed a faint whisper of unease, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. It wasn't long before she encountered a peculiar sight. A group of creatures gathered around a great ancient stone, their eyes filled with a mixture of hope and worry. Among them stood a figure unlike any other, a majestic stag with eyes that glowed like embers, and a crown of antlers wreathed in vines and leaves. The stag turned its gaze upon Lyra, its voice a gentle rumble that resonated through the air. "Welcome, young traveler," it said, inclining its head in greeting. "I am Eldrin, guardian of this realm. You have come at a time of great need." Lyra stepped forward, her heart pounding with a mix of awe and trepidation. "What is it that troubles this world?" she asked, her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions within her. Eldrin regarded her with a thoughtful gaze. "The balance of our realm is threatened by a shadow that seeks to consume the light. It is an ancient force, long slumbering, but now awakened by a disturbance in the harmony of our world." Lyra's brow furrowed in concern. "What can be done to restore the balance?" The stag's gaze softened, a warmth in its eyes that spoke of timeless wisdom. "The locket you bear holds the key to our salvation. It is a relic of power, crafted by the ancients to harness the magic of the heart, but it is only through understanding and unity that its true potential can be unlocked." Lyra nodded, determination kindling within her. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her voice unwavering. Eldrin chuckled softly, a sound like rustling leaves. I see a fire in you, young one, but remember, the journey ahead will test your resolve and challenge your spirit. You will not face it alone. As if on cue, a soft rustling sounded from the underbrush, and Lyra turned to see a small, timid creature emerge, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes like liquid gold. It regarded her with a curious tilt of its head, its bushy tail flicking nervously. "This is Mira," Eldrin introduced, gesturing to the fox. "She is a guardian of the forest and will be your guide." Lyra crouched down to meet Mira's gaze, offering a gentle smile. "Hello, Mira. I'm Lyra." The fox approached cautiously, her nose twitching as she sniffed Lyra's hand. After a moment of hesitation, Mira nuzzled against her, her fur soft and warm. Together they set off on their journey, venturing deeper into the heart of the enchanted realm. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but Lyra's heart was steadfast, her resolve unyielding. As they traveled, Lyra learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the world through Mira's keen eyes, and to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet. She discovered hidden glades where flowers sang in harmony with the wind, and ancient groves where time seemed to stand still, each step bringing her closer to understanding the magic that bound the world together. With each challenge they faced, Lyra's bond with Mira deepened, their friendship a beacon of light in the encroaching darkness. They encountered trials that tested their courage, puzzles that challenged their wits, and moments of beauty that filled their hearts with wonder. One evening, as they rested beside a tranquil lake that mirrored the starry sky, Lyra gazed at the locket around her neck, its gentle glow a reminder of the task ahead. "Mira," she mused, her voice barely above a whisper, "what if I fail? What if I'm not strong enough to restore the balance?" Mira lifted her head, her eyes meeting Lyra's with unwavering trust. The fox nudged her gently, a silent reassurance that spoke volumes. Lyra smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude and newfound determination. "Thank you, Mira. I won't let you down." As dawn broke over the horizon, casting golden light upon the land, Lyra and Mira continued their journey. They ventured through forests of silver-leafed trees, across fields of flowers that shimmered like jewels, and over hills that rolled like waves under a sea of azure skies. With each step, Lyra felt the magic within her grow stronger, the locket's glow a testament to the power of her spirit and the strength of her heart. At last, they arrived at the heart of the realm, a majestic valley encircled by towering mountains and bathed in the light of 1,000 stars. At its center stood a great, ancient tree, its branches laden with luminous blossoms that shimmered like diamonds. But the tree was not alone. A shadow loomed at its base, a swirling mass of darkness that pulsed with malevolent energy, threatening to engulf the light. Lyra's heart quickened with fear and resolve as she approached, her hand resting on the locket's cool surface. She could feel the darkness clawing at the edges of her mind, whispering doubts and fears, but she steeled herself against its insidious pull. Eldrin appeared beside her, his presence a comforting weight. "This is the source of the imbalance," he explained, his voice a steady anchor. "The shadow seeks to consume the light, to tip the scales of harmony." Lyra nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I understand, but how can I stop it?" Eldrin's gaze softened with pride. "The power lies within you, Lyra. The locket is a conduit, a vessel for the magic of the heart. It is your love, your courage, and your wisdom that will restore the balance." Closing her eyes, Lyra took a deep breath, centering herself in the moment. She focused on the warmth of Mira by her side, the strength of Eldrin's presence, and the love that bound her to the world she sought to protect. As she opened her eyes, she felt the locket pulse with energy, a radiant light that spread through her being, weaving a tapestry of magic that glowed with the colors of the heart. With a gentle, steady hand, she directed the light towards the shadow, letting it flow like a river of hope and love. The darkness recoiled, its form twisting and writhing as it fought against the light. But Lyra's heart was resolute, her spirit unyielding, and the shadow's strength waned under the onslaught of her magic. With a final brilliant surge, the light enveloped the shadow, dissolving it into nothingness, and the valley was bathed in a gentle golden glow. The tree's blossoms shimmered with renewed brilliance, their light a testament to the triumph of harmony and love. Exhausted but elated, Lyra sank to the ground, her heart filled with a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. Mira nuzzled against her, her eyes alight with pride and gratitude. Eldrin lowered his head in a gesture of respect. "You have done well, Lyra. The balance is restored, and the realm is safe once more." Lyra smiled, her heart swelling with warmth and joy. "I couldn't have done it without Mira, and without the wisdom of the forest." Eldrin chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "You have learned much, young one. The magic of the heart is a powerful force, and it will guide you always." As the first light of dawn crept over the mountains, casting the valley in a warm, golden glow, Lyra knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the magic of the world, not just in the hidden realms and enchanted glades, but in the power of friendship, courage, and love. With a final farewell to Eldrin and the creatures of the realm, Lyra and Mira made their way back through the portal, returning to the familiar embrace of the Whispering Woods. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the leaves rustling in a symphony of joy and celebration. As they approached the village of Liltwood, Lyra felt a sense of belonging, a connection to the world that pulsed with the rhythms of life. She knew that the magic of the heart would guide her always, lighting her path through the dark and the light. And so, with Mira by her side and the locket resting against her heart, Lyra stepped into the warmth of her home, her spirit alight with the magic of the world and the wisdom of the heart. Thus, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves danced to the melodies of the gentle wind and the stars told stories of old, a young girl named Lyra had found her place in the world, discovering that true magic lies not in the realms of fantasy, but in the love and courage that reside within the heart. Story 15. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon the forest floor, there was a quaint little village named Thistlebrook. Its cobblestone streets wound around cozy cottages with thatched roofs, each one nestled in the embrace of ancient oaks and fragrant pines. In this charming village lived a young girl named Liora, whose curious nature and warm heart made her beloved by all. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Liora noticed something peculiar. Tiny, glimmering lights began to flicker among the branches of the great oak tree that stood in the center of the village square. At first, she thought they might be fireflies, but these lights twinkled with a curious rhythm, as if they were trying to communicate. Intrigued, Liora decided to investigate. She pulled her knitted shawl tightly around her shoulders and set off toward the tree, her footsteps light and quiet on the cobblestones. As she approached, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from the lights, a sensation both comforting and inviting. Standing beneath the great oak, Liora reached out her hand. The lights danced closer, swirling around her fingers like playful stars. She realized they were not ordinary lights. They were wisps, tiny magical creatures known for their mischievous yet benevolent nature. They shimmered in shades of gold and silver, whispering in a language only the heart could understand. "Hello, little ones," Liora greeted them softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "What brings you here tonight?" The wisps twinkled brighter, encircling her head like a crown of starlight. They seemed to be leading her gaze toward the edge of the village, where the forest grew thick and mysterious. Liora understood their silent message. Something needed her attention. She followed the wisps into the woods, their light casting a soft glow on the path ahead. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the occasional hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of nature that soothed her soul. Liora walked briskly but carefully, her eyes keenly observing her surroundings. Before long, she arrived at a glade where moonbeams spilled like silver streams across a small, bubbling brook. In the center of the glade stood a curious sight, a cluster of mushrooms glowing with an ethereal light. They formed a perfect circle, and at the heart of this circle lay a tiny, sleeping creature. It was a dormouse, yet not ordinary by any means. Its fur shimmered with a soft, pearly glow, and its little ears twitched as if it were dreaming. Liora knelt beside the slumbering creature, a sense of wonder and tenderness filling her heart. "Why, it's a moon mouse!" she exclaimed softly, recalling the tales her grandmother used to tell. Moon mice were rare and magical beings, known to appear only under the light of a full moon. They were said to bring good fortune and joy to those who treated them kindly. Just then, a gentle voice floated through the air like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Ah, young Liora, you have found our little friend," the voice said. Liora turned to see an elderly woman, her eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. It was Granny Willow, the village's wise woman and healer. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a cloak woven with the colors of the forest. "Granny Willow," Liora greeted her with a warm smile. "What is happening here? Why is the moon mouse asleep in this circle of mushrooms?" Granny Willow joined her by the brook, her movements graceful and serene. "The moon mouse is a guardian of the forest's magic," she explained. "It has been resting here to heal and recharge under the light of the full moon, but something has disturbed its slumber, causing the wisps to seek your help." Liora nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "How can we help the moon mouse, Granny Willow?" "The answer lies in the harmony of nature," Granny Willow replied. "We must restore balance and peace to its surroundings. The mushrooms, known as mooncaps, have absorbed too much moonlight, keeping the moon mouse from awakening naturally." Together, Liora and Granny Willow gently rearranged the mooncaps, allowing the moonlight to disperse more evenly across the glade. As they worked, the wisps flitted about, adding their own gentle magic to the task. The brook sang a soothing lullaby, and the night air filled with a sense of calm. Slowly, the moon mouse began to stir. Its eyes fluttered open, revealing orbs of deep, starry blue. It looked at Liora and Granny Willow with a mixture of gratitude and curiosity. With a soft chirp, it nuzzled against their hands, conveying its thanks. "Look, Liora," Granny Willow said with a twinkle in her eye. "The moon mouse is ready to return to its duties." The moon mouse scampered out of the circle, pausing to drink from the brook before disappearing into the forest, its glow gradually fading into the night. The wisps, their task complete, swirled around Liora and Granny Willow one last time before dispersing into the trees. As they made their way back to the village, Granny Willow placed a gentle hand on Leora's shoulder. "Tonight, you've learned the power of observation and the importance of harmony," she said. "You listened to the whispers of the forest and followed your heart, bringing peace to both the moon mouse and our woods." Liora smiled, her heart light with the joy of their adventure. "Thank you, Granny Willow," she replied. "I couldn't have done it without your guidance." When they returned to Thistlebrook, the village was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of wood smoke. Liora bid Granny Willow good night and made her way home, the warmth of the night's events wrapping around her like a cozy blanket. As she climbed into bed, Liora thought of the moon mouse and the wisps, of the magical glade and the wisdom of Granny Willow. She closed her eyes, knowing that the whispering woods were once again at peace, and drifted into a restful sleep, dreaming of starlit adventures and the gentle magic that surrounded her world. Story 16. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the whispering trees stretched their limbs toward the sun, and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a secret world hidden from human eyes. This was the realm of Solenwood, a place where creatures of all kinds thrived in harmony, guided by the gentle cycle of the seasons and the wisdom of the ages. As the sun dipped behind the verdant canopy, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor, the creatures of Solenwood stirred. It was the time of the gloaming gathering, an event that marked the turn of the season from the vibrant growth of summer to the mellow embrace of autumn. The air was crisp, carrying the soft rustle of leaves preparing for their golden transformation. At the heart of this gathering was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, with a shell that bore the patterns of countless years and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Thistle was the keeper of stories and the guardian of balance. As the creatures assembled, a tapestry of feather, fur, and scale, Thistle spoke in a voice as smooth and rich as the forest soil. "Dear friends," he began, "as we stand on the cusp of change, let us remember the whispers of our forebears, who taught us the dance of the seasons. Each leaf that falls, each breeze that stirs, carries with it the wisdom of our world." Among the listeners was a young squirrel named Pippin, whose bright eyes were filled with curiosity and wonder. Pippin loved the stories of old and dreamed of adventures that would one day be his own to tell. As Thistle continued, Pippin's heart swelled with the desire to understand the secrets of Solenwood. "The time of harvest is upon us," Thistle said, his voice weaving through the assembly like a gentle stream. "It is a time for gathering, for storing, and for sharing, but it is also a time for gratitude, for acknowledging the gifts of nature that sustain us." A soft murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, the sound blending with the gentle rustling of leaves overhead. The creatures of Solenwood knew well the importance of balance, of taking only what was needed, and giving back to the land that nurtured them. As the twilight deepened, a delicate mist began to weave its way through the trees, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and the promise of rain. This was the forest's breath, a magical phenomenon that occurred only during the gloaming gathering, when the forest itself seemed to exhale a sigh of contentment. Pippin watched in awe as the mist swirled around him, its touch cool and soothing against his fur. It was said that the forest's breath held the stories of all who had ever walked its paths, a living tapestry of memory and magic. Guided by a sudden impulse, Pippin scampered forward to where Thistle sat, his heart racing with a question that had long been nestled in his mind. "Thistle," he ventured, his voice a soft murmur amidst the sounds of the gathering, "how do we truly listen to the forest? How can we hear its stories and understand its wisdom?" Thistle looked at Pippin with a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting the warmth of the gathering. "Ah, young Pippin," he replied, "to listen to the forest, one must first learn to be still. It is in the quiet moments when the mind is at peace and the heart is open that the forest speaks." Pippin nodded, taking the words to heart. He resolved to spend more time in the quiet corners of Solenwood, to listen with all his senses and learn the language of the land. As the night deepened and the stars began their glittering dance across the velvet sky, the creatures of Solenwood shared stories and songs, their voices mingling with the gentle hum of the forest. It was a time of connection, of unity, and of joy. In the days that followed, Pippin set about his task with determination. He found a secluded spot near the edge of a sparkling brook where the water sang a soft lullaby as it tumbled over smooth stones. Here, he practiced being still, letting the sounds of the forest wash over him like a gentle wave. At first, the forest language seemed elusive, a whisper just beyond his reach. But gradually, as Pippin learned to quiet his thoughts and open his heart, he began to understand. He heard the conversations of the trees, their leaves rustling secrets of the wind. He felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, a steady rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. And he saw the dance of the seasons, each change a note in the symphony of life. One morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and rose, Pippin felt a new presence near him. It was a fox, her fur as red as the autumn leaves, and her eyes bright with intelligence. "Hello, little one," she said, her voice as soft as the morning mist. "I am Ember, and I have watched your efforts with great interest. You have a gift, Pippin, a rare ability to listen with your heart." Pippin blushed beneath his fur, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. "Thank you, Ember," he replied. "I have learned so much, but there is still so much more to understand." Ember nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "The forest is vast, and its stories are endless. But you have made a good start. Remember, Pippin, that true wisdom comes from within. Trust in your instincts, and let the forest guide you." With Ember's words echoing in his mind, Pippin continued his journey of discovery. Day by day, he grew more attuned to the rhythms of Solenwood, his heart a compass that led him to new adventures and deeper understanding. As the seasons turned and the forest donned its winter cloak, Pippin felt a sense of peace and belonging that he had never known before. He had become a part of the forest's story, a thread woven into its rich tapestry. And so, as the snow fell gently around him, Pippin knew that he was home. The forest had become his guide, his teacher, and his friend. And in its timeless embrace, he found the harmony and balance that he had sought, a lesson as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of Solenwood, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures continued to thrive, their lives a celebration of nature's wisdom and the enduring power of friendship. And as the stars twinkled above, a gentle breeze carried the stories of the forest, a reminder that in this enchanted place, the magic of the seasons would forever weave its spell. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived two unlikely companions. Zora, a curious young Zorelian whose fur shimmered like stardust, and Krax, a gruff but kind-hearted Druidian with rough, rocky skin. Their paths first crossed on the bustling spaceport of Xenar Prime. Zora, recently arrived from her home planet of Zorel, found herself hopelessly lost amid the chaotic throngs. She accidentally bumped into Krax, a seasoned spacer who had seen more star systems than most could fathom. "Watch where you're going, fuzzball," Krax grumbled, his rocky brow furrowing. Zora's ears drooped. "I'm so sorry. I'm new here and I got turned around and—" Before she could explain further, a nefarious group of smugglers came barreling through, roughly shoving Zora aside in their haste. Krax stepped between them and the disoriented Zorelian without a second thought. "Hey, leave the kid alone," he growled, now his jagged fists clenched. The smugglers quickly dispersed, not wanting any trouble with the formidable Druidian. Krax turned to Zora, who stared back with wide eyes filled with wonder. "Thank you," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what I would have done without your help." Krax simply grunted and started to walk away, but Zora scampered after him, her fluffy tail swishing excitedly. "Wait! My name is Zora. What's yours?" "Krax," he replied gruffly, not breaking stride. "Now run along home, kid. Spaceports aren't safe for little furballs like you." But Zora didn't heed his gruff dismissal. A spark of determination flickered in her warm amber eyes. "Well, Krax, it looks like you could use a co-pilot on your next voyage. I may be little, but I'm a fast learner." At first, Krax resisted the idea of taking on a youthful, wide-eyed travel companion. But as the cycles passed and Zora continued to trail him like an overeager puppy, her tenacity and optimism slowly won him over. Soon, they embarked on their first adventure together aboard Krax's humble but sturdy starship. As they ventured from planet to planet, misunderstandings were inevitable between the free-spirited Zorelian and the curmudgeonly Druidian. But those moments of friction also opened the door for growth and mutual understanding. When Zora bounded too far ahead on an alien moon, drawn by her boundless curiosity, Krax's heart clenched with a worry he hadn't felt in ages. He barked at her to stay close, his harsh words born from an old spacer's wisdom of the dangers lurking in the void. Though hurt at first, Zora eventually realized his intentions came from a place of caring. Slowly but surely, Krax learned to temper his gruff edges, knowing his new furry friend meant no harm, but needed gentle guidance at times. Together, they faced countless trials and challenges across the stars, raging ion storms that rattled their ship, unscrupulous scavvers looking to make an easy score, and more than a few crash landings that required all their ingenuity to escape. Through it all, the bonds between them only grew stronger. When Krax's ship took a bad hit during a meteor shower, it was Zora's deft paws that deftly rerouted backup systems to restore power. When Zora twisted her ankle on a harsh, rocky terrain, Krax carried her to safety without a second thought, her soft fur pillowed against his craggy form. Slowly, their rough edges softened and their defenses melted away, revealing the true depths of friendship blossoming between this most unlikely duo. Zora brought laughter and joy into Krax's world-weary life, while he provided steadfast guidance and protection for his earnest young companion. On one tranquil night cycle, they sat gazing up at the brilliant swath of stars from the forward viewport. Zora's head rested against Krax's arm, rising and falling with his measured breaths. "Hey, Krax," she murmured sleepily. "Yeah, kid. I'm really glad we found each other out there in all that chaos." A soft rumble of laughter shook Krax's rocky frame. "Me too, Fuzzball. Me too." And in that moment, as the magnificent cosmos stretched out before them, both knew they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, an unbreakable bond that transcended species, forged from mutual understanding, loyalty, and care for one another. No matter what other adventures awaited them among the stars, Zora and Krax now had a constant source of warmth, comfort, and companionship to guide them through any storm. For though fate had brought them together, it was the strength of their friendship that truly bonded these two undaunted spacefarers across the vast ocean of stars. Story 18. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where the leaves seemed to murmur tales of old, there nestled a quaint village known as Lumina Hollow. The village was a picturesque tapestry of cobblestone paths meandering between quaint cottages with thatched roofs. Every chimney released a gentle wisp of smoke that twirled upwards, mingling with the morning mist. The air was perpetually filled with the sweet, earthy scent of pine and the distant melody of a babbling brook. In this serene setting lived a young girl named Lila, known throughout Lumina Hollow for her keen sense of curiosity and a heart as warm as the village hearth. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of sun filtered through the canopy of golden leaves, Lila awoke to find something peculiar. Her windowsill, usually adorned with a neat row of potted herbs, was instead covered in a fine dusting of shimmering, silver powder. She gently ran a fingertip through the powder, which glistened like tiny stars caught in a sunbeam. Puzzled but intrigued, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of her dear friend Finn, the gentle fox who resided in the sunlit glade. Finn, with his soft russet fur and eyes like polished amber, was known for his knowledge of the woodland mysteries. As Lila approached, Finn greeted her with a nod, his tail curling around his paws in a welcoming gesture. "Good morning, Lila," Finn said, his voice as soothing as the rustling leaves. "What brings you to the glade so early?" Lila showed him the silver dust, watching as Finn's eyes widened with curiosity. "This appeared on my windowsill overnight," she explained. "I thought you might know what it is." Finn studied the dust closely, his whiskers twitching with thought. "Ah, this is stardust," he finally said. "It's rare to find it scattered like this. It usually falls when a star sends its wishes to the earth. But why would it be on my windowsill?" Lila pondered aloud, her thoughts swirling like the autumn leaves in the breeze. "Perhaps the stars are trying to share something with us," Finn suggested. "Let's visit Elder Willow. She may have insight into this celestial mystery." Elder Willow was the oldest tree in the whispering woodlands, her branches stretching wide like an ancient guardian of secrets. Nestled within her roots lived a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were as gray as the morning mist, and whose eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. Upon reaching Elder Willow, Orin fluttered down to greet them, his wings making a soft, whispering sound as they cut through the air. "Ah, Lila and Finn," he hooted warmly. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Lila explained the mystery of the stardust, and Orin listened intently, nodding along. After a moment, he spoke, his voice deep and melodious. "The stars indeed send messages, but they do so in their own mysterious ways. To understand them, one must listen not with ears, but with the heart." "So how can we decipher this message?" Lila asked, eager to uncover the truth. "Tonight, when the moon is high and the night is still, sit quietly by your windowsill," Orin advised. "Close your eyes and let the stardust speak to you. Trust in your heart, for it knows what the mind cannot." As the day turned to dusk, Lila prepared for her nighttime vigil. She sat by her windowsill, the cool breeze gently ruffling her hair, and watched as the sky transformed into a canvas of deep indigo sprinkled with twinkling stars. With her eyes closed and heart open, Lila listened to the soothing hum of the night. She imagined the stars above, each a tiny beacon of light, whispering their secrets across the vastness of the sky. Gradually she felt a gentle warmth spreading from the stardust, weaving through her thoughts like a gentle lullaby. In her mind's eye, she saw images of the village, the woods, and the creatures within, all basked in a serene, silvery glow. The stardust seemed to say that Lumina Hollow was a place of harmony and light, and that the stars wished to remind its inhabitants of the beauty and magic in the everyday. When Lila opened her eyes, she felt a sense of peace and understanding. The stardust was a reminder of the simple joys and bonds that connected the villagers and creatures of the woodland. It was a gentle nudge to cherish each moment and to look for magic in the ordinary. The following morning, Lila shared her revelation with Finn and Orin. Together, they decided to spread this message to the village. They organized a starlit gathering in the heart of Lumina Hollow, where villagers and woodland creatures came together under the twinkling sky. As they shared stories and laughter, the air seemed to shimmer with stardust, and a warm sense of community enveloped them all. The mystery of the stardust had brought them closer, reminding everyone that the magic of Lumina Hollow lay not just in the stars above, but in the hearts of its people and the friendships they cherished. And so, as the night deepened and the villagers gradually returned to their homes, Leela felt a comforting sense of fulfillment. The mystery had been solved, not by uncovering a grand secret, but by rediscovering the magic that was always in their midst. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Leela drifted into a peaceful sleep, the whispers of the stars lulling her into dreams of shimmering forests and warm, glowing friendships. Story 19. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the cosmos, there existed a peculiar little planet known as Luminara, renowned for its shimmering fields of bioluminescent flora that danced beneath the gentle glow of 3 moons. It was a place where the air carried a sweet, floral scent, and the skies were often painted in hues of lavender and gold. On Luminara, there lived a gentle creature named Nyx, whose fur was as soft as the petals of the luminescent flowers that dotted the landscape. Nyx was of the Luminaran species, known for their luminous tails that twinkled like stars in the night. Nyx spent most days wandering through the endless fields, delighting in the simple pleasures of the planet. Meanwhile, across the starry void, on a planet called Crystallon, there resided a being known as Zor. Zor was of crystalline form, with facets that caught and refracted light into a dazzling array of colors. The crystalloids were known for their resilience and analytical minds, often spending their time in pursuit of knowledge and understanding. Fate, as it so often does, had plans for Nyx and Zor that neither could have anticipated. One day, a rare cosmic storm swept through the galaxy, pulling Zor's research vessel off course and depositing it gently onto the soft, glowing fields of Luminara. It was here, amidst the gentle rustle of glowing leaves and the soft hum of the planet's life force, that Nyx first encountered Zor. The Luminaran was initially cautious, as the crystalline form of Zor was unlike anything Nyx had ever seen. Zor, too, was perplexed by the soft-furred creature with a tail that sparkled in the dim light. Their first interaction was fraught with misunderstanding. Nyx, in an effort to welcome the stranger, offered Zor a bouquet of luminescent blooms, unaware that the crystalloids were sensitive to the pollen they emitted. Zor's facets misted slightly in discomfort, a reaction that Nyx interpreted as displeasure. Feeling embarrassed, Nyx retreated, leaving Zor to ponder the curious encounter. As days passed, Zor, driven by a desire to understand this new world, began to explore the planet, observing its wonders and intricacies. It was during one of these explorations that Zor found itself in a predicament. A sudden quake, a rare occurrence on Luminara, had caused a fissure to open in the ground, trapping Zor's crystalline foot. Nyx, who had been watching from a distance, felt a wave of concern wash over them. Despite their previous misunderstanding, Nyx couldn't stand by while another creature was in need. Gathering courage, Nyx approached and, with gentle persistence, used their luminous tail to guide Zor free from the fissure. This act of kindness marked the beginning of an unexpected friendship. Through gestures and shared experiences, Nyx and Zor began to understand one another. Nyx taught Zor the joys of the Luminaran fields, sharing the beauty of each sunset and the gentle symphony of nocturnal creatures. In return, Zor shared knowledge of the stars, showing Nyx how to read the constellations and understand the vastness of the universe. Together, they navigated the challenges of blending their worlds, often laughing at their earlier misunderstandings. One evening, as they sat atop a hill with a panoramic view of Luminara's glowing fields, Zor turned to Nyx. "Thank you," Zor said, their voice resonating with sincerity, "for teaching me that friendship transcends form and origin." Nyx's eyes glimmered with warmth. "And thank you, Zor, for showing me that the universe is much larger than I ever imagined, and that in it we can find friends in the most unexpected of places." As the moons rose high, casting a silvery light over the landscape, Nyx and Zor realized that their bond was as enduring as the stars themselves. Together they had learned the true meaning of friendship, a connection forged not by similarity, but by compassion, understanding, and shared journeys. And so, beneath the serene glow of Luminara's moons, the unlikely companions sat in peaceful camaraderie, their hearts as light as the fields around them, knowing that they would face whatever the universe had in store, side by side. And in that quiet, luminous night, The seeds of friendship they had planted grew into a legacy that would shine brightly for eons to come. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently like dancers in a slow waltz, there lay the quaint village of Moonhollow. This village was known far and wide for its lush meadows, sparkling streams, and the soft glow that seemed to linger in the air like a perpetual twilight. The villagers, clothed in garments of earthen hues, went about their days with smiles as warm as the sun and hearts as gentle as the forest breeze. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Liora. Liora was as curious as she was kind, with eyes like 2 drops of the clearest sky and hair that shimmered like spun gold. Her days were filled with exploration, and her nights with dreams of discovery. She was beloved by all, from the wise elder who sat by the hearth weaving tales of old, to the tiniest of creatures that fluttered through the woods. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot like the softest of whispers, Liora noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved sunflowers, which usually turned their faces to follow the sun's path, stood still as statues, their vibrant petals drooping as if in a deep slumber. The villagers murmured in concern, and the air, once filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, seemed tinged with an unusual stillness. Determined to unravel this mystery, Liora set off towards the heart of the forest, where she knew she might find some answers. She carried with her a small satchel, filled with a few essentials, a soft woolen scarf for warmth, a flask of honeyed tea, and a notebook to jot down her thoughts. Her steps were light and purposeful, echoing the gentle rustle of the leaves around her. As she delved deeper into the woods, the familiar sights and sounds of Moonhollow faded into a symphony of whispers. The gentle hum of the brook, the rustle of the wind-kissed leaves, and the distant calls of hidden creatures. Liora felt a comforting presence in the woods, as if the trees themselves were guiding her path. It wasn't long before Liora encountered a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms, perfectly circular, nestled in a clearing where the sunlight danced through the canopy above. In its center sat an elderly creature, no taller than Leora's knee, with a beard as white as the winter's first snow and eyes twinkling with the mischief of 1,000 stars. This was Thistle, the wisest of the forest's fey creatures. "Good day, young Liora," Thistle greeted, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I've been expecting you." Liora, though surprised, smiled warmly. "Good day, Thistle. I've come to seek your wisdom. The sunflowers in Moonhollow have fallen asleep, and I fear the sunlight will soon forget to grace our village." Thistle nodded knowingly and gestured for Liora to sit beside him. "There is indeed a mystery to solve," he said, "and it begins with a story." As Liora settled comfortably on the soft moss, Thistle began his tale. He spoke of an ancient pact between the sunflowers and the sun itself, a promise made in times long past. Each year, as the days grew shorter, the sunflowers would turn their faces to the sun, ensuring that the light reached even the darkest corners of the forest. But Thistle explained, the pact had grown weak, the magic frayed by the passage of time. "We must remind the sun of its promise," Thistle said, "but to do so you must find the lost sunstone, a gem of purest light hidden somewhere in these woods." With newfound resolve, Liora thanked Thistle and continued her journey, her eyes scanning the forest for any sign of the sunstone. She wandered deeper, guided by the subtle hints of light that seemed to dance just beyond her reach. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Liora stumbled upon a grove of ancient trees. Their branches twisted and turned like the gnarled hands of old storytellers, and at their center lay a small pond, its surface shimmering with a golden glow. Kneeling beside the pond, Liora peered into its depths and gasped. There, nestled among the smooth stones, was the sunstone, glowing with a warmth that seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Carefully, she reached into the water and retrieved the gem, its light spilling over her hands like liquid sunshine. With the sunstone in her possession, Liora hurried back to the village, the woods seeming to part in welcome as she passed. As she approached Moonhollow, the sunflowers began to stir, their faces turning slowly towards the horizon where the sun was setting in a blaze of glory. Liora placed the sunstone at the center of the village square, and as she did, a soft light spread across the land. The sunflowers lifted their drooping heads, and the air filled once again with the sweet scent of their blooms. The villagers gathered, their faces alight with joy and gratitude. Thistle appeared at Leora's side, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Liora," he said. "The pact is renewed, and the light will never forget your kindness." That night, as the stars winked into existence in the velvet sky, the villagers of Moon Hollow celebrated with songs and laughter. Liora, her heart full with the warmth of friendship and the satisfaction of a mystery solved, sat by the fire, surrounded by those she loved. And so the sunflowers continued to dance with the sun. The village basked in the gentle glow of its magic, and Liora, the girl with the heart of an adventurer, drifted to sleep, a soft smile on her lips, and dreams of new mysteries to unravel. Story 21. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of blooming wildflowers, lay the quaint village of Mist Willow. Nestled beneath the canopy of ancient trees, the village was a haven of peace and harmony. The villagers lived in charming cottages with thatched roofs, each one surrounded by gardens that buzzed with the gentle hum of bees and fluttering butterflies. Mist Willow was a place where the ordinary intertwined seamlessly with the magical. Lanterns glowed with the soft light of captured fireflies, and the air often shimmered with the faint glimmer of fairy dust. It was this magical serenity that lulled the villagers into a restful sleep each night, cradled by the lullaby of the forest. However, one morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, the villagers awoke to find something amiss. The village bell, which hung in the central square to announce the time of day, was missing. Its absence left an uncanny silence that rippled through the village like a soft sigh. The bell was no ordinary bell. Forged by an ancient blacksmith and imbued with the magic of harmony, its chime was said to keep the village in balance, ensuring prosperity and joy. Its disappearance was a curious conundrum that puzzled the villagers. Among them was a young girl named Leela. With her chestnut hair cascading in gentle waves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Lila was known for her keen sense of observation and her boundless curiosity. She had a heart as warm as the sun and a mind as sharp as the crisp autumn breeze. Determined to solve the mystery, Lila set off into the woods, her path guided by the soft murmur of the stream that wound its way through the trees. She was joined by her dear friend, Oliver, a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft as the morning mist. Oliver perched on Lila's shoulder, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages past. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air was filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet melody of songbirds. The path was dappled with sunlight, creating a patchwork of light and shadow that danced beneath their feet. Lila and Oliver knew that the forest held many secrets, and they hoped it would lead them to the missing bell. Their first stop was the home of Elderberry the hedgehog, an old and revered resident of the forest. Elderberry was known for his vast knowledge and his ability to see beyond the ordinary. His burrow was nestled beneath the roots of a grand oak tree, its entrance adorned with colorful mushrooms and fragrant herbs. "Elderberry," Lila called softly, "we seek your wisdom. The village bell has gone missing, and we hope you might have seen something unusual." Elderberry emerged from his burrow, his quills gleaming like polished chestnuts. He greeted them with a gentle nod and a warm smile. "Ah, Lila and Oliver, it is good to see you. I have indeed noticed something peculiar. Last night, the wind carried a melody unfamiliar to these woods. It was as if the forest was singing a different tune." Lila thanked Elderberry for his insight, pondering the meaning of the mysterious melody. As they continued their journey, the forest seemed alive with whispers and secrets, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Their next visit was to the glen where the fireflies danced. This magical place was home to Lumina, a fairy whose light could illuminate the darkest of nights. Lumina's wings shimmered like stardust as she flitted about, her presence a beacon of warmth and light. "Lumina," Lila called gently, "can you help us find the village bell? It is as if the forest is trying to tell us something." Lumina paused in her dance, her eyes reflecting the glow of the fireflies. "The forest speaks to those who listen," she replied in a voice that tinkled like a chime. "Follow the trail of light. It will lead you to what you seek." With Lumina's guidance, Lila and Oliver followed the ethereal glow of the fireflies. The path led them through a grove of silver birch trees, their bark glistening like moonlight. As they walked, the air was filled with a gentle hum, a sound both soothing and strange. Finally, they reached a clearing where the ground was blanketed with soft moss, and the air was infused with the scent of lavender. In the center stood a circle of standing stones, ancient and wise. Atop the largest stone sat the village bell, its bronze surface gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Lila approached the bell, her heart swelling with relief and wonder. As she reached out to touch it, she heard a soft, melodic voice. The bell was drawn here by the song of the stones, the voice explained. It was the voice of the forest itself, a gentle whisper that carried the wisdom of the ages. The harmony of the village was unbalanced, and the bell sought to restore it through the song of the earth. Understanding blossomed in Lila's heart like a flower unfurling its petals. The bell had not been taken, but had journeyed to the stones to heal the forest's harmony. With Oliver by her side, Lila gently lifted the bell, feeling its warmth and magic resonate through her fingertips. As they returned to the village, the forest seemed to hum with approval, the leaves rustling in a symphony of joy. Lila and Oliver placed the bell back in its rightful place, and as it chimed, a sense of peace and balance enveloped Mist Willow once more. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces alight with gratitude and wonder. They thanked Lila and Oliver for their courage and wisdom, and Elderberry and Lumina for their guidance. As the sun set, painting the sky with a tapestry of stars, Lila sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage. Oliver perched nearby, his eyes half closed in contentment. The crackling fire cast a warm glow, its gentle warmth wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. In the heart of the whispering woods, the village of Mist Willow slumbered peacefully, cradled by the lullaby of the forest and the harmony of the bell. And as Lila drifted into dreams, she knew that with wisdom and friendship, even the strangest of mysteries could be solved, leaving a trail of light and love in their wake. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dripped like honey through the emerald canopy, a community of woodland creatures thrived in a symphony of harmony and balance. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy perfume of moss that carpeted the forest floor. Here, the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old, and the soft babbling of brooks sang lullabies that cradled the forest in eternal peace. Amongst these creatures lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless seasons. His eyes, a deep, wise green, seemed to hold the mysteries of the forest itself. Thistle was the keeper of stories, the gentle sage to whom all creatures would turn when the balance of their world was threatened. One crisp morning, as autumn brushed its golden hues across the forest, a chill wind whispered of change. The leaves turned amber and crimson, and the forest prepared to rest under winter's quilt. But this year, the wind carried a deeper message. It spoke of imbalance and unease, of a river that had stopped its song, threatening the cycle of life in their beloved home. The river, known as the Silver Thread, was the lifeblood of the forest. It nourished the roots of the great oaks and quenched the thirst of every creature, from the tiniest shrew to the majestic deer. Its absence was as glaring as a missing star in the night sky, and it cast a shadow of worry over the woodland community. Thistle, sensing the urgency, called upon his friends. Wren, the merry little bird with a song that could brighten even the grayest day. Bramble, the nimble squirrel known for his quick wit and boundless energy. And Luna, the graceful fox whose wisdom matched her beauty. Together they set off to find the source of the river's silence. As the companions ventured deeper into the forest, the air turned cooler, crisp with the scent of pine and the distant echo of a woodpecker's rhythmic tapping. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the ground crunched softly underfoot, a comforting sound that soothed their anxious hearts. They arrived at the riverbank to find it dry, the once lively waters now a mere memory in the stony riverbed. Concern etched their faces, but Thistle's calm presence reminded them of the strength found in unity and wisdom. He closed his eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest, the silent language that spoke through the rustling leaves and the gentle sigh of the wind. "The river," Thistle murmured. is not gone, but merely blocked. We must find what hinders its flow, for the forest's heartbeat is tied to its song. Guided by Thistle's intuition, the friends journeyed upstream, through thickets alive with the scent of damp earth and the faint melody of distant waterfalls. They came upon a dam, a towering barricade of sticks and mud, built by the industrious beavers who lived nearby. The beavers, led by their elder Willow, had created the dam to form a pond, a safe haven for their young. But in their eagerness they had unwittingly halted the silver thread, causing the river to falter and the forest to suffer. Understanding the dilemma, Thistle approached Willow with kindness, his voice gentle as the morning mist. "Dear Willow," he began, "your pond is a testament to the beaver's skill and care, but it has disrupted the balance of our forest. Can we find a way to share the river's bounty for the sake of all who call this place home?" Willow, whose heart was as gentle as the leaves' autumn descent, nodded thoughtfully. "We did not intend harm," he replied, his voice a soft rumble. "Let us work together to restore the flow while still providing shelter for our young." With a plan in mind, the creatures set to work, their efforts a harmonious blend of strength and ingenuity. Bramble darted about, gathering twigs and branches, while Luna guided the placement of new channels to divert the water gently around the pond. Wren flitted overhead, her song an encouragement that lifted their spirits, while Thistle and Willow oversaw the work with the wisdom of ages. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of lavender and gold, the river began to flow once more. It sang a joyous melody as it danced over stones and whispered through reeds, its return a balm that restored life to the forest. The creatures gathered by the riverbank, the cool night air filled with the scent of fresh water and the rustle of leaves. The stars blinked to life above, their silvery light reflecting in the renewed waters of the silver thread. In that moment, the forest seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, its harmony restored through the unity and kindness of its inhabitants. Thistle, his shell gleaming in the moonlight, turned to his friends, his voice as warm as the hearth's glow. "Today, we have learned that balance is not simply the absence of conflict, but the presence of understanding and cooperation. Together, we have shown that wisdom and friendship are the true magic of our forest." And so, with hearts full of gratitude and peace, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the river's eternal song. The forest slept under the watchful eyes of the moon, its dreams woven with the promise of harmony and the enduring bonds of friendship. In the days that followed, the forest thrived in its renewed balance. The river flowed with a joyous vigor, its waters sparkling under the sun's warm gaze and shimmering beneath the moon's gentle caress. The creatures carried within them the lessons of their adventure, a testament to the power of unity and the wisdom of the natural world. As autumn deepened, the forest became a tapestry of vibrant colors. The leaves blazed in fiery reds and golden yellows, their crisp edges whispering secrets of change and renewal. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves and the sweet scent of ripening berries. Thistle, ever the storyteller, gathered the young creatures around him beneath the boughs of a great oak. His voice was a soft murmur, like the rustling of leaves in a gentle breeze, as he shared the tale of their journey to restore the river. The young ones listened with wide eyes, their minds painting pictures of the adventure as they snuggled closer for warmth. And so, Thistle concluded, we learned that every creature plays a part in the song of the forest. By listening to each other and working together, we can overcome even the greatest challenges. The young creatures nodded, their hearts swelling with the understanding that they, too, were an integral part of the forest's harmony. They nestled closer to Thistle, his presence a comforting embrace that lulled them into peaceful dreams. As winter approached, the forest prepared to rest beneath a blanket of snow. The river, now a flowing ribbon of silver, continued its song, a constant reminder of the unity that bound the creatures together. The beaver's pond remained, a sanctuary for new life, its edges lined with the delicate lace of frost. In the stillness of winter, the forest held its breath, waiting for the first signs of spring. The air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of pine and the promise of renewal. The creatures huddled in their cozy dens, their bodies warmed by the shared heat of companionship. And when spring finally arrived, it did so with a jubilant burst of life. The forest awoke in a symphony of color and sound, as if the earth itself was celebrating the return of warmth and light. The river flowed with a renewed vigor, its waters a sparkling tapestry of sunlight and shadow. The creatures emerged from their winter slumber, greeted by the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the gentle hum of bees. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds, the rustle of leaves, and the joyous laughter of the wind as it danced through the trees. In the heart of the forest, Thistle watched with a contented smile, his spirit as vibrant as the world around him. The challenges they had faced had only strengthened the bonds of friendship and deepened the wisdom shared among the creatures. He knew that these lessons would be passed down through generations, woven into the very fabric of the forest's song. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic of nature. The creatures lived in peace, their lives a beautiful dance of balance and understanding, guided by the gentle wisdom of their elders. In this enchanted place, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the forest remained a sanctuary of life and love, its stories whispered in the rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks, a reminder that true magic lies in the bonds we share and the world we cherish. Story 23. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. This village was the kind where the houses leaned in close to each other, as if sharing secret conversations through their creaking wooden beams. Finn was a curious soul, often found with a book perched on his knee, or wandering the forest paths as he gathered stories told by the rustling leaves and babbling brooks. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of amber and crimson, Finn stumbled upon a peculiar object. It lay half buried in the soil beneath a grand old oak, its gnarled branches stretching like arms welcoming the day. Brushing away the earth with his fingers, Finn uncovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no bigger than a loaf of bread, but it hummed softly, as if whispering an ancient lullaby just for him. Intrigued, Finn cradled the box in his hands, feeling the warmth and gentle pulse of magic within. He hurried back to his small, cozy cottage, where the scent of baked apples and cinnamon from his mother's kitchen lingered in the air. Sitting by the hearth, he carefully opened the box. To his amazement, inside lay a delicate, shimmering feather, glistening with every color of the rainbow as it caught the flickering firelight. As Finn reached out to touch the feather, a soft breeze stirred through the room, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and forest pine. The feather floated upward, dancing gracefully through the air before settling back into the box. With wonder in his eyes, Finn realized this was no ordinary feather. It was a bridge between worlds, a key to the hidden wonders of nature. Over the following days, Finn discovered that the feather held the power to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle, he would venture into the woods, guided by the feather's gentle glow. On one such evening, as a silver crescent moon hung in the sky, Finn met a wise old owl named Oswin. Oswin perched regally on a low branch, his eyes gleaming like twin moons themselves. "I see you've found the Feather of Whispers," Oswin hooted, his voice rich and melodious. "It is a rare gift, young Finn. With it, you may seek the counsel of the forest and learn its secrets." Finn nodded, feeling the weight of the owl's wisdom. "What should I do with this gift?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Use it to understand, to listen, and to help those in need," Oswin replied. "For the forest is alive with stories waiting to be heard, and it is through kindness and wisdom that we find our way." With Oswin's guidance, Finn embarked on a journey, not just through the forest, but within himself. He learned to see the world through the eyes of the creatures who called it home. A mischievous squirrel named Pippin taught him the art of patience and playfulness, while an ancient tortoise named Eldwin shared tales of resilience and time's gentle passage. One day, as the first snowflakes of winter began to dance through the air, Finn encountered a challenge unlike any other. The brook that wound through the village had begun to freeze earlier than usual, threatening to cut off the water supply to the village before they could store enough for the winter months. The villagers were worried, their faces drawn with concern. Finn knew brute force would be of no use against the encroaching ice. Instead, he turned to the wisdom he'd gathered from the forest and its inhabitants. He sought out Oswin, who nodded sagely at the boy's dilemma. "Sometimes the greatest strength lies in understanding and harmony," Oswin said. "Listen to the forest, and it will guide you." Taking the owl's advice to heart, Finn sat by the brook, the feather of whispers in hand. He listened, truly listened, to the murmurs of the water and the rustling of the trees. As he closed his eyes, he felt the presence of the forest around him, ancient and wise. With newfound clarity, Finn gathered the villagers and proposed a solution. They would work together to gently redirect the brook's flow, allowing it to run through a series of small channels they would dig. This would keep the water moving, preventing it from freezing solid, while also providing a way to store the water safely. The villagers, inspired by Finn's understanding and the unity he fostered, set to work. Under the soft glow of the feather, they dug channels with care, their efforts guided by the wisdom of the forest. As they worked, the villagers shared stories and laughter, their spirits lifted by the bond they were creating. When at last the channels were complete, the brook flowed freely once more, its gentle gurgle a melody of relief and gratitude. The village would have enough water for the winter, and more importantly, they had learned the power of working together, guided by kindness and understanding. As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Finn returned to the forest to thank his friends. Oswin, Pippin, and Eldwin gathered around him, their eyes shining with pride. "You have done well, young Finn," Oswin said, his voice a soft caress in the night air. "Remember, it is through wisdom and friendship that the greatest challenges are overcome." Finn smiled, the warmth of their friendship wrapping around him like a cozy blanket. He knew now that the true magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connections he had made, the lessons he had learned, and the heart that guided him. And so, with the feather of whispers safely tucked away, Finn continued to explore the world around him, always listening, always learning, and always ready to lend a helping hand. The village thrived, its people united by the gentle lessons of the forest. And in the heart of it all, Finn grew, his spirit as bright and unyielding as the feather that had shown him the way. As the years passed, he became a storyteller, sharing tales of wonder and wisdom by the fireside, his stories a beacon of warmth and hope for all who listened. And so, dear listener, as you drift into dreams tonight, remember the magic of understanding, the power of friendship, and the gentle wisdom that guides us all. Sleep well, for in your dreams you too may find a feather of whispers, leading you to worlds of wonder and peace. Story 24. In the small, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering forests and gentle hills, there lay an old, weather-beaten shop. Its sign, swinging softly in the breeze, read, "Timothy's Treasures." The shop was a curious place, filled with trinkets and baubles, each with its own forgotten history. It was the sort of place where dust motes danced in shafts of sunlight, and time seemed to slow, wrapping visitors in a warm, inviting embrace. The shop was run by an elderly gentleman named Timothy, whose eyes twinkled like stars whenever he spoke of his beloved collections. He was a kind-hearted soul, known for his gentle smile and his stories that wove magic into even the simplest of items. But among all the treasures, there was one that even Timothy rarely spoke of. A small, unassuming box made of intricately carved wood. It sat quietly on the highest shelf, its presence almost unnoticed, save for the occasional glint of its brass latch catching the light. One blustery autumn afternoon, a young girl named Maisie ventured into the shop. Her curiosity was insatiable, and her imagination boundless. She loved nothing more than exploring every nook and cranny of Willowbrook, and Timothy's Treasures had always been her favorite stop. "Good afternoon, Maisie," Timothy greeted warmly, his voice as comforting as a soft blanket. "What brings you here today?" Maisie grinned, her eyes alight with wonder. "I'm on a quest, Mr. Timothy, a quest for something special." Timothy chuckled, his laughter like a gentle breeze rustling through the autumn leaves. "Well then, young adventurer, let's see what we can find." As Maisie wandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed over the various objects. She paused at the sight of the wooden box, its carvings intricate and mesmerizing. "What's this?" she inquired, looking up at Timothy with wide eyes. "Ah, that," Timothy said, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "That is the box of whispers. It holds a secret, you see, but it's not one that can be opened by just anyone." Maisie's curiosity piqued. "A secret? What kind of secret?" Timothy leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "It is said that the box contains a gift, a magical ability that reveals itself to those who truly need it." Maisie was captivated. "Can I open it, please?" Timothy nodded thoughtfully. "You may try, but remember, Maisie, sometimes the things we seek require us to look beyond what we can see." With a heart full of hope, Maisie gently lifted the box from its perch. It was surprisingly warm to the touch, as if it held a life of its own. She carefully unlatched the brass clasp, and as she did, the shop seemed to hold its breath. Inside, there was no gleam of gold or shimmer of jewels, just a small, folded piece of parchment. Maisie unfolded it gingerly, revealing a single, simple sentence. "Listen to the whispers of the world, and they will guide you." Maisie's brow furrowed in confusion. "What does it mean, Mr. Timothy?" Timothy smiled kindly, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It means your journey is just beginning, Maisie. The whispers are all around us, in the rustle of leaves, the babbling brook, and even the soft sigh of the wind. They are there to guide those who are willing to listen." Maisie nodded, feeling a spark of excitement ignite within her. "I want to learn. I want to listen." With Timothy's encouragement, Maisie embarked on her journey. She wandered through the village, her senses heightened and her heart open. As she walked, she began to notice the world in ways she never had before. The way the branches of the willow trees swayed in silent conversation, the gentle murmur of the river sharing its secrets. Along her path, Maisie met others who helped her hone her newfound ability. There was Old Man Jasper, whose keen ears could pick up the faintest rustling of grass, and young Lily, whose laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes, always finding joy in the smallest of sounds. Each encounter taught Maisie something new, and with each lesson, she felt the world around her grow more vibrant and alive. She learned to discern the different voices of the forest, the comforting croak of frogs at dusk, and the soft hum of bees busy at work. As the weeks passed, Maisie began to understand the true power of the Box of Whispers. It wasn't about wielding magic in the traditional sense, but about embracing the magic that already existed in the world. The whispers guided her to help those in need, finding lost trinkets, mending broken hearts, and bringing smiles with her newfound wisdom. One chilly evening, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Maisie found herself back at Timothy's shop. The wind carried with it the scent of wood smoke and the comforting promise of a crackling fire. Timothy welcomed her in with a steaming cup of cocoa, its warmth seeping through the mug and into her fingers. "You've come far, Maisie?" Timothy said, his voice as soothing as the cocoa she sipped. "How does the world sound to you now?" Maisie beamed, her eyes sparkling with the joy of discovery. "It's beautiful, Mr. Timothy. It's like a song that never ends, always changing, always teaching." Timothy nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "And what have you learned from it?" Maisie thought for a moment, her mind tracing the path of her journey. "I've learned that the world has a voice all its own, and if we take the time to listen, it will lead us to where we need to be. It's not about changing the world with force, but about understanding it with kindness and wisdom." Timothy smiled, a warm glow emanating from him like the light of the fireplace. "You've discovered the true treasure, Maisie. Remember, the magic is always there, waiting for those who listen." As Maisie left the shop, she felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. The journey had changed her, shaped her in ways she hadn't expected. And though the Box of Whispers was just an ordinary box once more, its magic lived on in the whispers of the world and in Maisie's heart. She walked home under the canopy of stars, her footsteps light and her spirit lifted, knowing that no matter where her path led, she would always have the whispers as her guide. And with that comforting thought, she drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the world around her. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft melodies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming moonflowers, lived a group of quirky, endearing creatures, each with their own unique charm. The heart of their village was a grand old oak known as the grandmother tree, whose branches stretched high into the sky and roots delved deep into the earth, whispering ancient secrets. The village was home to creatures like Finwick the fox, whose fur shimmered with a patchwork of colors like a sunset quilt. Finwick had the curious ability to change his fur to match his emotions, a trait that made him quite popular among his friends. Next was Pippa the hedgehog, whose spines sparkled with a gentle luminescence at night, lighting the paths for her friends with a warm golden glow. And then there was Tumbles the rabbit, who had the most extraordinary set of ears. They were so long and fluffy, they often got tangled around his feet, causing him to tumble and trip, much to the amusement of his friends. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like tiny jewels on the leaves, a peculiar event unfolded. The creatures of Whispering Woods awoke to find that the grandmother tree had lost her voice. The gentle hum that usually resonated through the forest was replaced by a curious silence, and the leaves of the grandmother tree rustled with a forlorn sigh. The friends gathered beneath her expansive canopy, their eyes wide with concern. "What could have happened to our beloved grandmother tree?" wondered Finwick, his fur flickering between a worried blue and a thoughtful green. Pippa, her spines twinkling with the resolve of 1,000 stars, suggested, "Perhaps we need to find the source of her silence. Maybe it's something magical." Tumbles, with his ears flopping comically over his face, nodded vigorously. Oh, maybe it's a spell gone wrong. Or perhaps a wandering echo has snuck into her branches and hidden away." Determined to restore the grandmother tree's voice, the trio set off on their quest. The forest was alive with the vibrant colors of wildflowers and the gentle babble of brooks, creating a symphony that filled their hearts with hope and courage. As they ventured deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tiny, glimmering door nestled among the roots of a weeping willow. The door was no taller than a toadstool, and it shimmered with an iridescent glow. "What if this door leads to the answer we seek?" piped up Pippa, her eyes reflecting the door's magical light. With a collective nod, the friends squeezed through the tiny door, finding themselves in a whimsical world where everything was delightfully upside down. The sky was at their feet, and the ground floated lazily above their heads, adorned with fluffy clouds. In this topsy-turvy realm, they met Whirligig the wind sprite, a bubbly creature who zoomed around like a playful breeze. Whirligig had hair that flowed like a silken stream, constantly shifting colors, and wings that buzzed like hummingbirds. "Oh dear, what brings you to the land of wayward whispers?" chirped Whirligig, spiraling around them with a giggle. Finwick explained their quest, his fur shifting to a hopeful yellow. "Our grandmother tree has lost her voice, and we believe something magical might be the cause." Whirligig clapped their hands, sending a cascade of sparkles into the air. "Ah, you must be looking for the echoes of laughter. They sometimes wander into the grandmother tree's branches, thinking it's a wonderful place to play." The friends exchanged delighted glances. "Can you help us find them?" asked Tumbles, his ears perking up eagerly. With a mischievous grin, Whirligig led them on a whimsical chase through the land of wayward whispers. They danced over sky-high rivers and skipped across sunlit meadows where daisies sang in harmony with the breeze. Finally, they reached a grove where the echoes of laughter were gathered, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the floating trees. Each echo was a small, shimmering orb, giggling and winking as they darted about. With the help of Whirligig, the friends gathered the playful echoes into a shimmering net of moonbeams woven by Pippa. The echoes of laughter, realizing the importance of their journey, agreed to return to the grandmother tree and restore her voice. Back through the tiny door they went, emerging once more into the familiar embrace of Whispering Woods. As they reached the grandmother tree, they released the echoes of laughter into her branches. The echoes swirled around, filling the air with joyous giggles and soft murmurs until, with a gentle sigh, the grandmother tree's voice returned, resonating through the forest with a melody as sweet as a lullaby. The forest erupted into a symphony of joyous sounds, and the friends danced beneath the grandmother tree's canopy, their hearts light and their spirits high. The grandmother tree, her voice now filled with gratitude, whispered her thanks, the leaves shimmering with a newfound vibrancy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the friends gathered around the grandmother tree for a final celebration. Tumbles, his ears tied in a neat bow, performed delightful somersaults that made everyone laugh. Pippa led them in a gentle, glowing dance, while Finwick's fur shifted through a rainbow of colors, reflecting the joy in their hearts. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the friends of Whispering Woods drifted into happy dreams, knowing that their friendship and creative thinking had brought magic back to their beloved home. Story 26? Once upon a time, in the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young weaver named Celine. Her nimble fingers crafted the most exquisite tapestries, each thread intertwining to tell tales of stars and seasons, of woods and winds. But despite her skill, Celine felt a restlessness within, an uneasy flutter like a caged bird beating against the confines of its world. The people of Willowbrook adored her work, yet Celine yearned for something more, though she couldn't quite name it. Her heart ached with the weight of change she could neither see nor touch. She often strolled through the village, seeking solace among the rustling leaves and murmuring streams, but the feeling lingered like a shadow at dusk. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Celine wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. She followed a path dappled with sunlight and shadow, drawn by a soft, melodious hum that seemed to echo from the heart of the forest. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle mist curled around her ankles as she walked. Her journey led her to a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the full moon, where a circle of ancient oaks stood sentinel. In the center, a small, shimmering pool reflected the night sky, its surface a mirror to the universe above. As Celine approached, she noticed a figure sitting by the water, a woman with eyes like the deep forest night and hair that flowed like the river's song. "Welcome, Celine," the woman greeted, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am known as Maya, keeper of the woods of whispering dreams. I sense you seek something beyond the loom's embrace." Celine nodded, her heart both fearful and hopeful. "I do, but I do not know what it is I seek. I only feel this, longing." Maya smiled, her gaze warm and knowing. "Change stirs within you, dear one, as it does in all things. It is the dance of life itself, a melody that calls us to grow and transform." "But I am afraid," Celine admitted, her voice a whisper in the night. "What if I cannot become what I am meant to be?" Maya reached into the folds of her cloak and drew forth a small iridescent seed, glowing softly in the moonlight. "Plant this beside the pool, and let it teach you the way of growth. It will guide you, as friends and companions are bound to do." With trembling hands, Celine took the seed and nestled it into the soft earth by the water's edge. As she did, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a connection to the life all around her, a comforting embrace of the world itself. "Return here with the rising sun and tend to it," Maya instructed. "As it grows, so too will your understanding." Celine thanked Maya and returned to the village, her heart lighter, her mind filled with a quiet anticipation. As dawn broke, she returned to the clearing, the golden light painting the world anew. To her wonder, a delicate sprout had already emerged from the soil, its leaves unfurling like tiny hands reaching for the sky. Each day, Celine visited the clearing, tending to the sprout as it grew into a slender sapling. She watered it with care, spoke to it with kindness, and learned to listen to the subtle whispers of the forest. As the tree grew, so did Celine's courage and understanding. She began to see the beauty in change, in the natural cycles of the world that mirrored her own journey. The villagers, noticing the change in Celine, offered their support and friendship. Her neighbor, an elderly potter named Tamsin, shared stories of her own transformations, of learning to mold clay into vessels of beauty and purpose. The village baker, Jonas, taught Celine the art of kneading dough, its transformation into warm, fragrant loaves, a metaphor for growth and patience. Through their friendship and wisdom, Celine discovered that she was not alone in her journey. Everyone in Willowbrook was part of a tapestry of life, each person a thread in the grand design, weaving their own stories of change and transformation. Seasons turned, and the sapling became a mighty oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its roots deep in the earth. Celine, too, had grown, her heart open and her spirit unburdened. She realized that her longing was not for something outside of herself, but for the courage to embrace her own potential, to become all that she was meant to be. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Celine returned to the clearing. Maya awaited her there, her presence a gentle comfort. "You have grown, dear Celine," Maya said, her voice a breeze through the leaves. "The tree stands as a testament to your journey, a symbol of your inner strength." Celine gazed up at the oak, its leaves whispering secrets to the stars. "I understand now," she replied, her voice steady. "Change is not something to fear, but to welcome. It is the essence of life, and I am grateful for it." Maya nodded, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Remember, Celine, that growth is a journey, not a destination. Trust in yourself and in the love that surrounds you." With a heart full of gratitude, Celine thanked Maya once more. As she walked back to the village, the moon guiding her way, she felt a profound peace settle within her. She was part of the great tapestry of life, her story woven with wisdom and wonder, and she knew that whatever changes lay ahead, she would face them with courage and grace. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, Celine continued to weave her tapestries, each one a reflection of the beauty and magic of personal growth. Her work was more vibrant than ever, infused with the colors of her journey and the warmth of her newfound understanding. The villagers treasured her creations, for they told stories not just of stars and seasons, but of the heart's own transformation. And beneath the ancient oak in the clearing, the whispers of the forest sang of change and friendship, of courage and love, echoing the lessons learned by a young weaver who had found her place in the world. In this way, Celine's story became part of the village's lore, a gentle reminder that within every heart lies the seed of magic and the promise of transformation. As the stars twinkled above, the village of Willowbrook lay nestled in the arms of the night, its people dreaming beneath the watchful gaze of the moon and the ancient oaks. And in their dreams, they found comfort in the knowledge that they too were part of the ever-unfolding tapestry of life, where each thread, no matter how small, was woven with purpose and love. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Lily. She had always been a quiet and reserved soul, content with the simple rhythms of her life. Yet deep within her heart, she longed for something more, a sense of purpose and adventure that beckoned beyond the familiar. One crisp autumn morning, as Lily tended to her garden, a gentle breeze carried the faint sound of tinkling bells. Curious, she followed the enchanting melody, which led her to a secluded glade where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base, a tiny creature no bigger than her thumb greeted her with a warm smile. "Welcome, Lily," the diminutive being said, her voice like the whisper of petals. "I am Willow, a guardian of the forest. Your heart's yearning has summoned me, for it is time for you to embark on a journey of transformation." Lily was both captivated and apprehensive, for change had always been her greatest fear. But Willow's kindly presence put her at ease, and she found herself listening intently. "Within this ancient oak," Willow explained, "lies a magical acorn that holds the power of personal growth. If you dare to nurture it with your hopes and dreams, it will blossom into a wondrous manifestation of your true self." Doubt flickered within Lily, but her curiosity burned brighter. With Willow's guidance, she planted the acorn in a patch of rich soil, tending to it with unwavering care and affection. Days turned to weeks, and weeks to months, and the acorn remained dormant, much to Lily's growing disappointment. Yet, her newfound friend, Willow, never wavered in her encouragement, reminding Lily that growth takes patience and perseverance. As the seasons changed, Lily found solace in the company of two kindly woodland creatures, a wise old owl named Sage and a playful rabbit named Blossom. Their friendship blossomed, and together they kept vigil over the acorn, sharing stories and laughter that nourished Lily's spirit. One crisp morning, as the first snowflakes drifted from the sky, Lily noticed a tiny sprout pushing through the soil. Her heart swelled with joy and wonder as the sprout grew taller each day, unfurling delicate leaves that shimmered with enchantment. Willow beamed with pride, for Lily's unwavering faith and nurturing had borne fruit. "This sapling is a reflection of your inner growth," she whispered. "With each season, it will blossom anew, mirroring the ever-changing aspects of your true self." As the years passed, the sapling grew into a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens. With each spring, it adorned itself with blossoms of every hue, filling the glade with breathtaking beauty and fragrance. In summer, its leaves danced in the warm breeze, casting dappled shadows that invited rest and contemplation. Autumn brought a blaze of vibrant colors, reminding Lily of the beauty in life's transitions. And in winter, the tree stood steadfast, its bare branches a testament to the quiet strength that lay within. Lily marveled at the tree's boundless transformations, each one revealing a new facet of her own ever-evolving spirit. She learned to embrace change as a pathway to growth, thus letting go of her fears and allowing her true essence to unfurl like the petals of a long-awaited bloom. Sage, the wise old owl, would often perch among the branches, sharing ancient wisdom that resonated within Lily's heart. "Growth is not a linear path," he would hoot. "It is a spiral dance where each cycle brings us closer to our authentic selves." Blossom, the ever-playful rabbit, taught Lily to find joy in the present moment, hopping and frolicking amidst the fallen leaves, reminding her that happiness blossoms from within, regardless of external circumstances. And Willow, the gentle guardian, remained a constant source of guidance and encouragement, her presence a reminder that even the smallest of beings can inspire great change. As the years slipped by, Lily's once quiet village became a haven of wonder, where people from near and far would gather to bask in the enchantment of the magical tree and its ever-changing splendor. And at its heart, Lily stood tall and radiant, a living embodiment of the transformative power of personal growth, her spirit forever intertwined with the tree's eternal dance of renewal. For Lily had learned that true beauty lies not in remaining static, but in embracing the ebb and flow of life's cycles, allowing each season to shape and refine the essence of who we are meant to become. Story 28. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering pines, lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where morning mist kissed the fields and the air carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle. The villagers often spoke of the Enchanted Glade, a mystical place hidden deep within the forest of whimsy, where time seemed to dance to its own rhythm, and the trees whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Lila, with her curious heart and bright eyes, had heard tales of the Enchanted Glade ever since she was a child. The stories spoke of shimmering streams that mirrored the sky, flowers that glowed like stars at twilight, and gentle creatures that roamed freely, each with a tale of its own. Though many in the village dismissed these stories as mere legends, Lila felt a pull in her heart, a yearning to discover the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden hue over the village, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart's calling. She packed a small satchel with an apple, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea, and set off toward the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle of the trees seemed to guide her along the winding path. As Lila ventured deeper into the forest, the world around her began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks wrapped in ivy like ancient guardians of a forgotten realm. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Lila's heart raced with a mix of excitement and trepidation, her senses alive to the magic that lingered in the air. Suddenly, Lila stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled light. At its center stood a peculiar tree, its bark a shimmering silver that seemed to pulse with an inner light. Beneath its boughs sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen, a small furry being with eyes like liquid amber and ears that twitched with curiosity. The creature regarded Lila with a gentle gaze, and she felt a sense of warmth and welcome. "Greetings, traveler," the creature spoke, its voice as soft as the breeze. "I am Pippin, the keeper of the glade. What brings you to this enchanted place?" Lila, taken aback but not frightened, replied, "I've come in search of the Enchanted Glade. I wish to see its wonders and hear the stories that it holds." Pippin nodded, a twinkle in its eyes. "The glade is indeed a place of wonders, but it is also a place of trials. To reach it, you must first face the challenges that lie ahead. Are you prepared, young one? With a nod of determination, Lila agreed. She knew that her heart was strong, and her spirit was ready for whatever lay ahead. Pippin led her through the forest, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver bark. The first challenge came in the form of a babbling brook, its waters flowing swiftly over smooth stones. The sound was soothing like a lullaby, but the current was strong. Lila hesitated, unsure of how to cross. Pippin, sensing her uncertainty, offered a reassuring smile. Trust in your balance and the rhythm of the water, and you shall find your way. Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped onto the stones, her feet finding purchase as she moved with the flow of the brook. Each step was a dance, her movements guided by the music of the water. With a joyful laugh, she reached the other side, greeted by Pippin's approving nod. Next, they came upon a grove where the trees seemed to hum with energy, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the sunlight. At the center of the grove stood a puzzle of stepping stones, each etched with a different symbol. This is the path of reflections, Pippin explained. To cross, you must choose the stones that speak to your heart. Lila gazed at the symbols, each one resonating with a different part of her soul. She chose a stone marked with a feather, symbolizing freedom and grace. As she stepped onto it, the stone glowed warmly beneath her feet. With each choice, she felt her confidence grow, her path illuminated by the truths she held within. Finally, they arrived at the edge of the enchanted glade. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of nature's symphony surrounded them. In the center of the glade stood a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors. Around it danced creatures of every kind, luminous fireflies, gentle deer, and playful foxes, their eyes twinkling with mischief and wonder. Lila's heart swelled with joy and awe as she stepped into the glade. She felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had come home to a place she had never known. The creatures gathered around her, their presence a warm embrace. "You have shown courage and wisdom, Lila," Pippin said, standing beside her. "The enchanted glade welcomes you as one of its own. Remember, the journey you took today is a reflection of the journey within. May you always carry its magic in your heart." As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the glade, Lila knew it was time to return to Willowbrook. She bid farewell to Pippin and the creatures, her heart full of gratitude and love. With each step back through the forest, she carried the enchantment of the glade within her, a beacon of light and courage. When Lila returned to her village, she shared her tales with those she loved, her eyes alight with the magic of her adventure. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the wonder of her journey. And though many still considered the enchanted glade a mere legend, Lila knew its truth, woven into the very fabric of her being. From that day forward, Lila lived her life with a spirit of exploration and courage, knowing that even the unknown held beauty and wisdom. Her journey had taught her that true magic lay not just in distant lands, but within the heart of each adventurer brave enough to seek it. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the whispering pines, Lila's tale became a cherished story, a bedtime legend that lulled the village children to sleep, their dreams filled with the promise of adventure and the warmth of home. Story 29. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight wove its golden threads through a tapestry of emerald leaves, life hummed with a gentle harmony. This forest, cradled by misty mountains and serenaded by babbling brooks, was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of ages past. Nestled within this verdant sanctuary was a glade, a clearing encircled by towering oaks and elms that stood like silent sentinels. Here, a soft carpet of moss cushioned the earth, and the air was rich with the perfume of wildflowers and the crisp scent of pine. It was a place where the natural world danced in a delicate balance, overseen by creatures who had lived there for centuries. The glade was home to a wise old tortoise named Brindle. His shell was etched with lines like ancient scripts, and his eyes held the depth of time itself. Brindle was the keeper of stories, the custodian of wisdom passed down through generations of woodland creatures. As he moved slowly through the forest, the rustle of leaves underfoot was like the turning of pages in a grand living book. One bright morning, as the dew clung like diamonds to blades of grass, Brindle gathered the forest's inhabitants for their seasonal council. Creatures of all sizes and shapes assembled in the glade, their coats and feathers a mosaic of colors. There were rabbits with ears twitching in anticipation, squirrels with tails fluffed like brushes, and birds whose melodies painted the air with song. Even the elusive foxes emerged from their dens, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Brindle began the gathering with a story, as was his custom. His voice was a gentle rumble, like distant thunder, and it wove through the glade with a comforting cadence. Long, long ago, Brindle began, when the forest was young and the world new, the seasons were born from the breath of the great sky spirit. Each season was a gift, a time for renewal and rest, for growth and harvest. But it was the task of the creatures of the forest to keep this balance, to nurture the gifts given to us. As Brindle spoke, the forest seemed to listen. The leaves rustled softly, and the breeze carried his words into every nook and cranny of the woodland realm. The animals listened intently, their hearts swelling with the shared history of their home. Once, there was a time when the balance was threatened. Brindle continued, his tone deepening. The summer sun had grown restless, her warmth too fierce, and the streams began to dry. The flowers drooped, and the trees whispered of thirst. The creatures exchanged worried glances, for they too had felt the sting of an unkind summer. It was then, Brindle said, that a young rabbit named Liora, whose fur was as soft as the dappled shadows, decided to seek the wisdom of the wind. She journeyed to the highest hill, where the wind sang its loudest, and there she asked how to restore balance to the forest. At this, a soft murmur spread through the glade, and a gentle doe nudged her fawn closer, the story a reminder of courage and wisdom. The wind, ever capricious, answered her with a riddle, Brindle intoned. Look to the heart and find the key, where warmth and coolness blend in harmony. Liora returned to the glade, pondering the wind's words. She gathered her friends, and together they discovered that it was the gentle touch of the rain that would soothe the sun's fiery temper. Brindle paused, allowing the weight of the story to settle. And so the creatures worked together, calling upon the rain with dances and songs, with whispers and wishes. And the rain, moved by their unity, answered. The forest was healed, balance restored. The animals in the glade sighed in relief, their spirits lifted by the tale. Brindle watched them with a knowing smile, for he understood that stories were more than just words. They were bridges between past and present, binding the community together. As the council drew to a close, a young fox named Finn approached Brindle. His fur was a fiery red, like autumn leaves caught in a sunbeam, and his eyes sparkled with youthful determination. Brindle, Finn asked, what if the balance is threatened again? How will we know what to do? Brindle nodded, his expression serene. The forest speaks, young Finn. By listening to its whispers, by observing the dance of the seasons and the songs of the birds, you will know. The wisdom is within you, passed down through every leaf and stream, through every story told. Finn nodded thoughtfully, feeling the weight of responsibility ease into a sense of belonging. The forest was not just a home, it was a living tapestry, and he was a thread within it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of amber and rose, the creatures began to depart, their hearts full of hope and kinship. The glade, once bustling with life, grew quiet, save for the gentle nocturne sung by the crickets and frogs. Brindle watched them go, the lines of his shell glinting in the soft twilight. He knew that the stories would continue, carried by the wind and the stars, whispered by the leaves and the streams. In this ancient forest, where reality and magic entwined like the roots of the great trees, balance was not just maintained by the creatures' actions, but by the stories they shared. And so, as the moon rose to cast its silvery glow over the land, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, assured in its harmony, its secrets safe in the gentle hands of its guardians. In this place, where time flowed like a quiet stream, the natural world thrived in its eternal dance, a testament to the wisdom of unity and the enduring power of stories. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like towering guardians of time, there was a hidden world known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind and the rustling of leaves. This was a place where the boundaries between the tangible and the magical blurred, where the unseen danced in harmony with the scene. At the center of this enchanted woodland lay a glade, bathed in dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy of emerald leaves. Here the air was rich with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a sweet perfume that mingled with the earthy musk of the forest floor. The glade was a gathering place for the creatures of the forest, a sanctuary where the fragile balance of nature was upheld by ancient traditions and quiet wisdom. In this vibrant tapestry of life, there lived a wise old owl named Wren. With feathers as soft as velvet and eyes that glistened like amber jewels, Wren was the keeper of the forest's secrets. He roosted in a grand oak tree that stood at the edge of the glade, its branches sprawling like the arms of an ancient guardian. From his high perch, Wren watched over the forest, his gaze gentle and knowing. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to drift lazily to the ground, Wren noticed something amiss. The brook that wound its way through the glade, usually a sparkling ribbon of life, had slowed to a mere trickle. Its waters, once clear and bright, now carried the murmur of distress. The forest creatures, from the smallest field mouse to the grandest stag, gathered at the brook's edge, their eyes filled with concern. A delicate fawn named Lila, with a coat as soft as spun silk and eyes wide with innocence, approached Wren. Her voice was a gentle whisper, barely louder than the rustle of leaves. "Wise Wren," she began, "the brook is fading, and with it the song of the forest. What can we do?" Wren nodded sagely, his heart warmed by the fawn's earnestness. "Fear not, dear Lila," he replied, his voice a soothing melody. "The forest is a living tapestry, and like all living things, it is bound by the cycles of nature. Sometimes those cycles bring challenges, yet within them lie the seeds of renewal." The creatures listened intently, their hearts lifted by Wren's calm assurance. But they knew that action was needed, and so they turned to the ancient stories, passed down through countless generations, for guidance. These stories spoke of a magical phenomenon tied to the changing of the seasons, a dance of elements that could restore balance when the forest was in need. Under Wren's wise direction, the creatures set about their task. The nimble squirrels gathered acorns and seeds, planting them along the banks of the brook to fortify the soil. The birds, with feathers flashing like jewels in the sunlight, flew to the distant mountain springs, carrying droplets of pure water back to the glade. Even the shy hedgehogs emerged from their burrows, their spines bristling with determination, as they worked to clear away fallen leaves and debris. As the days passed, the forest began to hum with a renewed energy. The air was filled with the soft rustle of wings and the gentle patter of paws, a symphony of life that resonated with the pulse of the earth. The brook, nurtured by the care of the forest's denizens, began to flow more freely, its waters shimmering like a ribbon of silver under the light of the harvest moon. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, the creatures gathered once more at the glade. Wren, perched upon his oak, surveyed the scene with a heart full of pride. "You have all worked together in the spirit of harmony and friendship," he said, his voice carrying softly across the gathering. "In doing so, you have not only restored the brook, but reaffirmed the delicate balance of our home." Lila, standing beside the brook, gazed at her reflection in the water, her eyes alight with wonder. "Is this the magic of the seasons, wise Wren?" she asked, her voice a gentle lullaby. Wren nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Indeed, dear Lila, it is a magic woven into the very fabric of the world, a reminder that we are all part of something greater than ourselves. When we work together, with kindness and wisdom, we can overcome any challenge." As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the creatures of the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, their hearts filled with contentment. The forest, alive with the gentle murmur of the brook and the soft sigh of the wind through the trees, cradled them in its embrace, a living testament to the power of unity and the enduring beauty of nature's cycles. And so, under the watchful gaze of the wise old owl, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its hidden lives unfolding in a dance as timeless as the stars. The glade, once more a sanctuary of life and light, whispered its secrets to the night, a lullaby of peace and harmony that would echo through the ages. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the leafy canopy and the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there existed a place untouched by the hurried hands of time. The woods held secrets, whispered only to those who dared to listen, and within their depths lay the small village of Eldergrove, nestled in a clearing as if the forest had gently cradled it into existence. Eldergrove was a haven where cobblestone paths meandered between quaint cottages, each with thatched roofs and shutters painted in hues of sage and lavender. It was a place where the days were marked by the sun's gentle arc across the sky, and the nights by the soft glow of lanterns that dotted the village like stars fallen to earth. The villagers, a kind-hearted folk, lived in harmony with the forest, tending to their gardens and sharing their harvests in a spirit of community and friendship. Among these villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose spirit was as wild and free as the winds that whispered through the treetops. Lila had a curiosity that could not be contained, and her days were spent exploring the woods with her best friend, a clever fox named Finn. Finn had fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and intelligence. Together, they roamed the forest, discovering hidden groves and secret streams, their laughter echoing through the trees. Lila's favorite place was the hidden glen, a magical sanctuary deep within the forest where the sunlight filtered through the leaves in a cascade of golden beams. Here, a crystal-clear pond lay cradled in a ring of ancient stones, and the air hummed with a melody known only to those who believed in magic. It was in this glen that Lila and Finn would often rest, lying on the soft moss and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent and the sky blushed with hues of pink and orange, Lila and Finn made their way to the glen. The forest was alive with the sounds of evening, the chirping of crickets mingling with the rustle of leaves. As they reached the glen, Lila noticed something unusual, a glimmering object partially submerged in the pond's edge. Her heart quickened with curiosity. Approaching the water, Lila knelt and reached into the cool depths, her fingers closing around something smooth and round. She lifted it from the water, revealing a small, intricately carved stone. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change in the fading light. The stone pulsed gently in her hand, as if alive with some ancient energy. "What do you think it is, Finn?" Lila asked, holding the stone for her friend to inspect. Finn cocked his head to the side, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. "It looks like it might be a moonstone," he replied, his voice thoughtful. "My grandmother once told me tales of such stones, how they held the power to reveal hidden worlds and unlock secrets of the heart." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Do you think it's magic?" she whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn nodded. "I believe it might be. But magic is a mysterious thing, Lila. It often requires us to be both brave and wise." As they pondered the stone's mysteries, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with anticipation. Lila felt a stirring within her, a sense that this discovery was the beginning of something extraordinary. She tucked the stone into her pocket, promising herself to unravel its secrets. The journey home was filled with an excited energy, the stone's presence a warm, comforting weight against Lila's side. Once back in Eldergrove, she shared her discovery with the villagers, who gathered around with eyes wide and voices hushed. The elders, who had seen many wonders in their time, nodded with approval, their gazes lingering on the stone with reverence. "You must guard it well, Lila," said the village elder, a wise woman named Mara, whose hair was as silver as moonlight. "The stone has chosen you for a reason. It will reveal its purpose in time." That night, as the village settled into the embrace of sleep, Lila lay awake, the moonstone resting on her bedside table, its soft glow illuminating the room. Her mind danced with possibilities, and she felt a sense of connection to the stone, as if it whispered to her in a language she was only beginning to understand. In the days that followed, Lila and Finn continued their explorations, the moonstone always close at hand. It became a companion in their adventures, a beacon that seemed to guide them toward hidden paths and forgotten places. With each discovery, Lila felt a deepening bond with the forest, as if the stone was weaving her into its ancient tapestry. One morning, as dawn painted the sky with the first blush of day, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. The moonstone lay warm in her hand, as if urging her to follow its lead. She dressed quickly and set out with Finn, their steps light and eager. The forest was alive with the freshness of morning, the air crisp and filled with the song of birds. Lila and Finn followed the stone's guiding warmth, which led them along a path unfamiliar and yet strangely comforting. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the light filtered through the leaves in shimmering patterns. As they walked, Lila felt the presence of the forest around her, a living, breathing entity that welcomed her with open arms. She realized that the moonstone was not just revealing the forest's secrets, but also her own, a journey of self-discovery as profound as the one through the woods. Eventually, they came upon a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a meadow carpeted with wildflowers. In the center stood a great oak, its branches stretching skyward like ancient arms reaching for the heavens. Beneath its boughs, a gentle stream wound its way, its waters sparkling in the morning light. As Lila approached, the moonstone pulsed with a gentle warmth, and she felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips. She knew, without understanding how, that this was a special place, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where magic flowed freely and the heart's desires were laid bare. Kneeling beside the stream, Lila held the moonstone aloft, its light casting a shimmering glow over the water. Finn watched with a silent awe, his sharp eyes reflecting the stone's light. In the stillness of the moment, Lila felt a connection to the world around her, a unity with the forest and the life it harbored. She closed her eyes, allowing the stone's energy to flow through her, and in that instant, she understood the stone's gift. It was not a power to wield or a secret to uncover, but a journey, an invitation to see the world and herself with new eyes, to discover the beauty and magic that lay hidden within. It was a reminder that the greatest journeys were those of the heart, and that magic existed in every corner of the world, waiting to be found by those who believed. With a gentle sigh, Lila opened her eyes, the moonstone's glow fading as its purpose was fulfilled. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that her journey was far from over, but that she was now ready to embrace it with open arms. As she rose to her feet, Finn nuzzled her hand, his eyes shining with understanding. Together, they turned back toward Eldergrove, their steps light and confident. The forest embraced them, its whispers a gentle lullaby as they retraced their path. The journey home was filled with the warmth of friendship and the promise of new adventures. Lila knew that the moonstone had changed her, not by granting her power, but by teaching her to see the world with a heart open to wonder. As the village came into view, bathed in the golden light of morning, Lila felt a sense of belonging deeper than she had ever known. She realized that the magic of the moonstone was not in the stone itself, but in the connections it fostered, the bonds of friendship, the beauty of the natural world, and the journey of self-discovery. In the days and years that followed, Lila and Finn continued to explore the Whispering Woods, their adventures woven with the tapestry of life. They shared their tales with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their hearts warmed by the promise of magic in the world around them. And as the sun set over Eldergrove, casting its gentle light over the village, Lila knew that the true magic of the moonstone was the gift of seeing the world not as it was, but as it could be, a place of endless wonder, where every step was a journey, and every heart held the promise of adventure. Story 32. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a tranquil valley, where the sun poured its golden warmth through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay the quaint village of Glimmerbrook. Nestled between gentle hills and a sparkling brook, this village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, colorful gardens, and the laughter of its inhabitants. But it was the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest that bordered Glimmerbrook, that held a secret known only to a few. At the edge of these woods lived a kind-hearted boy named Finn. He was known for his curiosity and a heart that beat with unyielding kindness. Finn had an unassuming nature, his sandy hair often tousled by the wind, and his green eyes mirrored the lushness of the forest he loved so dearly. His dearest friend was a wise old woman named Anara, who seemed as ancient as the trees themselves. She lived in a quaint cottage surrounded by herbs and flowers that swayed gently in the breeze. Anara was a keeper of stories, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of countless years. She often spoke of the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods, a place where the ordinary world and the realm of magic intertwined. It was said that deep within the woods, a hidden world awaited those pure of heart and keen of spirit. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of wood smoke and pine, Inara called Finn to her side. "There is a tale," she began, her voice soft yet compelling, "of a magical object of great power and kindness. It is a lantern crafted from the first rays of dawn, known as the Lantern of Liora. It is said to illuminate the path of truth and kindness, guiding those who wield it to the heart of the hidden world." Finn listened intently, his heart fluttering with excitement and wonder. "Can it truly be found, Inara?" he asked, his voice a mix of hope and doubt. Inara nodded thoughtfully. "The Lantern of Liora is a those who seek not for themselves, but for the betterment of others. It is hidden in the Whispering Woods, waiting for the right soul to discover it." With a resolve born of youthful courage, Finn decided that this was a journey he must undertake. The next morning, he packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of cool water, and a cloak against the autumn chill. Inara gifted him a small compass, its needle shimmering with an ethereal glow. "It will guide you on your path," she said with a gentle smile. Thus, Finn set off into the Whispering Woods, the forest alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the sweet songs of unseen birds. As he ventured deeper, the world around him began to transform. The trees seemed to whisper secrets in a language only they understood, and the sunlight danced upon the forest floor, creating patterns of light and shadow that guided his steps. The deeper Finn journeyed into the woods, the more enchanted the landscape became. Trees with trunks as wide as houses towered above him, their branches weaving a tapestry against the sky. The air was rich with the scent of moss and earth, and the sound of a nearby brook provided a gentle melody to his thoughts. As the day turned to dusk, Finn came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its roots twisting like the fingers of time itself. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a small, wooden chest. Finn's heart quickened as he approached, his fingers trembling slightly as he unlatched the chest. Inside, wrapped in a delicate silk cloth, was the Lantern of Liora. It glowed softly, a warm light that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. Finn could feel the lantern's magic, a comforting presence that filled him with hope and courage. As he held the lantern, a gentle voice echoed in his mind, like a breeze through the leaves. "Seek the heart of the woods, where the worlds converge. There your journey shall find its true beginning." With renewed purpose, Finn set out once more, the lantern's light guiding him through the deepening night. The forest, though shadowed, felt welcoming, as if it recognized a kindred spirit. As he walked, Finn pondered the lessons Inara had taught him about kindness and understanding, realizing that his journey was as much about self-discovery as it was about finding the hidden world. Along his path, Finn encountered travelers of a different kind. Creatures of the woods, gentle and curious, accompanied him. A wise old owl perched on his shoulder, whispering secrets of the stars. A playful fox darted in and out of the underbrush, its eyes full of mischief and joy. And a deer, with eyes like pools of understanding, walked beside him, its steps silent and graceful. Together, they traversed the forest, their journey a tapestry of friendship and discovery. Finn learned to listen to the forest's whispers, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the wind. He shared stories with his companions, laughter ringing through the night like a melody of its own. Finally, as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, they arrived at a grove unlike any other. Here, the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches arching high above like the ribs of a grand hall. In the center stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky in perfect clarity. Finn approached the pond, the lantern's light shimmering across the water. As he gazed into its depths, the reflection shifted, revealing a world beyond the surface, a land of vibrant colors and gentle magic, where the impossible seemed possible and dreams took flight. With the lantern in hand, Finn stepped into the pond, the water welcoming him with a gentle embrace. He felt a tingling sensation as he crossed the threshold into the hidden world, a realm where the essence of magic thrived in every leaf and flower. Here time flowed differently, and the air was alive with the scent of possibility. Finn marveled at the beauty around him, the vibrant hues of the flowers, the songs of creatures unseen, and the sky, a tapestry of endless wonder. In this world, Finn discovered a village much like Glimmerbrook, yet touched by an ethereal glow. The villagers, kind and wise, welcomed him with open arms, recognizing the lantern and the heart that bore it. They shared stories of their world, of the harmony they maintained with nature and magic. Finn felt a deep sense of belonging, a connection to this world that resonated within his soul. He understood now that the journey was not just about finding the hidden world, but about the friendships and wisdom gained along the way. As the days turned into weeks, Finn became a part of this magical community, learning and growing with each passing day. He helped tend the gardens, shared meals with his new friends, and explored the wonders of this hidden realm. Yet, as much as he loved this world, Finn knew he could not stay forever. His heart belonged to Glimmerbrook, to the people and the village he called home. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit enriched by his journey, Finn bid farewell to his friends, promising to return one day. Carrying the lantern of Liora, Finn crossed the threshold back into the Whispering Woods, the forest welcoming him with open arms. As he made his way home, the lessons of his journey resonated within him, a melody of kindness and understanding that would guide him always. Upon his return to Glimmerbrook, Finn was greeted with joy and celebration. Anara, with tears of pride in her eyes, embraced him warmly. "You have found what many seek but do not see," she said, her voice filled with love. Finn smiled, the lantern's light illuminating his path. "The journey was the true treasure," he replied, understanding now the wisdom in Anara's words. From that day on, Finn shared his stories with the villagers, inspiring them with tales of the hidden world and the magic within their own hearts. The Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and mystery, but it was Finn's kindness and the light of the lantern of Liora that truly transformed Glimmerbrook. And so, under the gentle glow of the lantern, the village thrived, a beacon of friendship and wisdom, forever touched by the magic of the Whispering Woods. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader, his heart always open to those around him. He often returned to the Whispering Woods, seeking solace and inspiration among the trees that had become his lifelong friends. The forest, with its secrets and stories, was a part of him now, a place where his spirit found peace and renewal. One day, as Finn walked through the village, he noticed a small child, eyes wide with wonder, gazing towards the woods. The child's curiosity reminded Finn of his own youthful quest, and he felt a familiar warmth in his heart. "Would you like to hear a story?" Finn asked, kneeling beside the child. The child nodded eagerly, and Finn began to weave tales of the hidden world, the magical creatures, and the power of kindness and friendship. As he spoke, the village gathered around, drawn by the warmth of his words and the light of the lantern that still glowed with an ever-present magic. Through Finn's stories, the villagers learned to cherish the beauty and mystery of the world around them. They found joy in simple things, in the laughter of children, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle flow of the brook. The village of Glimmerbrook became a place of harmony and love, a testament to the power of a kind heart and an open mind. And so, as the years turned to decades, Finn's legacy lived on through the tales he shared and the lives he touched. The Whispering Woods, with its secrets and wonders, remained a source of inspiration and hope for generations to come. As the sun set on another day, casting a golden glow over the village, Finn stood at the edge of the woods, the lantern's light guiding him. He felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that his journey had brought joy and understanding to his beloved Glimmerbrook. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn turned towards the village, the sound of laughter and song filling the air. The journey had transformed him, but it was the love and friendship he had found along the way that truly illuminated his path. And so, under the watchful gaze of the Whispering Woods, Finn's story continued to inspire all who heard it, a gentle reminder of the magic that resides within each of us, waiting to be discovered and shared. As the night deepened, the village of Glimmerbrook settled into a peaceful slumber. the soft glow of the lantern of Liora casting a comforting light over the cobblestone streets. In the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its secrets, a melody of dreams and possibilities that cradled the village in its embrace. And somewhere in the heart of the whispering woods, the hidden world awaited, its magic ever present, a testament to the boundless wonders of the heart and the spirit. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the ancient oaks whispered secrets of old, and the babbling brooks sang lullabies to the moon, there lay a quaint little village named Lumendale. This village was known far and wide for its warmth and the gentle glow that seemed to emanate from its very stones. The villagers would often gather around the great stone hearth in the village square to share stories and sip on steaming cups of honeyed tea as the sun dipped below the horizon. One crisp autumn evening, just as the leaves began to blush with shades of amber and gold, the villagers noticed something peculiar. The golden glow that Lumendale was famous for seemed to flicker and dim, casting long shadows that danced eerily in the moonlight. The comforting aura that the village had always worn like a cloak was now unsettlingly patchy, and whispers of concern began to ripple through the community. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted young woman named Anwen. She had a knack for noticing the little things that others might overlook, and her curiosity was as boundless as the sky at twilight. Anwen lived in a small, cozy cottage on the edge of the woods, where the scent of wildflowers wafted through her open windows, and the soft coo of doves greeted her every morning. Her days were spent tending to her garden and lending a hand to her neighbors. But this strange occurrence stirred a sense of adventure within her that she could not ignore. Determined to uncover the mystery of the village's flickering light, Anwen decided to seek the advice of the village's oldest and wisest resident, an elderly tortoise named Eldwin. Eldwin's shell was etched with patterns that some said held the secrets of the universe, and his eyes twinkled with the wisdom of centuries gone by. He lived in a burrow beneath the roots of the oldest oak in the forest, where the earth was cool and the air was thick with the scent of moss and loam. As Anwen approached, Eldwin was basking in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy, a serene smile upon his face. "Ah, Anwen," he greeted her warmly, "I had a feeling you might come by today. The light of Lumendale has grown restless, hasn't it?" Anwen nodded, settling herself on a soft patch of grass beside him. "Yes, Eldwin. It flickers as if it's unsure of its place, and the villagers are beginning to worry. I was hoping you might have some insight." Eldwin closed his eyes, letting out a thoughtful hum that resonated deep within his chest. The light of Lumendale is woven from the joy and harmony of its people. When something troubles the heart of the village, the light reflects it. To mend the light, we must first mend the cause of its unease. But what could be troubling the village? Anwen wondered aloud. Everyone seems content, and there hasn't been any quarrel or misfortune that I know of. "Ah," Eldwin said softly, "sometimes troubles are like the roots of trees hidden beneath the surface. We must look closely, listen carefully, and perhaps seek the help of those who see the world differently than we do." With that advice in mind, Anwen thanked Eldwin and set off deeper into the forest, her heart guided by a quiet determination. She ventured to the glen where the fairies played, their laughter like tinkling bells in the breeze. These tiny winged creatures were known for their mischief, but also for their keen perception and ability to see the unseen. As Anwen approached, the fairies paused in their frolic, their iridescent wings catching the sunlight like shards of rainbows. The fairy queen, a petite being with a crown of dewdrops, fluttered forward. "Greetings, Anwen," she chimed. "What brings you to our glen on this fine day?" Anwen explained the mystery of the flickering light and Eldwin's counsel. The fairy queen listened intently, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Ah, the light of Lumendale is indeed a delicate tapestry," she mused. "We have noticed a change in the winds, a whisper of something hidden, perhaps a shadow in the hearts of the villagers, a secret left unspoken." Intrigued, Anwen asked, "Do you know where I might find this shadow?" The fairy queen pondered for a moment before answering. "Seek the wisdom of the brook. It knows the stories of the forest, both above and below. Follow its song, and it may lead you to what you seek." Thanking the fairies, Anwen followed the melodic babble of the brook, her footsteps soft upon the forest floor. The brook wound through the woods, its waters a clear mirror reflecting the azure sky. As she walked, Anwen noticed a curious thing. The brook's song changed as she neared the village. It grew softer, hesitant, as if it whispered secrets only the water could understand. Kneeling by the brook, Anwen dipped her fingers into the cool, flowing water and closed her eyes, letting the brook's gentle voice wash over her. It spoke of a hollow place, a forgotten corner of the village where laughter had once echoed, now silent and somber. Following the brook's guidance, Anwen returned to Lumendale, her heart brimming with newfound purpose. She made her way to the outskirts of the village, to a small, neglected garden hidden behind a tumble of ivy-covered stones. It was a place she remembered from her childhood, where she and her friends had played beneath the sunlit boughs. But now it was overgrown and shadowed, the laughter of yesteryears replaced by the rustle of leaves in the wind. As she explored the garden, Anwen noticed a young boy sitting quietly on a stone bench, his face turned towards the ground. His name was Finn, a gentle soul with a love for stories and dreams of adventure, yet the light in his eyes had dimmed, mirroring the village's own flickering glow. "Hello, Finn," Anwen greeted softly, settling beside him. "I've been looking for you. The village light seems to be troubled, and I think it has something to do with this place." Finn lifted his gaze, surprise mingling with curiosity. "This garden was my favorite," he admitted, a hint of sadness in his voice. "But people stopped coming, and it felt like the stories faded away." Anwen nodded, understanding dawning upon her. Perhaps the light of Lumendale is tied to the stories we tell and the memories we cherish. If this place has been forgotten, maybe the light has as well. Inspired by this insight, Anwen and Finn set to work, clearing away the overgrowth and inviting the villagers to join them. Together they transformed the neglected garden into a vibrant haven once more, filling it with laughter, music, and the warmth of friendship. As the sun set that evening, the golden glow of Lumendale returned, stronger and more radiant than ever. The village gathered in the garden, sharing tales old and new, their hearts alight with joy and connection. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Anwen knew that the village's light would never falter again, as long as they remembered the power of stories and the bonds that tied them together. With the mystery resolved and the village aglow, Anwen felt a deep peace settle over her. She thanked the fairies and Eldwin for their guidance, and as she returned to her cozy cottage, she carried with her the warmth of the village's light, content in the knowledge that it would always guide her home. And so, Lumendale continued to thrive, its golden light a beacon of harmony and friendship in the heart of the whispering woods, where mysteries might arise, but solutions were always found in the gentle hearts of its people. Story 34. In the heart of the whispering wood, where the trees hummed with the softest of lullabies, and the air was perfumed with the scent of wild honey and blooming lilac, there nestled a small village named Glimmerbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, each surrounded by gardens that buzzed with the gentle music of bees and the flutter of fairy wings. The villagers of Glimmerbrook were a close-knit bunch, known for their kindness and the warmth of their hearths. It was a place where stories were shared over steaming mugs of spiced cider and troubles were lightened by the sparkle of laughter. However, a peculiar mystery had begun to weave itself through the village, perplexing even the wisest of its inhabitants. Every morning, just as the first light of dawn kissed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find their shoes missing. Not a single pair remained by their doors as they had left them the night before. Instead, they were found in the strangest of places, dangling from the branches of the ancient willow, peeking from under the hedges, or sometimes even perched atop the stone wall by the brook. Though the mystery was peculiar, it was not sinister. The shoes were never harmed and always returned to their owners, albeit in unexpected locations. Still, the village elders, led by the wise and gentle Elder Moss, decided it was time to unravel the mystery. Gathered around the great oak table in the village hall, the villagers sipped on chamomile tea, while Elder Moss, with his beard as white as the first snowfall, spoke softly. "We are blessed with peace and harmony, and this playful mystery is no threat. Yet, it is a riddle that seeks its answer. Perhaps we should seek the counsel of the Whispering Wood. The villagers nodded in agreement, and it was decided that young Pippa, with her keen eyes and clever mind, would lead the inquiry. Pippa was known for her curiosity and gentle nature, often seen with a notebook in hand, jotting down observations of the world around her. The next morning, just as the mist began to lift from the fields, Pippa set off into the Whispering Wood, her heart a quiet drum of excitement and anticipation. The wood was a place of magic, its paths strewn with fallen leaves that whispered secrets as they danced in the breeze. As Pippa wandered deeper into the wood, she was joined by her dear friend Hazel, a fox with fur as russet as autumn leaves and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Hazel was small for a fox, but possessed a heart as vast as the sky, and she padded alongside Pippa, offering companionship and an extra pair of eyes. Together they listened closely to the wood's whisperings, the language of rustling leaves and babbling brooks, until they came upon Willow, the ancient tree under whose branches the shoes had been found. The willow was grand and venerable, its boughs swaying gently as if nodding in greeting. Pippa and Hazel settled beneath the willow's shade, and as the sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, they began their vigil. It wasn't long before they noticed a flicker of movement, a shimmer of light that danced from shadow to shadow. Emerging from the underbrush was a curious creature, no larger than a hare, with wings that glistened like moonlit dew. It was a whim, one of the magical creatures known for their love of mischief and games. The whim's eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars, and its laughter was the softest of chimes. Understanding dawned on Pippa like the gentle rise of the morning sun. "It's you," she said softly, her voice carrying no accusation, only wonder. "You've been moving our shoes." The whim nodded, its laughter tinkling like wind chimes. "Indeed, it is I," it replied, its voice as light as the breeze. "I mean no harm, just a game, a way to share joy and wonder." Pippa smiled, her heart warmed by the whim's playful spirit. "We appreciate your game," she said gently. "But perhaps there's a way we can play together, without our shoes going astray." The whim considered this, its wings fluttering thoughtfully. "A fair proposal," it agreed, nodding its tiny head. "Perhaps a festival of lights, where shoes are given wings to dance through the night." With the whim's agreement, Pippa and Hazel returned to the village, their hearts light and their minds brimming with ideas. At the next village meeting, Pippa shared her encounter with the whim and the proposal for a festival. A night of merriment, where the villagers would decorate their shoes with glowing lanterns and let them dance beneath the stars, guided by the playful whims. The idea was met with delight, and preparations began in earnest. Lanterns were crafted, shoes were adorned with ribbons and bells, and as the festival night arrived, the village was aglow with excitement and shimmering lights. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars blinked into existence, the villagers gathered in the meadow, their shoes transformed into twinkling beacons of joy. The whims appeared, their laughter mingling with the music of fiddles and flutes, and together they guided the enchanted shoes through the air in a dance that was both magical and merry. The festival was a resounding success, filling the hearts of all with laughter and light. And from that night on, the whims became welcome guests in Glimmerbrook, their playful games a cherished part of village life. Thus the mystery of the missing shoes was solved, not through confrontation, but through understanding and friendship. And as the villagers drifted to sleep that night, the gentle whisper of the leaves sang a lullaby of peace and harmony, while the glow of lanterns danced in their dreams, promising a world where kindness and joy were as infinite as the stars above. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures. And so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 36. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Iris. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the wonders that surrounded her. Little did she know, her world was about to be transformed in the most extraordinary way. One crisp autumn morning, Iris ventured into the small garden behind her family's cottage. As she knelt to tend to the vibrant blooms, something caught her eye, a peculiar flower unlike any she had seen before. Its petals shimmered with iridescent hues, and at its center rested a tiny, glowing orb. Tentatively, Iris reached out and plucked the flower from the soil. As her fingers brushed against the orb, a warmth spread through her body, and she gasped in delight. Suddenly, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, revealing a hidden realm of enchantment. Before her eyes, the garden came alive with whimsical creatures. Tiny fairies fluttering among the blossoms, and playful sprites dancing upon the leaves. Iris could hardly believe what she was witnessing, but her heart swelled with joy and wonder. As she explored this newfound magical realm, Iris encountered two peculiar companions. The first was a wise old oak tree named Oakley, whose branches creaked with ancient wisdom. The second was a mischievous rabbit named Thumper, whose twitching nose always seemed to lead them on exciting adventures. Together, the trio embarked on a journey through the enchanted garden, discovering hidden paths and secret glades. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their courage and ingenuity. One day, they came upon a towering hedge maze, its twisting paths guarded by thorny vines that seemed impenetrable. Iris was about to turn back when Oakley spoke, his voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind. "My dear Iris," he said, "true strength lies not in force, but in wisdom and patience. Observe the way the vines curl and intertwine. There is always a path, if one knows where to look." With Oakley's guidance and Thumper's keen senses, Iris learned to navigate the maze, discovering hidden openings and secret passages. At last, they emerged triumphant, their bond stronger than ever. As their journey continued, Iris realized that the magical flower she had found was no ordinary bloom. It was a manifestation of her own curiosity and wonder, a key that unlocked the hidden realms of imagination. With each new discovery, Iris grew in confidence and wisdom, her eyes opened to the extraordinary magic that surrounded her every day. She learned to appreciate the simple joys of nature, from the flutter of a butterfly's wings to the soft caress of a gentle breeze. And when the time came for Iris to return to the ordinary world, she carried with her a precious gift, the ability to see the magic in all things, and the knowledge that true wonder lies within the heart of every curious child. From that day forward, Iris shared her enchanting tales with all who would listen, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of discovery and delight. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, the greatest magic of all is the power of imagination and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. Story 37. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a sprawling forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels and their leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there existed a hidden world known only to those with the gentlest of souls and the keenest of eyes. This world was not marked on any map, nor could it be found by those who sought it with greed or haste. It was a place of wonder and mystery, known simply as the Whispering Grove. The grove lay beneath a canopy so thick that even at midday, the sun's rays dappled the forest floor in patterns of light and shadow. Here, the air was always cool, filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of distant birds echoed through the trees like a choir of nature's own making. The grove was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, but none were more remarkable than the tiny folk known as the lumens. The lumens were no taller than a child's thumb, with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed spider silk in the morning light. They lived in harmony with the forest, tending to the plants and creatures, ensuring the balance of life was maintained. Though they were seldom seen by human eyes, their presence was felt in the vibrant health of the forest and the comforting warmth of the grove. Among the lumens, there was one named Finn. Finn was known for his kindness and curiosity, traits that often led him on adventures through the forest. Unlike the others who were content to tend to their duties, Finn yearned to explore the mysteries of the world beyond the Whispering Grove. His heart was filled with dreams of the unknown, and his mind danced with questions about the world that lay outside their hidden haven. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the sound of rustling branches, Finn came across an object unlike anything he had ever seen. Tucked beneath the roots of an ancient oak, It glowed with a soft, inviting light. It was a pendant, shaped like a teardrop and warm to the touch, pulsating with a gentle energy that seemed to hum in time with the rhythm of the forest. Finn's heart skipped with excitement as he picked up the pendant, feeling its warmth seep into his fingers. He could sense that this object was special, perhaps even magical. With it, he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than anything he had ever known. It was as if the pendant was alive, whispering to him in a language of light and warmth. As Finn held the pendant, the world around him began to change. The colors of the forest intensified, the greens were deeper, the browns richer, and the golds of autumn leaves shimmered like molten sunlight. He could hear the thoughts of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet. It was as though the pendant had unlocked a door to a hidden world, one that existed parallel to his own. Filled with wonder and a newfound sense of purpose, Finn decided to embark on a journey beyond the Whispering Grove. He longed to discover the source of the pendant's magic and understand its connection to the forest. But he knew that he could not undertake such a journey alone. He needed a companion, someone who could provide wisdom and guidance. His thoughts turned to Sage, the eldest of the Lumens. Sage was a wise and gentle soul, with eyes that twinkled like stars and a laugh that could warm the coldest of hearts. He had journeyed through the forest many times in his youth and knew its paths and secrets better than anyone. Finn approached Sage with the pendant, sharing his discovery and his desire to explore the world beyond their home. Sage listened with a patient smile, his eyes shining with understanding. He sensed the pendant's magic and saw in Finn the same spark of adventure that had once driven him. "The forest is vast and full of wonders," Sage said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "But with wonder comes challenge, and with challenge comes growth. This journey will change you, Finn, and in ways you cannot yet imagine." Finn nodded, his heart steady with determination. He knew that the path ahead would not be easy, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay beyond the horizon. Sage agreed to accompany him, offering his guidance and knowledge to aid them on their quest. Together, they set out from the Whispering Grove, leaving behind the familiar comfort of their home. As they walked, the forest unfolded around them like a tapestry of life and magic. Finn marveled at the towering trees that seemed to touch the sky and the streams that sang as they danced over stones. The pendant guided them, its light growing brighter as they ventured deeper into the forest. It led them to places hidden from the eyes of those who walked the woods without wonder. They passed through glades where flowers bloomed in colors unknown to the human eye, and fields where fireflies danced like stars fallen to earth. As the days turned to weeks, Finn's bond with the pendant deepened. He learned to listen to its whispers, to understand the stories it told of the forest's past and its hidden secrets. He discovered that the pendant was more than just an object. It was a guardian, a keeper of the forest's magic, entrusted to him for reasons he was only beginning to comprehend. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Finn and Sage arrived at a place unlike any they had seen before. It was a clearing, bathed in the silvery light of the moon, where the trees stood in a perfect circle, their branches entwined like the arms of old friends. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone altar, covered in moss and etched with runes that seemed to shimmer with their own light. Finn felt the pendant pulse with energy as they approached the altar. He knew that they had reached a pivotal point in their journey, a place of great significance. Sage, too, sensed the importance of the moment, his gaze thoughtful as he studied the altar. "This is a sacred place," Sage said softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. "The runes speak of a time when the forest was young, when the magic of the world was new and untainted. It is said that those who seek the truth must come here to find it." As Finn stepped closer, the pendant grew warm against his chest, its light casting a gentle glow upon the altar. He placed the pendant on the stone, watching as its light merged with the runes, illuminating them in a dazzling array of colors. In that moment, the air seemed to shimmer with a life of its own, and the whispers of the forest grew louder, a symphony of voices echoing through the clearing. Finn closed his eyes, letting the magic of the place wash over him. filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a different world. The clearing was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of stars that stretched out in all directions. He was floating, weightless, in a sea of light and color, surrounded by the whispers of the universe itself. It was in this place that Finn understood the true nature of the pendant. It was a conduit, a bridge between the world of the lumens and the cosmic dance of the universe. It held the memories of the forest, the dreams of the stars, and the wisdom of ages long past. As he stood in that celestial realm, Finn's heart swelled with a sense of purpose and understanding. He realized that his journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the pendant, but about embracing the interconnectedness of all things. The forest, the stars, the lumens, and himself, they were all part of a grand tapestry, woven together by the threads of magic and life. With this newfound wisdom, Finn returned to the clearing, where Sage awaited him with a knowing smile. Finn shared his experience, his voice filled with awe and gratitude. Sage listened, his eyes shining with pride and affection. "You have found your path, young one," Sage said, his voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "The forest has chosen you as its guardian, its keeper of secrets. You are the bridge between worlds, the light that will guide us all." Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of fulfillment that filled him with joy. He understood now that his journey was far from over, but he was no longer afraid. With Sage by his side and the pendant as his guide, he was ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Together, they returned to the Whispering Grove, their hearts filled with hope and wonder. Finn knew that the forest would always be his home, a place of magic and mystery, where the whispers of the trees would forever sing in his heart. And so, in the quiet of the night, beneath a sky filled with stars, Finn and Sage sat together, the warmth of the pendant glowing softly between them. They spoke of dreams and journeys, of friendship and the bonds that tied them to the world and each other. As the fireflies danced and the night creatures sang their lullabies, Finn felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of the light, and a friend to all who wandered in wonder. And as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the world in hues of gold and rose, Finn closed his eyes, his heart filled with gratitude and love. For in the Whispering Grove, he had found his place, his purpose, and a journey that would carry him through the stars and beyond. In that moment, he knew that the magic of the forest would live on, in him and in all who dared to dream, forever whispering its secrets to those who listened with open hearts and gentle souls. Story 38. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of the wind carried tales as old as time itself, lay a realm hidden from the eyes of most. Here, the trees stood tall and proud, their gnarled branches weaving an intricate tapestry against the azure sky. The forest floor was carpeted with a lush mosaic of moss and fallen leaves, crunching gently underfoot like a symphony of nature's harmony. In this enchanted woodland, every creature played its part in the delicate dance of life. From the smallest ant scurrying along its unseen trails to the majestic deer that moved with an almost ethereal grace, each had a role in maintaining the balance of this magical ecosystem. Among them was a gentle hare named Bramble, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves and whose heart was as warm as a midsummer's day. Bramble's days were filled with the simple pleasures of the forest, nibbling on tender shoots, basking in the soft dappled sunlight, and listening to the symphony of birdsong that floated through the air like a gentle lullaby. But Bramble was no ordinary hare. He had a special gift passed down through generations of his family, a deep connection to the rhythms of the earth and sky. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter's breath began to kiss the forest, Bramble noticed something unusual. The usually vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to fade more quickly than before, and the air carried a whisper of unease. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something unseen. Curious and concerned, Bramble decided to seek the wisdom of the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a wise old owl named Sage. Sage, with feathers as soft as twilight, inhabited the hollow of an ancient oak. The tree's roots ran deep into the earth, drawing upon the wisdom of centuries. Sage, Bramble called softly. Paws settled in the cool earth beneath the oak. There's a change in the forest. I feel it in the air and see it in the trees. What does it mean? Sage opened one eye, gleaming like a silver crescent, and regarded Bramble with a gentle gaze. Ah, young Bramble, Sage hooted softly, the forest speaks to those who listen. The seasons are shifting, and with them comes a time of transformation. But fear not, for change is but a thread in the tapestry of life. Bramble nodded, though his heart still fluttered with uncertainty. But what should I do, Sage? How can I help? The wise owl ruffled his feathers, creating a soft rustling sound like leaves in a gentle breeze. The forest thrives on balance, dear Bramble. Each creature, each breath of wind, each drop of rain plays its part. Listen to the whispers of the trees, feel the pulse of the earth beneath your paws, and you will know what to do. Bramble thanked Sage and set off deeper into the forest, his senses attuned to the world around him. As he wandered, he noticed the intricate patterns woven by the tiny creatures, the industrious ants marching with purpose, the spiders spinning their delicate webs that glistened with dew like strings of pearls. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Bramble came upon a gathering by the riverbank. There, under the watchful eyes of the moon, the creatures of the forest had convened. A council of sorts, with the rustling leaves serving as their parchment and the babbling brook as their scribe. At the center stood a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twilight's glow. "Friends," he began, his voice a velvet echo in the night, "we face a time of change. The forest calls upon us to unite, to share our strengths and wisdom, for only together can we ensure the harmony of our home." Bramble listened intently, his heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. He realized that his gift, his deep connection to the forest, was not just for him alone. It was meant to be shared, to bring together the creatures in a bond of friendship and understanding. With a gentle hop, Bramble joined the circle, and the creatures welcomed him with nods and smiles. Together, they devised a plan to help the forest adapt to the changing seasons. The birds would carry seeds to new places, ensuring the growth of plants that would sustain them all. The squirrels vowed to share their stores of acorns, and the deer promised to tread lightly, preserving the delicate balance of the undergrowth. As the days passed, the forest came alive with a renewed energy. The leaves, though tinged with winter's touch, danced joyfully in the breeze. The air, crisp and clear, bore the scent of pine and promise. Bramble felt a deep contentment settle within him, a warmth that spread like the sun's rays on a chilly morning. As winter's embrace tightened, the forest stood strong, its creatures united in their shared purpose. And in the heart of it all, Bramble found not only his place, but also the joy of community, a reminder that even the smallest among them could make a difference. When spring finally unfurled its verdant banner, painting the forest with lively hues once more, Bramble knew that the lessons of the seasons were etched in his heart forever. The wisdom of the forest would continue to be passed down through the generations, a timeless melody of harmony and friendship that resonated in every leaf and every breeze. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of unity and the gentle magic that wove its way through every living thing. As Bramble drifted to sleep beneath the canopy of stars, he knew that the forest's song would continue to echo, a comforting lullaby that promised peace and balance for all who called it home. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Misty Wood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lila. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lila was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lila, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lila noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lila whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lila approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lila, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lila found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lila examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lila realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lila pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lila decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebirds sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lila recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lila's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lila, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Liora soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Liora was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Liora, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Liora to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Liora said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Liora from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Liora smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Liora spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Liora listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Liora marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Liora," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Liora smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm. With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 56. Story 56. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery. But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness." With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. "To find the quill," Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, "you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you." Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. "The quill chooses those who write with their hearts," it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. Story 58. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 59. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. Story 60. 61. Story 62. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cottages are thatched with golden straw, and the cobbled streets are lined with the scent of blooming lavender, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions, and her heart was as warm as the hearth that crackled in her home each evening. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of the world beyond their village were as captivating as the stars that blanketed the night sky. One crisp autumn morning, Lila set out to explore the edges of the great willow forest, a place where whispers of magic were said to dance among the trees. The forest was alive with the colors of fall, leaves of amber and scarlet twirling gently to the earth, creating a soft carpet beneath her feet. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of pine and moss, mingling with the distant hint of wood smoke. As Lila wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in the leaves. It was a delicate, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, she gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth emanating from it. Upon opening the box, Lila discovered a small, radiant stone resting inside. It pulsed with a soft, steady glow, casting a gentle light that felt like a hug from the sun itself. She held it carefully, and as she did, a whisper of a voice seemed to float through her mind, gentle and kind. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. Intrigued and a little bewildered, Lila returned home, the mysterious stone tucked safely in her pocket. That evening, as the fireplace crackled and her grandmother's knitting needles clicked rhythmically, Lila recounted her discovery. Her grandmother listened with a thoughtful smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "This stone," her grandmother said softly, "is said to be a guide, a friend to those who seek with an open heart. It will show you wonders, but only if you listen closely to its secrets." The following days were a blur of wonder for Lila, as she and the stone embarked on a journey not just through the forest, but within herself. Each day she would venture a little further, the stone lighting her path under the canopy of rustling leaves. Along the way she met the forest's residents, gentle creatures with whom she formed bonds of friendship. There was Thistle, the wise old owl whose feathers glistened like moonlight on water, and who spoke in riddles that led Lila to ponder deeply. Then there was Fern, the sprightly fox with a coat of fiery red, who taught Lila the joy of play and the importance of taking time to revel in the beauty of the world around her. Together, they discovered hidden glades and sparkling streams, places where the air felt thick with magic and time seemed to pause, allowing moments to stretch into infinity. Each location whispered secrets to Lila, gentle nudges that encouraged her to look at the world with new eyes. Yet, as their exploration continued, Lila sensed a growing challenge. In the heart of the forest lay the ancient Tree of Whispers, a colossal oak said to be as old as time itself. The tree was shrouded in mystery, and it was said that those who could hear its whispers would gain insights beyond their years. However, the path to the Tree of Whispers was fraught with illusions, trickster trails that led wanderers astray. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with clarity of heart and mind could succeed. Lila, with the stone's light and her newfound friends, felt a pull to attempt the journey. Resolved, Lila set off with Thistle and Fern by her side. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. The air felt different here, charged with an energy that tingled on the skin. The path twisted and turned, often doubling back on itself, confounding even the sharp-eyed Thistle. It was in one such moment of confusion that Lila remembered the stone's whisper. With wisdom and heart, your path will be clear. She closed her eyes, letting go of doubt and fear, and listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. The gentle hum of the stone began to resonate, and she felt a shift, a subtle realignment of her senses. Opening her eyes, the path before her seemed to shimmer, revealing a trail bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Trusting in the stone and the guidance of her friends, Lila led the way, each step taken with mindful purpose. As they neared the Tree of Whispers, the air grew still, the forest holding its breath in anticipation. The tree stood majestic and vast, its bark a tapestry of time, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Lila approached, placing her hand gently on the trunk, feeling the life thrumming beneath her fingertips. For a moment there was silence, and then a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the softest of whispers. Words not spoken but felt, wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. The whispers spoke of balance, of the harmony between listening and speaking, of the wisdom found in stillness. In that moment, Lila understood. The journey had not been to conquer or claim, but to learn and grow, to find the strength within herself and to appreciate the bonds of friendship that had guided her. The stone's glow dimmed to a gentle warmth, its purpose fulfilled. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila thanked the ancient tree, Thistle, Fern, and the stone for their guidance. As they made their way back through the forest, she felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy in knowing that she carried the lessons of the journey within her. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Lila shared her tales with her grandmother, who listened with pride and love. The stone was placed on the mantelpiece above the hearth, a reminder of the journey and the wonders of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, as the seasons turned and the fires burned bright in the hearth, Lila lived her days with an open heart, forever guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle glow of the magical stone. And every night, as she drifted to sleep beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, she knew that the world was filled with magic, just waiting to be discovered. Story 63. Story 64. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued. She turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal, that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There, a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Leela explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Leela paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Leela felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. The Whispering Ferns and the Secret of the Silver Wood. In a village nestled at the foot of an ancient forest, where the morning mist hung like a soft veil over the dew-kissed fields, lived a young girl named Lila. She was known for her gentle heart and a curiosity that sparkled like the stars on a clear night. Her village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched roofs, was surrounded by the silver wood, a mysterious forest that beckoned with promises of secrets and wonders untold. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lila would sit by the warm hearth, listening to the crackling fire and the tales spun by the village elders. They spoke of the silver wood, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets and the ferns danced in the moonlight. Yet no one dared venture too deep, for it was said that the forest had a life of its own, a hidden world that revealed itself only to those with a pure heart and a brave spirit. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves, Lila set out on a journey. With a satchel packed with bread, cheese, and a small flask of honeyed tea, she walked towards the forest edge, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The forest canopy loomed above, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled sunlight. As she stepped into the forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, whispering a welcome that only she could hear. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with pine needles and speckled with the golden light that filtered through the trees. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Deeper into the forest she ventured, guided by an unseen hand. The trees stood tall and silent, their bark etched with the passage of time. Ferns lined her path, their fronds swaying as if in silent conversation. It was here, amidst the ferns, that Lila first sensed the magic, a gentle hum that resonated through the air, filling her with a warmth that chased away her fears. Hours passed unnoticed as Lila explored this enchanting world. She marveled at the brilliant tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of autumn leaves, the deep greens of the evergreens, and the soft blues of the sky peeking through the canopy. Each step carried her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the whispers grew louder, guiding her to a hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching wide as if embracing the sky. At its base, nestled among the roots, lay a shimmering object, a mirror, framed with delicate silver filigree, glinting in the dappled sunlight. The mirror seemed to pulse with a life of its own, its surface smooth and inviting. Lila knelt before the mirror, her reflection gazing back at her with wide, curious eyes. As she touched its cool surface, a gentle ripple spread across the glass, transforming her reflection into a scene of breathtaking beauty, a hidden world within the silver wood. Here, the trees were alive with luminescent creatures, their wings glistening like jewels. Flowers bloomed in a kaleidoscope of colors, and streams of crystal-clear water sang as they wound their way through the forest. Entranced, Lila watched as the scene shifted, revealing a pathway lined with glowing lanterns, leading to a grand hall carved from the living rock. It was a place of gathering, where creatures of the forest came together in harmony. But the most remarkable sight was the great oak, a tree of such majesty and wisdom that its very presence seemed to command the respect of all who beheld it. As the vision faded, Lila understood that the mirror was a gateway, a bridge between her world and the hidden realm of the silver wood. But it was also a key that could unlock the secrets of the forest and reveal its wonders to those who dared to believe. Driven by a newfound sense of purpose, Lila rose to her feet, her heart aglow with the promise of adventure. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the challenges ahead would test her courage and resolve. Yet she also knew that she would not be alone. The forest itself would be her guide, its whispers her compass. As she turned to leave the glade, the mirror shimmered one last time, casting a soft light that enveloped her in a warm embrace. It was a promise that the forest would always be there, waiting for her return. With the sun setting behind the treetops, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila retraced her steps, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path led her back to the village, where the hearth fire glowed warmly in the gathering dusk. That night, as she lay in bed, the soft rustle of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. The whispers of the forest, like a gentle lullaby, promised dreams filled with wonder and the promise of new beginnings. In the days that followed, Lila returned to the forest time and again, each visit uncovering new mysteries and deepening her bond with the hidden world. She learned to listen to the whispers, to understand their secrets, and to see the magic in the everyday. Through her journeys, she discovered that the heart of the forest lay not in its hidden treasures or ancient secrets, but in the connections she forged with its inhabitants. She befriended the creatures of the forest, learning their stories and sharing her own. Together, they wove a tapestry of friendship and understanding that transcended the boundaries of their worlds. In time, Lila came to realize that the true magic of the silver wood was not in the mirror or the hidden realm it revealed, but in the way it transformed her, fostering a spirit of wonder and a heart open to the beauty and mystery of the world around her. And so, with each passing season, Lila's journey continued. A journey of discovery and growth, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the enduring light of friendship. As the years went by, the village at the foot of the silver wood became a place of wonder and inspiration, where the stories of the forest were passed down from generation to generation, a testament to the enduring magic of the natural world. And Lila, her hair now silvered with age, would often sit by the hearth, sharing her tales with the children gathered around her. Her eyes still sparkled with the same curiosity and kindness that had led her on that first journey into the forest, and her heart remained forever intertwined with the silver wood and the secrets it held. In the end, it was not the mirror or the hidden world that defined her story, but the journey itself, a journey of transformation, friendship, and the enduring magic of believing in the impossible. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the stars shimmered in the night sky, Lila's voice would carry through the quiet of the evening, weaving tales of wonder and adventure, of hidden worlds and the bonds of friendship that transcended time and distance. And though the stories would change with each telling, one truth remained constant. The magic of the silver wood was alive in every heart that dared to dream, and every soul that dared to listen. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, a gentle reminder that the magic of the natural world was ever present, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. And so the story of Lila and the silver wood lived on, a timeless tale of wonder and enchantment, forever etched in the hearts and minds of those who believed in the magic of the world around them. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then, she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 79. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales, playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the Emerald Seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable: treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the Emerald Seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the Emerald Seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned: the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 80. Story 81. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface: a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things. Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Story 82. Story 83. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. "We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together." With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 84. Story 85. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Aelwyn's words. "I understand, Aelwyn. I want to protect this world and its magic." Aelwyn's eyes sparkled with approval. "Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you." As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Aelwyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Aelwyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. Thank you, Aelwyn, Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. For everything. Aelwyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you. With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. "Welcome home, my dear Finn," she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. "I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. Story 86, Story 87, Story 88. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Story 89. Story 90. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at widder with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight, and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue?" Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. "The objects always move at dawn, when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise." The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective." With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Lila returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Lila explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes, and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Liora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Liora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Liora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Liora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Liora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Liora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Liora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Liora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Liora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Liora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Liora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Liora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Liora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Liora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Liora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Liora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Liora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Liora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Liora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Liora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Liora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Liora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Liora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Liora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Liora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 95. In a land where twilight painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, there lay a quaint village nestled within the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods. The village, known as Glimmerbrook, was a place where magic wove through the air like a soft melody, and the trees whispered their ancient secrets to those who listened with open hearts. In the heart of Glimmerbrook stood a cozy little cottage, its roof thatched with straw and its windows glowing with the warm light of a crackling fire. This was the home of a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. With her bright eyes and a gentle smile, Lila was beloved by all the villagers, known for her curiosity and her knack for solving little mysteries that occasionally sprouted in their enchanted world. One crisp autumn evening, as leaves danced to the ground in swirling patterns, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved fountain, a grand stone structure adorned with carved woodland creatures, had mysteriously stopped flowing. The fountain, known as the Whispering Spring, was said to hold the whispers of the forest, and its waters were cherished for their soothing, melodic qualities. The villagers gathered around the fountain, murmuring in concern. What could have caused this, they wondered, their voices a gentle hum in the cool evening air. Lila, with her ever-present curiosity, approached the fountain and knelt beside it. She placed a hand on the cool stone, feeling for any vibrations or hidden messages. As she listened closely, she heard a faint, almost imperceptible sigh, a sound so soft it could have been the breath of the forest itself. "I believe the forest is trying to tell us something," Lila said softly, her voice carrying a note of determination. "We must find out what it is." With a nod from Eldon, the wise old owl who perched nearby, Lila set off into the Whispering Woods. Eldon had been her mentor, guiding her with stories of the forest's ancient magic and the creatures that dwelled within it. His feathers were a tapestry of earthy browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of countless moons. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path was illuminated by the soft glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, casting a serene blue light across the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around them like a gentle embrace. Before long, they reached the heart of the forest, where a circle of ancient trees stood sentinel. In the center of this grove, a shimmering pool mirrored the starlit sky. This was the Enchanted Glade, a place where the magic of the forest was most potent. Lila knelt by the pool, her reflection mingling with the stars above. "Why has the spring stopped flowing?" she whispered to the water, her voice a gentle ripple in the night. From the depths of the pool, a voice as soft as a breeze emerged, belonging to Nara, the spirit of the forest. "Dear child," she said, her tone as soothing as a lullaby, "the roots of the whispering spring have become entangled with the magic of an old spell, forgotten and buried under layers of time." Lila pondered this revelation, her mind a flurry of thoughts. "How can we unravel the spell?" she asked, her voice steady with resolve. Eldon, who had been listening intently, hooted softly. "There is a creature in this forest, a keeper of ancient knowledge. Seek the guidance of Maple, the wise old tortoise who dwells near the silver stream." Thanking the spirit of the forest, Lila and Eldon set off toward the silver stream. The journey was pleasant, with the stream's gentle babbling guiding them like a soft melody. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in patches of silvery light. Upon reaching the stream, they found Maple, the tortoise, slowly making her way across the stones that bridged the water. Her shell was covered in intricate patterns, each swirl and line telling stories of the ages she had seen. "Greetings, young one," Maple said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet held a warmth that could rival the sun. "What brings you to my stream at this hour?" Lila explained the mystery of the whispering spring and the entangled spell. Maple listened with a thoughtful expression, her wise eyes glinting like polished stones. "Ah, spells of old are like woven tapestries," she mused. "To unravel them, one must find the thread that binds it all together. In this case, the thread is a melody, a song forgotten by time. You must seek the song of the winds, carried by the nightingale who sings at the first light of dawn." With renewed purpose, Lila and Eldon thanked Maple and set out to find the nightingale. As dawn approached, the sky began to blush with shades of pink and gold, heralding the arrival of a new day. The forest awoke with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft chorus of waking creatures. In a sun-dappled clearing, they found the nightingale perched upon a branch, its feathers a symphony of russet and cream. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, the nightingale began to sing, a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the morning. Lila listened intently, her heart resonating with the song's beauty. She closed her eyes, letting the music guide her thoughts. As the song reached its crescendo, she understood the melody's purpose, to harmonize with the magic of the forest and release the tangled spell. With Eldon by her side, Lila returned to the whispering spring. There she hummed the song of the winds, her voice melding with the gentle murmur of the forest. Slowly the spell unraveled, its threads dissolving into the air like morning mist. The water began to flow once more, a cascade of crystal-clear notes that danced and sang as they fell into the fountain's basin. The villagers who had gathered in hopeful anticipation cheered softly, their hearts filled with gratitude. As the sun rose higher, casting a warm glow over Glimmerbrook, Lila stood by the fountain, her heart light and joyful. Eldon perched on her shoulder, a twinkle of pride in his wise eyes. "You've done well, Lila," he said softly, his voice a gentle rustle in the morning breeze. And as the village returned to its peaceful rhythm, the whispering woods seemed to hum with contentment, cradling its secrets and stories in the gentle arms of time. Lila knew that the forest would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, where the smallest whisper could hold the key to the greatest of wonders. With a heart full of warmth and wonder, Lila returned to her cottage, where the fire crackled invitingly and the scent of freshly baked bread filled the air. As she settled into her cozy chair, a soft blanket draped over her shoulders, she knew that the mysteries of Glimmerbrook would always welcome her, like an old friend. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, with the soothing sounds of the forest as her lullaby, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the whispering woods. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a forest as old as the mountains themselves, a world of wonder unfolded with each changing season. Here, the boundaries between the natural and the mystical blurred, revealing secrets known only to those who walked the ancient paths with open eyes and open hearts. As winter's icy grip loosened and the first tender buds emerged, a hush fell over the woodland. Deep within the hollow of a gnarled oak, a family of dormice stirred from their slumber, their whiskers twitching with anticipation. For it was in this sacred time of rebirth that the forest's most cherished rite took place. On the first night of the vernal equinox, when day and night stood in perfect balance, the dormice elders would gather the young ones close and share the ancient tales. Tales of the Great Spirit who breathed life into the forest, weaving its intricate tapestry of flora and fauna into a harmonious whole. As the elders spoke, their words carried the weight of generations past, echoing through the trees like whispers on the wind. They told of the delicate dance between all living things, each playing its part in maintaining the balance that sustained the forest's vibrant beauty. The young dormice listened raptly, their eyes wide with wonder, as the elders described the magic that flowed through the woodland's veins. How the first spring rain carried the rejuvenating essence of renewal, nourishing the earth and coaxing forth a symphony of new life. They learned of the dryads, graceful tree spirits who tended the ancient boughs, their laughter like tinkling bells as they danced among the budding leaves, and of the sprites who rode the gentle breezes, trailing stardust in their wake, whispering secrets to those who knew how to listen. As the seasons turned, each brought its own enchantments. In summer, when the forest basked in the golden warmth of endless days, the elders told of the playful nymphs who frolicked in sun-dappled glades, their joyous laughter echoing through the canopy. They spoke of the wise old oak who stood as a guardian, its roots delving deep into the earth drawing strength from the ancient stones below, and of the hidden groves where otherworldly creatures gathered on moonlit nights to dance and sing, their voices weaving intricate melodies that stirred the very soul. When autumn's vibrant cloak adorned the trees, the elders wove tales of the mighty stag who led his herd through the rustling leaves, his antlers a crown of majesty. They told of the crones who tended the sacred fires, their gnarled hands deftly coaxing forth the glowing embers that would nurture the forest through the long, cold nights ahead. And as winter's crystalline embrace descended once more, the elders would speak of the great bear who slumbered in his den, dreaming of the spring to come, of the silent sentinels who kept vigil over the frozen landscape, their boughs laden with pristine snow, awaiting the cycle's renewal. Through it all, the young Dormice learned that the forest's true magic lay not in any singular wonder, but in the intricate tapestry that bound all life together. They understood that each creature, cata plant, cata stone and stream played its part in maintaining the delicate equilibrium that had endured for eons. And so, as the ancient tales concluded and the first pale rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the Dormice elders would smile knowingly. For they knew that the wisdom they had imparted would echo through the generations to come, ensuring that the forest's secrets would never be forgotten, and its magic would endure forever. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The Grandfather Oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land. Tullius bowed his head in respect. We seek your wisdom, spirit of the Zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal? The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony. With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the Zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Liora, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Liora, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Liora, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Liora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Liora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Liora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Liora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Liora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Liora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Liora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Liora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Liora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Liora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Liora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Liora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Liora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moonhaven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. "It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost." Intrigued, Lila asked, "What could be lost that the melody seeks?" "The wind harp song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance," the sprites continued. "Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales." Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lila began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. "The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony," he explained. "The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life." Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. "But what can we do if the balance is disturbed?" he asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. "We must listen," he replied. "The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony." As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. "The forest is alive," she said with awe, "and we are a part of its story." Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. "Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth," she mused, "a new chapter in its ancient tale." Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it too was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life. Once upon a time, in the serene and enchanting forest of Moonlit Hollow, there was a quaint little village named Whispering Pines. This village nestled gently among the towering trees, where the whisper of the wind through their leaves was as soft as a lullaby. The villagers lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that roamed the woods. In the heart of the village stood a small bakery, its windows glowing warmly in the early morning light. This bakery was known throughout Whispering Pines for its delectable pastries and the sweet scent of cinnamon and honey that wafted from its chimney. It was run by a kind-hearted baker named Finn, whose smile was as warm as the fresh bread he baked each day. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced gently to the ground, Finn was preparing his daily batch of cinnamon rolls when he noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering footprint was etched into the flour dusting his work table. It was no bigger than a thimble, glistening as if sprinkled with stardust. Curious and a little bewildered, Finn wiped his hands on his apron and called out to a passing friend, a wise old squirrel named Hazel. Hazel had lived in the forest for many years and was known for her vast knowledge of the magical creatures that dwelled there. "Good morning, Hazel," Finn greeted, pointing to the mysterious footprint. "Have you ever seen anything like this before?" Hazel narrowed her tiny eyes, adjusting her spectacles made of 2 dewdrops strung together with spider silk. She scampered closer, her bushy tail twitching with interest. "Ah, Finn," she said in her gentle, crackling voice, "this looks like the footprint of a moonbeam sprite. They are rare visitors from the Silver Meadow, only appearing when there is a mystery to solve or a friend to help." Finn was intrigued. "A moonbeam sprite, you say? But why would one come to my bakery?" Hazel pondered for a moment, her whiskers twitching thoughtfully. "Perhaps they need your help, or perhaps there is something in your bakery they find fascinating." Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn decided to keep an eye out for any more unusual occurrences. The next day, as he rolled out dough for his famous honey cakes, he noticed something strange. His jar of golden honey was nearly empty, yet he hadn't used any since the previous day. He scratched his head, glancing around the cozy bakery, as if expecting answers to appear from the flour-dusted air. That evening, As the villagers gathered for the weekly storytelling circle around the fire, Finn shared his puzzling discoveries. The children listened wide-eyed, and the elder villagers nodded knowingly, some recalling tales of moonbeam sprites from their own youth. One villager, a gentle old woman named May, spoke up. "I remember when I was a girl, a sprite visited our home. They are drawn to kindness and warmth. Perhaps, Finn, they are attracted to the joy your bakery brings to the village." Encouraged by May's words, Finn decided to leave a small offering for the sprite. He placed a fresh cinnamon roll and a tiny cup of milk on a wooden plate by the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of his mysterious visitor. That night, a soft glow filled the bakery, and Finn awoke to the fluttering sound of delicate wings. He tiptoed quietly to the kitchen and peered in through the doorway. There, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, was a tiny sprite, no taller than a teacup, with wings that shimmered like 1,000 stars. The sprite moved gracefully, sipping the milk and nibbling on the cinnamon roll with delight. Not wanting to startle the creature, Finn simply watched, his heart filled with wonder. In the days that followed, the mysterious occurrences became a delightful routine. The sprite would visit each night, leaving behind trails of sparkling footprints and a sense of enchantment that lingered long after dawn. One morning, as Finn was sweeping the bakery floor, he stumbled upon a small, gleaming pebble tucked beneath the counter. It glowed softly with an inner light, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Finn picked it up, feeling a warmth spread through his fingers. He showed the pebble to Hazel, who gasped in astonishment. "Finn, this is a heartstone, a gift from the moonbeam sprite. It is said to bring joy and prosperity to its keeper." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He placed the heartstone on the shelf above his work table, where it cast a gentle light across the room, infusing the bakery with a warmth that echoed the sprite's visits. With each passing day, the bakery flourished, its fame spreading beyond Whispering Pines. Villagers from neighboring towns came to taste Finn's pastries, drawn by the stories of the magical bakery blessed by a moonbeam sprite. As autumn gave way to winter, the sprite's visits became less frequent, until one night, they stopped altogether. Though Finn missed the nightly glow and the sparkle of tiny footprints, he felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The heartstone remained, a lasting reminder of the sprite's friendship and the magic that had touched his life. And so, Whispering Pines continued to thrive, its heart warmed by the kindness and mystery that had once graced its beloved bakery. And in the quiet moments of the evening, as the village settled into slumber, Finn would often gaze at the heartstone, feeling the gentle pulse of its light, a comforting reminder that magic and friendship were always just a heartbeat away. And so, with the fire crackling gently in the hearth, the villagers would drift into dreams, their hearts filled with warmth and wonder, knowing that sometimes the smallest mysteries hold the greatest magic of all. The end. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders. Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul. With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willow Tree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile, ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. Our fires too have been snuffed, Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, and our lanterns sputter and fade. A strange chill seems to have settled over the land, rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, almost as if the very light itself is being drained away. Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there. Hazel nodded solemnly. Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you. With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush, emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Liora, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdantian named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Liora, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Liora turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Liora, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Liora struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Liora described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Liora to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Liora shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of crystalline to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Liora, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Liora took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Liora listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Liora emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lira's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Liora cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Liora sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Liora began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening, "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Liora. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Liora knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Liora nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Liora stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Liora and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. The Whispering Woods and the Enchanted Lantern. In the quiet hamlet of Eldergrove, where the stars seemed to hang a little lower and the moonlight painted silver paths on cobblestone streets, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as bright as the sun and an imagination as vast as the night sky. Her favorite pastime was to wander into the Whispering Woods, a forest that bordered the village and held secrets as old as time itself. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the forest, spinning tales of enchantments and ancient spirits that roamed its shadowed paths. Despite these whispered warnings, Lila felt an irresistible pull towards the woods, a curiosity that bubbled within her like a brook in spring. One crisp autumn evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Lila set out towards the woods, her steps light with anticipation. The air was cool, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of rustling leaves, their colors a medley of gold, crimson, and amber. As she entered the forest, a gentle breeze greeted her, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets that only the trees could know. Lila walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and their branches intertwined like old friends sharing stories. She marveled at the way the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Every rustle of leaves seemed to be a greeting, every chirp of a bird a song just for her. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, that Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak was a lantern unlike any she had ever seen. It was crafted from silver and adorned with delicate filigree, its glass panels shimmering with an iridescent glow. As Lila approached, the lantern flickered to life, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. Curious and unafraid, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her astonishment, it felt warm and pulsed gently beneath her fingertips, as if it were alive with some kind of magic. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver of excitement ran through her. She lifted the lantern from its resting place, feeling its weight settle comfortably in her hands. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the clearing as if carried on the breeze. "Welcome, Keeper of the Light," it said, its tone gentle and ancient. Lila looked around, wide-eyed but strangely calm. She saw no one, yet the voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the spirit of the Whispering Woods," the voice replied. "And you, dear child, have found the Lantern of Kindling. It holds the power to reveal the unseen and to guide the lost." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do with it?" she inquired, her heart alight with curiosity. "Follow the lantern's glow, and it will lead you on a journey beyond your wildest dreams," the voice answered. "But remember, true magic lies not in the lantern itself, but in the heart of its bearer." With that, the voice faded away, leaving Lila alone in the clearing, the lantern's glow casting a circle of warmth around her. She took a deep breath, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. The Whispering Woods beckoned her onward, and she knew instinctively that her adventure was just beginning. As she walked, the lantern lit her path, its glow illuminating the hidden wonders of the forest. She saw flowers that bloomed with an ethereal light, their petals whispering ancient songs. She marveled at the way the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming arches that guided her like silent guardians. The forest was alive with magic, and Lila felt a profound sense of connection to it all. She realized that the Whispering Woods were not a place of fear, but of wonder and discovery. And as she ventured deeper, she knew that the lantern was more than just a guide. It was a key to unlocking the mysteries that lay hidden within her own heart. As twilight deepened into night, Lila found herself standing before a great oak, its trunk wide enough to house a family of foxes. The lantern's light flickered, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. She paused, feeling a sense of anticipation in the air. It was then that she noticed a small door set into the base of the oak, almost hidden among the gnarled roots. The door was intricately carved with symbols that seemed to shift and change under the lantern's glow. With a steadying breath, Lila reached out and turned the handle, the door creaking open to reveal a staircase spiraling downward into darkness. Without hesitation, Lila stepped inside, the lantern's light guiding her descent. The air was cool and carried the faint scent of moss and earth. Her footsteps echoed softly as she made her way down the stairs, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the hidden world. At last, she reached the bottom, emerging into a cavern bathed in the soft glow of luminescent crystals. The walls shimmered with hues of blue and green, casting a serene light that filled the space. In the center of the cavern stood a pool of water, its surface as smooth as glass and reflecting the light like 1,000 tiny stars. Lila approached the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She knelt beside the water, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. The lantern rested beside her, its light mingling with the glow of the crystals. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Floating just beneath the surface of the pool was a small, shimmering orb of light. It pulsed gently, its glow resonating with the lantern's own. Lila reached out, her fingers brushing the water's surface as she touched the orb. In that moment, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw the whispering woods as they once were, vibrant and alive with magic. She saw creatures of all kinds, their forms shifting and changing, living in harmony with the land. She saw the lantern, a beacon of hope and guidance, passed down through generations of guardians. And then she saw herself, standing at the center of it all, the lantern in her hands, her heart filled with the light of understanding. She realized that the lantern was not just a tool, but a symbol of her connection to the world around her, to the magic that flowed through the woods, and to the spirit that watched over it all. As the vision faded, Lila felt a profound sense of clarity and purpose. She understood now that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the Whispering Woods, but about discovering her own strength and wisdom. The lantern had shown her the way, but it was her heart that would guide her. With renewed resolve, Lila stood, the orb of light rising from the pool to rest in the palm of her hand. It felt warm and alive, a piece of the forest's magic that she carried within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As she made her way back up the staircase, the lantern's glow lighting her path, she felt a sense of gratitude for the adventure that had brought her to this moment. The Whispering Woods were a place of wonder and magic, but they were also a place of growth and transformation, a place where hearts could be kindled and spirits could soar. When she emerged once more into the forest, the first light of dawn was beginning to paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. The woods were waking, their voices a gentle chorus that welcomed the new day. Lila stood for a moment, the lantern in one hand and the orb of light in the other, feeling a sense of peace and belonging. With a smile, she began her journey home, the path ahead bright with possibility. The Whispering Woods had taught her that magic was not just something to be found in the world around her, but something that lived within her heart. And as she walked, the lantern's light guiding her steps, she knew that she would always be a keeper of that light, a guardian of the magic that connected them all. And so Lila's adventure in the Whispering Woods came to an end, but her story was just beginning. For in her heart, she carried a light that would never fade, a light that would guide her through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days. And with each step she took, the world seemed a little brighter, a little more magical, because of the light she carried within. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. And as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Liora. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Liora was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Liora's imagination. It was from these tales that Liora learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Liora set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Liora felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Liora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Liora knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Liora held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Liora, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Liora embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Liora pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Liora at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Liora learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Liora understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Liora saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Liora and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Leora's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Liora nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Liora and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Liora returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Liora recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Liora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Bramblebrook. It was a place where the morning sun kissed the rooftops with gentle warmth, and the evening breeze carried the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. The villagers were a close-knit bunch, their lives intertwined like the ivy that clung to the stone cottages. In this serene corner of the world, magic was spoken of in hushed tones, a relic of old tales and distant memories. In a small cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Liora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Liora was known for her curious spirit and kind heart. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests that surrounded Bramblebrook, her laughter echoing through the trees like a melody carried on the wind. Leora's closest companion was a wise old owl named Horace. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes held the depth of ancient knowledge. Horace had been Leora's friend for as long as she could remember, guiding her with gentle wisdom and watching over her adventures with a protective gaze. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in shades of gold and crimson, Liora set out on a new adventure. She had heard whispers from the villagers about a hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where the ordinary and extraordinary intertwined. The stories spoke of a magical glade, a sanctuary for creatures unseen and wonders untold. With Horace perched on her shoulder, Liora followed the winding path into the woods. The forest was alive with the symphony of chirping crickets and rustling leaves, a lullaby that soothed the soul. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor as they ventured deeper into the woodland realm. As they journeyed, Liora noticed something peculiar. A faint glow seemed to emanate from beneath the moss-covered roots of an ancient oak tree. Intrigued, she knelt down, brushing aside the leaves and twigs to reveal a small, ornate box. It was crafted from polished wood, inlaid with delicate silver filigree that shimmered in the dappled light. "What do you suppose this is, Horace?" Liora wondered aloud, her fingers tracing the intricate patterns on the box. Horace tilted his head thoughtfully. "It appears to be a relic of the old magic, Liora. Handle it with care, for such objects often carry both wonder and responsibility. With a gentle touch, Liora opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft velvet, lay an exquisite amulet. It was a pendant of silver and sapphire, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her as if the amulet recognized her touch. "It's beautiful," Liora marveled, slipping the chain around her neck. The moment the amulet settled against her heart, the forest around her seemed to shift. The colors grew more vibrant, the sounds clearer, as if the world had come alive in a way she had never experienced before. With Horus by her side, Liora continued her journey, drawn by an unseen force that guided her deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded glade, where the air was thick with enchantment. Here the trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. A gentle stream babbled nearby, its waters sparkling with 1,000 tiny rainbows. In the center of the glade stood a magnificent tree unlike any other. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark a tapestry of twisting vines and emerald moss. From its branches hung clusters of luminescent fruits, each one pulsating with a soft, inviting light. As Liora approached the tree, a soft voice echoed through the glade, warm and welcoming. "Welcome, Liora, guardian of the amulet. You are in the realm of the Whispering Woods, a sanctuary for all that is magical and true." Startled, Liora looked around, searching for the source of the voice. "Who's there?" she called, her curiosity tinged with awe. "I am the spirit of the woods," the voice replied, gentle as a summer breeze. "I have watched over this land for centuries, preserving the balance between the seen and unseen." Liora felt a sense of peace wash over her, the presence of the spirit comforting and reassuring. "Why have I been brought here?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "The amulet chose you, dear child," the spirit explained. "It seeks a heart pure of intent, one who can see beyond the veil of the ordinary. You possess the ability to bring harmony between our worlds." As the spirit spoke, Liora felt the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders. Yet it was not a burden, but a promise of purpose and belonging. "What must I do?" she asked, determination in her voice. "There is a storm brewing, one that threatens to disrupt the balance of our worlds," the spirit warned. "An ancient feud between the creatures of the forest has awakened, and only through understanding and unity can peace be restored." Liora nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to help," she vowed, her hand clutching the amulet. Horus hooted softly in agreement, his wings ruffling with anticipation. With the guidance of the spirit, Liora set out to mend the rift that threatened the Whispering Woods. Her first task was to speak with the Dryads, the tree spirits who guarded the forest. Their home was in a grove of silver birch trees, where the air was thick with the scent of earth and rain. The Dryads emerged from their arboreal homes, their forms shifting between wood and flesh. They regarded Liora with curiosity, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of the ages. "Why have you come, child of the outside?" one of them asked, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I seek to understand the discord that has taken root in the forest," Liora replied, her tone respectful and earnest. "I wish to help restore harmony." The Dryads exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, another spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. "Our kin, the Sylphs, have grown distant. They dwell in the upper reaches of the forest, where the wind sings a different song. We once danced together in harmony, but now distrust has taken root." Liora listened intently, her heart aching for the fractured bonds between the forest dwellers. "What caused this rift?" she asked gently. "It began with the loss of the Heartstone," the first Dryad explained. "A gem of great power, it was a symbol of our unity. Without it, our connection has withered, leaving space for fear and misunderstanding." Liora thanked the Dryads for their honesty and promised to seek out the Sylphs. As she and Horus continued their journey, she pondered the wisdom in the Dryads' words. She understood that the Heartstone was more than a mere object. It was a representation of the unity and trust that bound the forest together. The path to the Sylphs' domain was steep and winding, leading them to the treetops where the air was crisp and the sky stretched wide. The Sylphs, ethereal and graceful, greeted Liora with wary curiosity. Their translucent wings shimmered in the sunlight, casting iridescent shadows on the leaves. "What brings you to our realm, earthbound one of the sylphs inquired, her voice melodic and airy. "I come seeking understanding and reconciliation," Liora answered, her gaze steady and sincere. "The Dryad spoke of the lost Heartstone and the rift it has caused. I wish to help bridge the divide." The sylphs exchanged looks, their expressions a mixture of hope and skepticism. Finally, a sylph with wings the color of twilight spoke. "The Heartstone was entrusted to the care of both our kin. It vanished one stormy night, leaving only whispers of betrayal in its wake." Liora listened carefully, her mind piecing together the fragmented story. "I believe the Heartstone still exists, hidden away, waiting for the right moment to be found," she mused aloud. "Perhaps it lies in a place where both worlds touch, yet remain separate." The sylphs considered her words, their gazes softening. "If you can find the Heartstone, perhaps the wounds can begin to heal," the twilight-winged sylph agreed, hope flickering in her eyes. With a promise to return, Liora left the sylph's domain, her mind racing with possibilities. The amulet around her neck pulsed with a gentle warmth, guiding her thoughts like a beacon in the night. She realized that the Heartstone's hiding place must be at the confluence of the two realms, where the magic of the forest and the world beyond intertwined. Determined to find the Heartstone, Liora retraced her steps to the enchanted glade. As she approached the magnificent tree at its center, she felt the amulet's warmth intensify, the sapphire glow resonating with the energy of the glade. Liora knelt before the ancient tree, her fingers brushing the soft earth. "Spirit of the woods," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea. "Guide me to the Heartstone, so that I may help restore the harmony that has been lost." The spirit's voice answered, a soothing presence that enveloped her like a warm embrace. "The Heartstone lies within, child. It is a part of the forest, yet hidden from sight. Trust in your heart and the amulet's guidance." Closing her eyes, Liora let the amulet's warmth flow through her, connecting her to the pulse of the forest. Images danced in her mind's eye, visions of roots intertwining, branches reaching skyward, and the gentle rhythm of life that flowed through the whispering woods. With newfound clarity, Liora rose and approached the tree once more. Her hands moved with a purpose not entirely her own, guided by the amulet's magic. She reached into a hollow within the tree's trunk, her fingers brushing against something cool and smooth. When she withdrew her hand, she held the Heartstone. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, its surface swirling with colors that mirrored the forest's vibrant hues. As she held it aloft, the glade seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the air shimmering with renewed energy. With the Heartstone in her possession, Liora returned to the Dryads and Sylphs, her heart filled with hope and determination. She gathered them in the glade, where the spirit of the woods watched over them with a gentle presence. Holding the Heartstone high, Liora addressed the gathered spirits, her voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. "This is a new beginning, a chance to mend what was broken and rebuild the bonds of trust and friendship." The Dryads and Sylphs regarded the Heartstone with reverence, its light reflecting in their eyes. Slowly, tentatively, they began to approach one another, their hands reaching out in gestures of reconciliation. As they joined hands, the Heartstone blazed with a brilliant light, its magic weaving through the forest like a gentle breeze. Liora watched as the bonds of friendship and unity were reformed, a tapestry of harmony that enveloped the whispering woods. In that moment, Liora understood the true power of the amulet and the Heartstone. It was not the objects themselves, but the connections they represented, the trust, understanding, and love that bound the creatures of the forest together. With the rift healed and harmony restored, Liora bid farewell to the Dryads and Sylphs, her heart light with the knowledge that she had played a part in preserving the magic of the Whispering Woods. Horus flapped his wings in approval, his eyes twinkling with pride. As they made their way back to Bramblebrook, Liora felt a deep sense of peace. The village was bathed in the warm glow of twilight, the stars beginning to twinkle in the vast sky above. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be a part of her, a reminder of the power of friendship and understanding. That night, as Liora lay in her cozy bed, the amulet resting on her bedside table, she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her dreams were filled with visions of the whispering woods, the gentle rustle of leaves, and the soft, comforting presence of the spirit. And so, the story of Liora and the Whispering Woods became a cherished tale in the village of Bramblebrook, a reminder that even in the simplest of places, magic could be found in the hearts of those who believed in the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around them. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered. guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira, Pippin, the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the whispering woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the whispering woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied. her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. In the heart of the lush, emerald-green woods, where the golden sunbeams filtered through the canopy like threads of silk, there lay a small village named Willow Glen. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, wrapped in the gentle embrace of nature's beauty and serenity. The villagers there lived simple, harmonious lives, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireplace. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her kind heart and curious spirit. Lila had a way of seeing the world that others often overlooked, finding magic in the mundane and joy in simplicity. Her days were filled with exploration, as she wandered the woods, collecting wildflowers and listening to the whispers of the wind. One day, while following a particularly curious-looking butterfly with wings the color of a late afternoon sky, Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with swirling patterns, reminiscent of the dancing leaves in autumn. As she carefully picked it up, she noticed it felt warm to the touch and seemed to hum with a life of its own. Lila's heart raced with excitement as she opened the box. Inside was a shimmering, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that danced in her eyes. As she held it, a comforting warmth spread through her, as if the stone itself was whispering secrets of forgotten times. Intrigued by her discovery, Lila hurried back to the village to show her best friend, Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with a mind as sharp as a fox's and a heart as vast as the ocean. Together they had shared countless adventures, each one more thrilling than the last. "Lila, where have you been?" Finn called out as she approached, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Finn, you won't believe what I found!" Lila exclaimed, holding out the stone for him to see. As Finn took the stone in his hands, his eyes widened in awe. "It's beautiful, Lila. But what is it?" he asked, turning the stone over to admire its luminescent surface. "I don't know," Lila admitted, "but I think it's special. It feels alive." The two friends sat beneath the shade of a willow tree, discussing the stone's origins and pondering its purpose. As they spoke, the stone seemed to pulse softly, as if responding to their words. It was then that Finn noticed something remarkable. "Lila, look!" he said, pointing to the ground. As they watched, the grass around them began to shimmer with the same iridescent glow as the stone, forming a delicate pathway leading deeper into the woods. With hearts full of wonder and a sense of adventure, Lila and Finn decided to follow the glowing path. It twisted and turned through the forest, leading them to places they had never seen before. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers, and the sounds of birdsong accompanied their journey. As they walked, they noticed that the path seemed to guide them through a hidden world, one that existed just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Trees with leaves of silver and flowers that sang in the breeze surrounded them, and they marveled at the beauty of it all. Eventually, the path led them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed like stars. "This must be the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, his voice filled with awe. Lila nodded, her eyes shining with wonder. "It's like a dream," she said softly. As they approached the tree, the stone in Lila's hand began to glow brighter, and a gentle voice filled the air around them. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, conveying a sense of warmth and belonging. "You have found the stone of harmony," the voice seemed to say. "It is a gift from the forest, a symbol of the bond between nature and those who cherish it." Lila and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning within them. The stone was not just a magical object. It was a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things, a connection that could be felt in every breath of wind and every rustle of leaves. As they stood beneath the tree, the stone pulsed with a gentle rhythm, and the world around them seemed to come alive. The whispers of the forest became clearer, speaking of ancient stories and timeless wisdom. "We must protect this place," Leela said, her voice filled with determination. "It's a treasure, and it needs to be cherished." Finn nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Together, we can make sure it stays safe," he agreed. With a newfound purpose, the two friends made their way back to the village, their hearts light with the knowledge of the secret world they had discovered. They shared their tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention and vowed to help protect the forest and its hidden wonders. As the days turned into weeks, Lila and Finn continued to visit the clearing, tending to the tree and learning from the wisdom of the forest. They discovered that the stone had the power to heal and to bring peace, and they used it to help those in need, spreading kindness and harmony throughout the village. Through their actions, the forest thrived, and the bond between the villagers and the natural world grew stronger. Lila and Finn's friendship blossomed, their shared adventures bringing them closer than ever. In the heart of Willow Glen, where the sun cast its warm embrace over the land, the village flourished, a testament to the power of harmony and the beauty of friendship. And in the depths of the forest, beneath the shade of the ancient tree, the stone of harmony continued to glow, a beacon of hope and peace for all who dared to dream. As the years passed, Lila and Finn grew older, their lives rich with the memories of their adventures and the joy of the world they had helped to protect. And though they eventually passed the stone of harmony on to the next generation, its magic remained, a timeless reminder of the bonds that connected them all. And so, in the quiet moments as dusk settled over the village, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, telling tales of a young girl and her friend who had found the heart of the world and learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the love and friendship that it inspired. The end. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight. A door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. In the gentle glow of a distant star, beneath the shimmering auroras of the planet Zephyra, there lay a small, unassuming village known for its quiet harmony and lush, iridescent forests. The air was filled with the soft hum of bioluminescent insects dancing around the vibrant flora, their lights creating a canopy of stars on the forest floor. It was here that two paths unexpectedly converged, setting the stage for an extraordinary friendship that would transcend the vastness of space. One of the travelers was Quilon, a wanderer from the crystalline planet of Etherion, known for its ethereal floating cities and shimmering seas of liquid light. Quilon's people, the Etherians, were beings of pure energy, their forms shifting and pulsating with the hues of their emotions. Though Quilon was accustomed to the brilliance of Etherion, he found himself drawn to the soft, earthy warmth of Zephyra, where the stars seemed to whisper ancient secrets. His companion was Liora, a native of the verdant Zephyra, whose people, the Zephyrites, lived in harmony with the land, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forests and the pulse of the planet itself. Lyra's skin was the color of the forest leaves, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil pools found in the heart of the woods. Her laughter was like the breeze rustling through the trees, and her spirit was as boundless as the horizon. They met by chance, as many friendships do, when Quilon's wandering path led him to the village, seeking rest and solace. Liora, curious and ever welcoming, approached the stranger with a warmth that could melt the coldest of hearts. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as gentle as the evening wind. "What brings you to our corner of the universe?" Quilon, his form flickering with shades of intrigue and caution, replied, "I seek understanding and perhaps a sense of belonging in this vast cosmos." Their initial encounters were marked by curious misunderstandings. Quilon, unfamiliar with the tactile customs of the Zephyrites, often misinterpreted Lyra's gestures. A simple offer of a hand in Etherian culture signified a deep, unspoken bond, while for Liora it was a gesture of greeting. They navigated these differences with patience, their conversations filled with laughter and learning. One evening, as the twin moons rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the village, a challenge presented itself. A mysterious blight had begun to spread through the forest, threatening the delicate balance of Zephyra's ecosystem. The villagers, concerned and bewildered, gathered in the clearing, their faces etched with worry. Quilon, feeling the urgency of the situation, offered his help. On Aetherion, we have faced similar challenges. Perhaps my knowledge can aid in finding a solution. Liora, moved by his willingness to assist a world not his own, nodded. Together, we can find a way to heal the forest. As they worked side by side, their differences became strengths, complementing each other's perspectives. Quillen's analytical mind, honed by the crystalline logic of his world, combined with Lyra's intuitive understanding of the living forest, formed a powerful alliance. They discovered that the blight was caused by an imbalance in the soil, a problem that could be remedied with a mixture of Aetherian minerals and Zephyrite herbs. Throughout their efforts, moments of mutual support and understanding deepened their bond. One afternoon, as they rested beneath the sheltering boughs of an ancient tree, Liora shared stories of her childhood adventures in the forest, her voice weaving a tapestry of memories. Quilon, in turn, spoke of the breathtaking vistas of Aetherion, painting vivid pictures with his words. In those moments, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a fundamental connection, a desire to protect and cherish the beauty of the universe, to understand and embrace the unknown. As the blight receded and the forest began to heal, the villagers celebrated with a festival beneath the starlit sky. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers and the sound of joyous laughter. Quilon and Liora stood together, their eyes reflecting the twinkling cosmos above. "Thank you," Liora said, her voice filled with warmth, "for being a part of our world and for showing me the beauty of yours." Quilon's form glowed softly, his colors a serene blend of gratitude and joy. "And thank you for teaching me that true belonging comes not from where you are, but from those you share your journey with." In the quiet moments that followed, as the stars continued their eternal dance, Quilon and Liora knew they had discovered something precious and rare, a friendship that bridged worlds, a testament to the power of understanding and the gentle strength of kindness. Together they watched the night unfold, content in the knowledge that they had found a home in each other's hearts, a sanctuary in the vastness of space. And as the fires of the celebration flickered and faded into the dawn, their friendship shone as brightly as the first light of day, a beacon of hope and harmony in the universe. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Liora, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Liora, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Liora would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Liora the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Taros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Liora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Liora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Liora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Liora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Liora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Liora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Liora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Liora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Tarakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Tarak. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. "We need new technologies to sustain life." Liora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. "Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom," she suggested softly. "Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new." The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Tarak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Tarak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Liora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. "This is not farewell, but a new beginning," she assured him. "Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance." As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Liora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Tarak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Tarakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Liora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, where cobblestone paths wound through clusters of thatched cottages, there stood an old, ivy-covered library. The library was a place of warmth, where the scent of aged parchment mingled with the sweet aroma of the librarian's freshly baked scones. It was here that a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons, her nose buried deep in the mysteries of the bookshelves, dreaming of adventures beyond the village. Clara had always been a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the brook at sunrise and a heart as gentle as the whispering willows. One chilly autumn day, as the leaves rustled softly outside, she discovered a peculiar book, bound in deep green leather, tucked away in the library's farthest corner. The book was adorned with intricate golden vines that seemed to shimmer in the flickering candlelight. Intrigued, Clara carefully pulled the book from the shelf and found it surprisingly heavy. As she opened it, a gentle breeze, warm and fragrant like summer flowers, swept through the room, ruffling the pages with a soft musical rustle. The pages revealed delicate illustrations of enchanted forests, talking animals, and distant mountains. But the most curious thing was an old brass key nestled between two pages, glimmering mysteriously. Curiosity piqued. Clara took the key to the librarian, a kind-hearted woman named Mrs. Whittle, whose spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. Mrs. Whittle, with her silver hair and eyes like wise, twinkling stars, examined the key thoughtfully. "This key," she mused, "is not just any key, dear Clara. It holds the power to unlock secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. But remember, the true magic lies not in the key itself, but in the journey it inspires. Enthralled by the prospect of adventure, Clara decided to embark on a journey to discover what the key might unlock. Her first stop was the cozy inn at the edge of the village, where she met Finn, the innkeeper's son. Finn was a cheerful boy with a mop of curly hair and a laugh that could chase away the gloomiest of clouds. He eagerly joined Clara, bringing along his trusty satchel filled with his favorite snacks and a worn-out map of the village and its surroundings. Together, they set off down the winding path that led away from Willowbrook, the autumn leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew crisp and the light dappled through the branches, casting playful shadows on the ground. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of a serene, shimmering lake, where the water mirrored the sky in perfect tranquility. It was here they encountered an old turtle named Humphrey. Humphrey was not just any turtle, he was the wisest creature in the forest, with a shell worn smooth by the passage of time and eyes that held the knowledge of countless seasons. "Ah, young travelers," Humphrey greeted them in a voice as soothing as the lake's gentle waves. "I see you carry a key of great potential. But remember, the greatest treasure is often the wisdom we gain along the way." Clara and Finn shared their story, and Humphrey nodded sagely. "To find what you seek, you must listen to the whispers of the forest and trust in the kindness of those you meet." Thanking Humphrey, the duo continued their journey, guided by the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. They traveled through meadows where the air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and along rocky paths where the distant mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. Their path eventually led them to a small, forgotten cottage, nestled beneath a canopy of towering trees. The cottage seemed to have grown from the forest itself, with vines curling lovingly around its stone walls and flowers blooming in its window boxes. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as though the cottage had been waiting for her. With a deep breath, Clara inserted the old brass key into the cottage's weathered wooden door. To her amazement, the lock clicked open with a soft, welcoming sound. Inside, the cottage was filled with a warm glow, as if bathed in perpetual twilight. Shelves lined the walls, crammed with jars of herbs and shelves of books whose spines were worn with love. As Clara and Finn explored the cozy interior, they discovered an ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center of the room. The book was open, and its pages were filled with stories of Willowbrook, of journeys past and present, and of the enduring magic found in friendship and bravery. Clara realized in that moment that the journey had already unlocked something far greater than any physical treasure. It had opened her heart to the wonders of the world and the magic of friendship. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara and Finn returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light and their spirits soaring. They shared the stories they had discovered with Mrs. Whittle, who listened with a knowing smile. And so, in the gentle embrace of the village library, Clara learned that the greatest secrets are those that bring us closer together, that wisdom is the truest treasure, and that every journey, no matter how small, can change us in ways we never imagined. And from that day on, Clara and Finn spent many afternoons in the old library, dreaming of new adventures with their hearts full of wonder and their spirits forever enchanted by the magic of discovery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over Willowbrook, they knew that every ending was just another beginning. And in the quiet of the evening, with the soft crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of Mrs. Whittle's scones wafting through the air, they drifted into dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow's adventures. The whispering woods and the lantern of truth. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of the lush and rolling hills of Oakshire, lay a small, quaint village known as Willowbrook. This village was surrounded by an ancient forest, known to all as the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of mystery and enchantment, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets to the wind, and the leaves danced in the gentle breeze like 1,000 tiny fairies. In Willowbrook, there lived a young girl named Anwen. With her auburn hair and bright green eyes, she resembled the very woods she loved to wander. Anwen was known for her kind heart and boundless curiosity. She often spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, collecting wildflowers and listening to the gentle symphony of nature. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of gold and crimson, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the whispering woods than she had ever ventured before. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic thrived and the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. As Anwen walked, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under her feet echoed through the woods. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweetness of ripened berries. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around her like old friends. After wandering for what seemed like hours, Anwen stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. This tree was unlike any other. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and its leaves glowed with an emerald light. As she approached, Anwen noticed something unusual at the base of the tree, a small, ornate lantern, crafted from bronze and adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. The lantern emitted a soft, warm glow, as if harboring a tiny piece of the sun within its confines. Curious, Anwen reached out and touched the lantern. Instantly, she felt a surge of warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something wondrous to unfold. In that moment, the lantern spoke, its voice as gentle as a whisper, yet as profound as a distant echo. "Anwen," it said, "you have found the lantern of truth. With it comes the power to see into the hearts of others and unveil the truths hidden within their souls. But tread carefully, for truth can be both a blessing and a burden." Anwen, though taken aback, was not afraid. She felt a sense of purpose and a quiet determination growing within her. She knew that with great power came great responsibility, and she vowed to use the lantern's gift wisely. As Anwen journeyed back to Willowbrook, the woods seemed to come alive with a newfound energy. Birds sang with greater fervor, and the wind rustled the leaves in a melodious chorus. Anwen felt as if she were part of a grander story, one that was just beginning to unfold. In the days that followed, Anwen learned to wield the lantern of truth with care and compassion. She discovered that truth had the power to heal, to mend broken relationships, and to bring understanding where there was once confusion. With each revelation, Anwen's heart swelled with empathy and wisdom. But as time went on, Anwen also learned that truth could be painful. It could reveal hidden wounds and unearth memories long buried. She realized that not everyone was ready to embrace the truths the lantern unveiled, and she had to learn the delicate art of patience and timing. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Anwen found herself by the village pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the myriad stars that began to pepper the sky. As she sat there, the lantern of truth by her side, Anwen noticed a figure approaching. It was Rowan, a boy from the village who was known for his quiet demeanor and gentle nature. Rowan and Anwen often shared stories by the pond, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers that grew along its banks. Tonight, however, Rowan seemed troubled. His brow was furrowed, and his usually bright eyes were clouded with worry. Anwen sensed that something weighed heavily on his heart. "Rowan," she said softly, "what troubles you so?" Rowan hesitated, his gaze fixed on the rippling water. "Anwen," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "there are things I have kept hidden, things I fear might change the way you see me." Anwen reached for the lantern, its comforting glow casting a gentle light between them. "Rowan, the truth is like the stars in the night sky. It is always there, even when hidden behind clouds. Trust that it will guide us, just as it guides the travelers who follow its light." With a deep breath, Rowan spoke of his fears and insecurities, the burdens he had carried in silence. As he spoke, the lantern's light seemed to envelop them both, wrapping them in a cocoon of warmth and understanding. In that moment, Anwen realized that the lantern's true power lay not in revealing truth, but in creating a space where truth could be shared without fear. It was a power that fostered connection, empathy, and healing. As the night wore on, Anwen and Rowan talked until the stars began to fade and the first light of dawn kissed the horizon. They spoke of dreams and fears, of hopes and past regrets, their hearts growing lighter with each word shared. From that day forward, Anwen used the Lantern of Truth not as a tool, but as a bridge, connecting hearts, mending rifts, and fostering friendships that transcended the boundaries of expectation. The villagers came to see the lantern not as a relic of power, but as a beacon of hope and understanding. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became legend in Willowbrook. The Whispering Woods continued to hold their secrets, the leaves dancing to the wind's eternal song. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient tree stood as a reminder of the magic that lay within, and the truth that could transform the world. And so, as the fireside crackles and the shadows lengthen, we find ourselves at the end of our tale. But remember, dear listener, that truth is not just a lantern to be found in enchanted woods. It is a light within us all, waiting to illuminate the paths we walk and the stories we share. With a gentle sigh, the tale comes to a close, leaving behind the warmth of friendship and the glow of understanding. Sleep now, with dreams as bright and boundless as the stars that guide us home. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way.